Welcome everybody to the final day of LCK Summer regular season here at SPO TV. I'm Valdez. With me is Crumbs. We will be bringing you SKT versus BBQ to start off the night. And this is, in its own little way, a decently big match, Crumbs.
It absolutely is. It's a statement match for SKT. They have to let the world know that they are back on track. The slump is over and they are strong playoff contenders. And then you have BBQ, who actually still have something to fight for. They are in 9th place, and if they don't even take one game off of SKT, they will be the last place in LCK Summer, which will put them in prime position to be the biggest target for relegations when that tournament comes up later in September.
Yeah, a relatively disappointing season in the summer here for BBQ, sitting at 9th, almost getting 10th perhaps. We'll see tonight if they do get O2'd. And I think it's a decently high position for them as well. I mean, SKT, they did just take out KT in the telecom wars. They are looking better, like they have exited that quote-unquote slump, if you will. So we'll see if they can take that 2-0 tonight. I'm banking on it here, Crumbs.
You're banking on the SKT 2-0. Well, BBQ
Yes.
have won 2'd in their last 3 games, so they have put up a fight, and one of those teams was KT Rolster. So they have fought against teams that are at the top. KT's already locked into 2nd place, so there's a chance that BBQ can actually put up a decent showing here and save themselves from that dreaded last place.
Well, I mean, it seems like things are looking good in the booth so far. The coaches are still happy. You know, they're discussing stuff. They don't look like sad F8, who, by the way, did take that 2-0 victory over MVP, so things looking good for that team as well. Part of the reason why BBQ has to win one game in order to not get 10th place.
Exactly. The dreams of MVP were slowly faltering last night, although Everett finally put things on the board. They got that team interview right at the end. I hope that when we get our end of games today, we get to see the entire team, because we haven't talked to everybody from all the teams all year long. So it'd be nice to hear opinions that have not been heard just yet.
Well, guys, we're going to jump into ban pick for game number 1. We'll start off with that Jace ban. You see that all the time against BBQ. It's becoming more popular, on the blue side at least.
Especially after Con, you don't want to go ahead and first pick the Jace, but there have been more variations in draft that we've seen so far, not just in LCK, but over in Europe, in North America. Draft has been all over the place. Maokai has become a first pick in multiple other regions, but I believe that Gragas is the one that is incredibly valued here in LCK. The effects of this jungle champion are ridiculous, and it doesn't hinder the early game as much as a Maokai or a Cho'Gath does. So I fully expect Gragas to be a high priority, taken either first rotation from SKT or even in the first rotation by BBQ with, here it comes, a Kalista last man.
They're thinking about it, down to the wire, and there it is. I don't think they should have thought quite as hard as they did, but either way, there you go. The immediate auto lock on the Maokai. This pick is just pretty ridiculous in the amount of CC that it brings in, especially the ease at which the CC comes through. It's point and click. You can send out your ultimate after and then pound him into another part of the ultimate and CC a guy for days if you do it correctly. So it's fantastic at taking down single targets.
Yes, Maokai can give a pounding, but Gragas and Trundle have come up as answers to these tanks. So teams that have creative champion pools can beat this guy. Gragas early game offers just as much ganking power. At level 6, he's arguably more devastating if the ultimate is used properly. And then we saw yesterday Marion with the Trundle being able to lane against the Maokai and just obliterate him, especially in laning phase. You can never win as a Maokai, and then when you go into the team fight, you simply drop your subjugate and they drop like paper. So I'm surprised to see that BBQ has gone with a completely different prioritization, while SKT come out with a crazy strong draft. These 3 champions are ban-worthy, first pick worthy at times. Like, this is really dangerous.
Yeah, on the other side, BBQ will get the Lovers duo in the bottom lane, along with that Cho'Gath that has been rising in popularity as well. You cannot forget the Huni one-click feast in that game forget exactly who they were playing against for some reason.
I think that was against KT. Yeah, that was against KT. That was that matchup where he popped the stone plate.
One-clicked pawn, right?
Yeah, he one-shot pawn on the Talia.
That's who it was. That's why I was getting confused. So, yeah, it's pretty ridiculous if you can get to that point as Cho'Gath.
But this is already BBQ putting themselves in a much more difficult situation than SKT. Look at SKT's champions. You've got a AD carry that has self-peel, and then you have two major point-and-click engage ultimates, whereas we know the lack of reliability from the Cho'Gath Rupture. Rakan can miss many times as well. Xayah at times uses her Feather Storm properly as a tool to lock down members, but it's so much harder for them to execute, and the team that is fighting for last place should not be going towards his composition. In fact, it should be the reverse. BBQ should be going with the easy-to-execute comp, where SKT have more freedom to say, all right, we'll play the harder compositions. We want to flex our muscles and let the Afrika Freaks know that we're here to play on August 15th, or rather, August the 12th on the wildcard game, where they play off in that first round.
Yeah, and you can see double jungle bans here from the side of SKT, taking away the Gragas and the Rek'Sai, two of the obvious picks, two of the more overpowered picks that you would see. And yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with you on your statement about BBQ. I think just as a team overall, it's not just the play, you know, not just the mechanics or the teamwork, but also the draft that has had issues throughout summer. And maybe we're seeing a bit of that here as they aren't picking, you know, easier stuff up against SKT.
And with the Talia, she's going to have a hard time getting past the Maokai and Alistar front line, trying to deal significant damage to the DPS. So as a result, it's going to be all about the laning phase. Keeping members split on the map will be BBQ's motto. And to me, that looks like a Cho'Gath in the jungle. It's going to be better suited for Talia to help a split-pushing top laner. If she can have somebody that has a lot of kill pressure, a lot of mobility, the Camille would be a great pick. But SKT's answering with a wild draft here with the Maokai jungle and the Trundle into the Cho'Gath. So what we had previously seen as Trundle into the Maokai can also work into the Cho just fine. You've got plenty of wave clear, and if they can get out of the laning phase well, that means that this composition can scale infinitely with Cassidy and Tristana and a beefy frontline that can melt anybody with the Trundle. So a sick draft from SKT, and we really want to see what BBQ is answering with, because they're going to have the early game mostly up to them. With the Maokai jungle, the Jarvan will have an easy time doing whatever he wants, but they need to be proactive and not let SKT bank on their scaling and just beat them with superior macro and then team fighting.
I was curious to see this kind of picks come in, this kind of draft from SKT. Definitely not the, you know, norm, not the kind of draft you would pick if you're trying to hide certain picks against Afrika, but I suppose they just want to make sure that they win this game 100% first, and they're not necessarily scared of showing their hand, if you will, to Afrika coming up in the wild card.
Well, it's a crazy strong composition. Trundle is surprisingly powerful with his pillar. When it comes to team fighting, you often forget that you have to run self-peel champions that have mobility to get out of, say, Alistar or Maokai. It's a lot easier that way. But when pillar comes down, that's just as annoying. The Cassidy could just jump onto you, and if you're squishy, Cassidy will melt you down in a heartbeat. If you are tanky, the same goes for you as well. There is no discrimination with this composition. Everybody can die from the hands of SKT. They do, however, need a lot of items. So the early game will have to be a passive endeavor for SKT, while BBQ have the Jarvan jungle. He is the man of the hour when it comes to making early plays. Same with Talia. So we need to see proactivity from this team, and then eventually the thing that's been haunting them for a while, closing out games.
Yeah, so a bit of pressure on them. As we mentioned before, they've got to win one game up against SKT. Not the easiest thing to ask of them, as you are going up against one of the best teams in the world, but we'll have to see if they can do it here. Jumping into game number one, let's do it right now. SKT versus BBQ, game number one. Fans came out in huge form tonight. Both of these games tonight, the SKT versus BBQ one and the Samsung versus Longzhu one that we have coming up later are both sold out. The entire Nexon Arena is filled right now. And it makes a lot of sense. SKT's last regular season game. Everybody wants to come down and see it, support them.
BBQ's last regular season game, too.
Yeah, exactly. I was getting to that. I hadn't forgotten about the chickens, the roosters, the Olivers, I guess, is their official name. But yeah, everybody's coming down, and it is a big night, in fact. We didn't get a chance to mention that Samsung versus Longzhu match, but make sure you guys are tuning in to that later on tonight. Should start around 8 p.m. KST, or in about 2 hours and 50 minutes. And it will determine who will make it straight into the finals and who will be sitting at third out of those two teams. So a big match indeed for everyone involved in the playoffs.
You can shorten that to a battle for first place. Nothing gets more exciting than those words. Hell, you know, when you're really competitive, you end up watching battles for first place in every other sport. You could tell me about badminton, and as long as you say, hey, this is the first place battle, I'm watching that. Battle for ping pong, any activity, curling, as long as it's a first place battle or a first place game, that's the ones that everybody wants to watch, regardless of them being a fan of the sport itself.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I'm not a big fan of the fans who are like, no, I only like one game. I'm not going to watch anything else. This is the only thing I enjoy. I am specifically only a League of Legends fan, and that is it. I like people who just like to watch for the competition of it all, you know, because after all, we are just fans of games, and you can have your favorites, but it's very fun to watch the more competitive games, as you were mentioning, in multiple different sports, not even just esports.
You know, watching Roger Federer kick some ass, that's so satisfying. Or a NBA final, any competition. We're born to compete.
Born to struggle, born to survive, as is FLICKR here in the lane. He says, hey, this harass is too much. We got to pause this game. This is not allowed.
He does not have any more charges on his flask, so he is in trouble in this lane. This is what the early game is supposed to look like for BBQ. They have to be really aggressive early on, and Wolf maybe asking for a new chair. We've already been through that one, Wolf. No more.
Wolf can only hear out of one side of his headset, so will be an audio issue coming into this one. No skin issue. It seems like all of SKT has kind of embraced the skin issue. They say, hey, we cannot change that. So sorry. That means that FLICKR will have to play with certain skins, as will Wolf. But we can get the sound issue fixed in just a moment, guys.
It's like when you listen to the best song in the world, but then you only hear it out of one ear. So you hear only the chorus or certain lines when the music is recorded specifically so that it comes out of both sides of the ear. You absolutely must have it. So sometimes it's passable if you can only hear out of one side. But hey, in the competition, in League of Legends, that music is soothing. You cannot have it coming out only on your left or right ears.
I just remember when I was young and I had these really cheap headphones, and I would try to listen to Bohemian Rhapsody, and there are certain parts where they only come out of one side of the headphones, so only one side of my headphones worked because they were cheap, they were half broken, and I would only hear half the song, so I couldn't actually enjoy it, you know? That's like FLICKR, or rather Wolf in this game. He wants to make sure he hears everything.
Speaking of FLICKR, I'll have you know, and you can bear witness to this, and you can explain the situation. We sit here in the raised stage of the caster desk.
Yeah, on the throne, if you will.
On the throne. It's for our egos, basically, so that we're not hurt. But walking to the booth, FLICKR, we lock eyes. What does he do, Valdez? Tell him what he did.
He bowed to Crumbs.
He bowed to me.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I mean, I was describing this before. FLICKR is going to survive in this lane, by the way, for now. Although Bless is hanging around, but you know, Crumbs is a veteran of League of Legends. He was involved in League of Legends before FLICKR was. You know what that means? In Korean culture, that means that FLICKR has to show respect to his sunbae or senpai or whatever you want to call it So I know that people like to call FLICKR the senpai, but perhaps FLICKR has his own senpai in Crumbs tonight.
My ego cannot be more inflated than that.
Ooh. Okay, that was one auto off. FLICKR almost died early game.
Imagine if Bless was there to drop a flag on him with execute onto FLICKR with that one. That would have been quite an amazing kill.
That would have been pretty sick. The flash flag into just walking away.
But the issue with what Jarvan has been doing in seeking so many ganking opportunities is that he has already fallen behind in farm. And then you have Peanut with 21 CS to Bless's 11. And famously did Apto quote in his solo queue that if his jungler is ganking his lane, he is displeased. But if his jungle is farming and the opposing jungler is ganking, then he knows that he's got a good jungler on his side. Because currently, you get so much power in the jungle just by farming, getting your itemization.
Ooh, knocked out of the leap and rooted down by the Xayah, the forced flash, and a bad start in the bottom lane for SKT as BBQ getting a lot of summoners out of that bot lane.
Yeah, that bottom lane fight was a build-up from the level 2 going onwards, where Ghost and Totoro were hitting the level 2 with the minion wave sooner, kind of threatening Bang and Wolf to get a little closer, and while the harass wasn't apparent, they once again take advantage of a level spike to engage onto the duo lane and get a little bit of a CS lead, even though Tristana still remains in the lane through Alistar's resilience. A CS advantage is beginning to build.
Got sights on Bless here. Untara just pushing in the wave and coming down and saying, hey, I see you. You can't get away with this, but actually you can. So Untara just going to return back to lane. FLICKR having a bit of trouble in this lane so far. Ooh, a knock. Ghost into the turret. Now you can see Maokai coming on in. Peanut wants to make this first blood work. Ghost with no flash right now. No summoners at all. There the ward comes down. Bang coming in to help out. And the double root and first blood will go over to Wolf. But meanwhile, FLICKR getting ganked in the mid lane. They're going to trade 1 for 1.
First blood going to Alistar. Pretty much the worst person you want to have that on. The entire gold will go solely to utility. We'll see what Wolf can make out of that, either Mobies for some roaming or Sightstone, which has been their preferred MO. And in the meantime, that gank onto the mid lane was a flashless FLICKR, so it was Temp that was able to force out FLICKR's flash earlier. The punishment came through, and right before he hits level 6 with a nice CS advantage. And we're going to look at it again. Don't think any summoners needed to be burned on this one. As easy as you like it. A Kassadin that's overextended, fishing for level 6 is one easy to kill Cass.
About as easy as it gets. And guys, we have another pause. This time Bang. He doesn't have any sound, perhaps. He's playing with his cords.
The cord gnomes. They've been tangling his mouse.
Yeah. He's like, guys, there's a reason why I messed up in the bot lane. Okay. The cord for his mouse is a little bit tangled.
What did I say? The cord, it's the cord gnomes. You know when you put your headphones in your pocket, you got your little gnomes right there that tangle up your
Yeah, I know, it's so annoying.
Your earbuds.
Mouse issue.
That should resolve it. You'd think these issues wouldn't happen during the game, that they would be taken care of before we enter.
You would think, right?
Yeah.
You would think, right, Crumbs? Not the case.
We will start the game right away, though. We're back in.
Okay, guys, we have an update. The mouse cord is untangled. We are ready to go.
Boy, I love the creativity we're getting with these issues. I hope these pauses
Who's next?
keep coming. Like,
Who's next?
What would be the next possible problem to pester these players?
I'm not sure if I've told this story before, but I was casting StarCraft here in the Nexon Arena, and we had something like a 45-minute pause because one of the players was like, my hotkey, it just doesn't work, I don't understand. And they went through all the things. They replaced his keyboard, they replaced his computer, pretty much everything that they could replace. And at the end of the day, he just didn't bind his key bindings right. We spent 45 minutes trying to get his stuff ready, but actually it was his own fault, and they couldn't even resolve that issue. It took 45 minutes.
People don't want to admit it, but the first cost to most issues is stupidity, and here's a gank on bot lane. Weaver's well and Jarvan.
Okay, Wolf in a lot of trouble. No flash. 4-on-1. A cow that big couldn't win that fight. Sorry, Wolf. He is going to go down, and Tempt already having 2 kills in this game, getting 1 on that pre-6 Kassadin in mid lane, and then making use of his ult early on. So using that Talia very effectively so far.
Crazy. Don't get greedy on this one. Kassadin is coming, so they're going to try to turn on him. Oh, yeah, he's going to die.
He really wants this one. Okay. They're not going to come in because they do see the rotation out of BBQ, and the Feast comes down. Crazy going to pick up that red buff.
And ganking bottom lane was the only avenue that BBQ had. Remember, they're the ones that have to be aggressive in the early game. So you're not going to revisit the Kassadin. He's not going to get hit by Talia now that he's level 6. So the knockup is next to impossible. And then you have Jarvan, who similarly will have a difficult time going onto him. So only going bottom lane is the alternative for BBQ. But as long as they maintain pressure onto the mid lane, they don't need to kill him because of just how much damage they've done onto this mid lane tower, that if Tempt can get this tower by himself, it would be a huge bonus for the early game for BBQ that will open up the map and have access to the side lanes more than any other way.
Teleport coming in. Look at how low this turret is already. Bless making his way. Here's Peanut trying to make it a 2-on-2, and they will get that Tempt flashing away. FLICKR getting that Rift Walk, and he does come on in and pick up that kill with the flash. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Ghost getting low. Seems like he's going to survive, though, as Wolf takes another death down there. So a 1-for-1 in the end of it all, but BBQ gets first blood turret.
Oh, but just how you see people get greedy for getting a recall for pushing in the wave. BBQ gets greedy and gives off kills, and Kassadin getting kills is the worst thing that can happen. That's a guy that was behind early, who you want to keep behind. And the fact that they get too excited to try to take that tower, they could have just waited for another wave. Things were going well. If they had a little more patience, it still would have been a probably under 15 minutes mid-tier 1, which would have been great for them. Instead, we'll cut to the bottom lane, see what happens. Probably an engage from Totoro onto Wolf. Yeah, the level 6 comes out. That's not a level 6 cow. There's no match.
Bang almost trades it back. Ghost getting lucky there at the end, surviving with very, very low amounts of health.
Well, now that BBQ have taken down the tier 1, we need to see them control mid lane vision and then rotate to the bottom side of the map. Ganking Trundle is still too difficult. They don't have quite enough damage with the Subjugate. Sure, Beast is there, but this is a lane that has been in a stalemate. It's not quite as difficult or as easy for the Trundle rather than the Maokai lane, because Cho is such a great farmer and has great tools for defending a dive, much more damage than Maokai at that if his Beast is up. And as long as they move towards the bottom side of the map, keep controlling the dragons and pressuring SKT into situations where they have to respond to a dive or at least take preemptive measures against it, they will maintain pressure on the map and find an opportunity for a dive. It's just a matter of trying. It's like fishing. You throw up your bait multiple times and wait for it to bite.
Yeah, definitely a good start here from BBQ. They get that Cloud Drake. The next one will be Infernal, so they will be looking to control that, take that away from FLICKR and Bang specifically on the side of SKT. Add a bit of buffer to their own AD and AP. Now they're looking for a play in the mid lane. Here comes Peanut once again, but he is going to be spotted.
It's already a level up onto Bless. This is the weakness of Jarvan. He's not a great farmer. He takes so long. The mana costs are not quite there. His mana pool isn't even very large. So unfortunately for him, unless he doesn't get a lot of ganks off, he will fall far behind. Kind of a counterintuitive champion to the way that the jungle meta is played overall currently. But hey, it still works. It still has great playmaking potential. And what will be exciting to see is how on point Bless is going to be with his flash knockup. Because when you have so much CC that can hit a Kassadin, what's going to be most important is that you lock him down. So Totoro might have the opportunity to do so, maybe Tempt, but what is going to be 100% guaranteed is if Bless does a flag and drag and flashes on top of Kassadin when he jumps in. And if they can coordinate that, chain it together, it would be a beautiful display of how to handle a strong assassin that dives onto you. It takes a little bit of coordination, but an experienced Jarvan such as Bless should have no problem communicating this to the team and making sure that anytime that FLICKR becomes a threat, that they can get rid of him with ease.
Yeah, FLICKR's going to be looking for his very opportune moments where he hops in and he can't get picked off like that because Cassidy, he's a jump in, burst down some weak target, and then kind of use your mobility to do it again and again. But you always got to have that threat there to make sure that he is taken down. But Bless so far, you were talking about his farm. He's now down 2 levels on Peanut. We'll see if he can get 1 kill and hop up to level 9, as is the way of things now in League of Legends.
We'll also see if Vision tells us a story that we want to know, because if you notice what BBQ have been doing, the wards now are catered towards the left side of the map. A blue side control ward, a regular ward in the blue buff of SKT. This could be an opportunity for Temp to roam the top side, and if they go for a 3-man gank onto Untara, their chance of success is high. They can retaliate with a Rift Herald, which can crack a tier 2, so there is fruits in the top lane to be had, but this is not a free gank because SKT have been acquiring vision into the bottom side, and best of all, that ward in the mid lane will look at what Temp does, and any side that he falters to will be what SKT reads as the overall play that BBQ have in mind.
BBQ got to be careful there. I don't think they saw Peanut. They will now, as Jarvan was hanging around. That was kind of a weird path that Peanut took as the junglers kind of passed side by side in the jungle, but only Bless was spotted out. I think because of that, Peanut just going to let that one go. Blue buff will go over to Tempt.
It's strange, you know, sometimes when you have vision so heavily invested in one side of the map, you expect the teams to commit for it. But if you look at what BBQ wants to do, let's say that they really committed to going topside, right? They sent 3 people, they killed a Trundle. What would SKT retaliate with? Well, they would obliterate the bottom side of the map. Jarvan, or rather Maokai, Alistar, and Cassidy can kill Ghost and Totoro so easily. So the opportunity cost would be the chance that the bottom lane dies, and if you kill the Trundle, you're not getting any benefits because Cho is never going to beat that matchup, whereas the Xayah and Rakan are imperative for this composition success. So even though they moved to the top side of the map, they didn't want to fully commit to it, and now they're going to commit onto Peanut.
Oh, they forced that ultimate out, and even though Tempt is going to be fine, he's hopping over on his wall. He's looking for FLICKR. Can he get that poke damage down? Another Rift Walk should be up here. Nice targeting as he almost gets that knockup with the seismic shove. And meanwhile, we got a fight in the bottom lane, pushing away their Ghost, but Totoro looking to come back with that charm, almost lands it onto Bang. Just a bit of trading back and forth. No kills down there.
As long as BBQ continue what they're doing, this is going to be great for them, although they cannot rush this. There are double TPs available. FLICKR is spacing. He's preparing himself for it.
They're thinking about it. They're going to knock up Wolf, who does not have his ultimate ready to go. That is the big target. In comes Cataclysm, and they take down the Bull. And here's the TP. FLICKR looking for 1 kill. He gets 1 onto the Rakan. Can he get another? Peanut going in onto Ghost. There's the second one. FLICKR still on the map here, even though he is very low. Doesn't look like he's going to take another shot as Tempt was up, but a double kill going over to Cassidy.
Ooh, BBQ continues to be aggressive, but they are threading the line now. If that was a little bit worse, FLICKR would have walked away with even more kills, and now that Cassidy has 6 stacks on his seal, 3-1, he started giving off a kill in the mid lane, burning his own flash 1v1, so this is not the result that you want to see from BBQ. They forced this dive a little bit too much short. It's going on to the Alistar that doesn't have his ultimate, but as soon as it happens, Cassidy's already teleporting in. This dive has already taken a turn for the worse when Cassidy gets to be in a flanking position, and there's just not enough damage there from the ultimates being burned previously to take him down. So he gets to walk away level 11 with plenty of gold in his pocket.
Yeah, not quite the clean gank they were looking for in the bottom lane. They were talking about those TPs, and they worked out quite well. We do have this Infernal Drake up on the map, and after it looks like a bunch of members of SKT weren't in position to threaten this, at least the Infernal Drake will be picked up by BBQ. So having a total of 2 Drakes right now, they do get the Cloud and the Infernal, and the game is pretty close. Only 500 gold, 400 gold ahead right now is BBQ.
Those Drakes could prove to be crucial. Crazy's in trouble.
Ooh, nice pillar. Doesn't look, okay. They are going to commit to that ultimate. You can see Talia making her way up. She does have the Weaver's Wall. Crazy getting low. There's the Feast, and he is tanking that turret. A couple more hits will do it. Oh, the flash gets out of there, and Peanut is going to Q him. Temps, though, still on the chase, doing a bit of poking damage. Peanut getting lower and lower, but here comes Kassadin up into the top side, and Tempt not going to chase any further.
So close, but the Subjugate is too much for Cho'Gath to handle. He's not even that tanky right now, and I really want to see if he was bigger, would that pillar have fully blocked him from crossing over inside the tower? Is size his own worst enemy?
Does size really matter? That's the big question in the top lane for Cho'Gath.
Well, of course it does, Valdez, but it also matters of your positioning, aka how you use it.
Well, not big enough yet. We'll see how he grows later on in this game. But only 0-1-0. He's still just trying to farm up there, which is essentially what Cho'Gath does in these games nowadays. Just farm for 30 minutes, get a bunch of items that give you health, and then try to one-shot people with a feast.
BBQ's bottom lane is under some threat because Zuntara does have teleport, and there are 3 wards that allow river access as well as blue side access into BBQ's bottom side. So I think that what they might be waiting for is exactly this, for BBQ to commit to the top side of the map. And they're going to go for this one, but Kassadin's answering bottom.
Okay, they will have the Cataclysm. There's no flash onto Intara. There is the knockup from both members. The Subjugate making this Trundle really hard to kill. Look at how tanky he is. Those rocks are just scratching the Trundle right now. Looks like eventually he will go down to that true damage. But where's the response out of SKT?
BBQ's bottom lane is respecting it, but it's a bit too late. They wanted to push the mid lane, so instead they will simply deny them. But oh, wait a minute, this TP, a 3v4, do they want this?
Okay, that one TP coming out, they clear the wave. Wolf thinking about going in, was tanking that up for a bit. In the meanwhile, up at top lane, Bless getting to work up there with the red buff, should be able to take out that top tier 1.
Look at how strong the Cho'Gath is and how much respect it commands. SKT sees him, it's like, no, we don't want to go for this dive right now. A 3v4 under the turret would have been possible with Alistar's Unbreakable Will. Here comes Maokai again. Oh, they're going for a 5-man.
Okay, saving that Feather Storm, waiting for the Maokai, but getting stunned up, using it at the last second, but still getting locked down by the Maokai. Looks like the Xayah will not have luck this time around. Rift walking in, and Crazy there is to spot, or rather stop that gank, so only 1 kill down on the bottom side.
Sure, the delay is tardy, but it's still there. SKT now with full control of the bottom side of the map. They're just waiting for BBQ to really push a little farther. They need to be giving this up, but they are resilient.
Knight's Vow onto Tempt here. Going to make things a little bit easier for BBQ as a team to hold this position. And it looks like SKT will respect that. Coming in as a team, clearing out the vision, and pushing SKT back.
Well, Jarvan's already in a great spot. He found those ganks, and being left alone to the top side of the map gets you so much lane farm, which is pretty great. As a jungler, you get to pad your CS numbers. No longer can you be criticized, as you have now equal farm. Your morale is high. Your items are the same, are pretty great too, with the complete Cinderhulk and that. And you're now 1 level up onto Peanut. So we're gonna take another look at the dive, and it starts with the Trundle teleport, and the second that Alistar comes in, you know it's over. We saw this dive happening about a minute and a half ago, so it's no surprise that they're able to execute it. There is a bit of an overcommitment to the people necessary onto this, and because they didn't walk away with the turret, it ends up just being a teleport and a kill for SKT. So BBQ respected SKT's possibility of a trade and didn't give them enough to put them in the driver's seat. They're still 800 gold behind, so straight even game for everybody. Or straightforward, rather.
Yeah. Still got that treacherous late game for SKT. If they can manage to get there, they would love to pick up this next Infernal Drake that's coming in a minute. So you can see already FLICKR and Wolf getting to work, trying to pull away some of the vision that BBQ has set up. You can see this is already happening a minute before the Drake is coming down.
Sometimes this might be too preemptive of a setup because you can give enough time for the opposing team to to respond by clearing out vision and base themselves and establish more vision, whereas you might be less inclined to recall as have you spent it all and might be out of position after. So we need to see BBQ completely defend this one, but SKT respond with everybody onto this side. So what appeared to be a proactive BBQ was too early, and now they have no more wards to contest this river, whereas SKT, it now completely belongs to them.
Well, they do have a couple of control wards to put down. They will put it down in, and they're going to engage. Look at that, down onto the weak bang, and he gets taken away. A big mistake and a fantastic engage from BBQ means that at least one of these objectives will go over to them. They're looking for the Baron.
Whoa, and that was a blind engage out of Totoro onto Bang. That was sick. If they can pull this one up, they've got Beast to secure it. You know that SKT wants to fight them, but their team composition is not that strong to team fight without Bang.
They're thinking about trying it here. They want to take the 4v5, but look at how fast this is going down already. They're down 2 Drakes and a member. Lots of CC to come in. They will try to steal this one. Everybody rooted, but there it is. The smite into the feast. Never going to go over to SKT in that position. Now they lose Maokai as well. Things are falling apart, guys, and fast.
God, BBQ is playing so well. This team is not wanting to get relegated. They are on fire here, just taking as much as they can from SKT. They gave him a finger. They took the whole arm. Now they're going to take the dragon as well. A double Infernal stack for them. And the decisiveness out of this team's calls, the commitment that everybody has on this is something that we haven't seen from them for most of this split. And out of nowhere, at the last stretch, they seem to have a final glimmer of hope.
I mean, you were talking about how they took a game off of KT recently. It's not an easy feat, and to look this good against a team like SKT as well. BBQ as a team definitely looking better and better the more that we do see them, but we were expecting SKT to look a little bit better as well.
So how they see Bang get in.
Yeah, they see him.
Oh, so that could have actually missed. That entire knockup could have missed had Bang continued on the path towards Peanut. So they just went with it. They said they don't have, there's not enough damage for them to turn on to me.
They didn't expect that ward that's, you know, right below the Dragon Pit that saw them go into the brush, and that's really what gave it away.
I think you don't even expect that engage, that commitment, that fierceness, that ability to punish you, and Faker's not even there. There's no need. They're never going to win this fight. It's without Tristana. It's not in a late game situation.
Going against Beast.
Yeah, Kassadin just has his little burst. He's nowhere near the late game status of a one-shot Kassadin. So it was wise for SKT to just dance around, but to give up some lives or try to for a steal is not giving enough respect to Crazy.
Definitely true. And here we go. The Baron coming down. We've still got a minute 30 left. This is going to be one turret that falls in the mid lane. They're looking for the inhibitor turret as well. This is a very scary BBQ at this moment in time. And they get the knockup onto Peanut. That should be an easy cleanup. Peanut getting out of position. Going to make this push even stronger. Coming in. Now the Cataclysm coming down. Bless doesn't really have a follow-up, but there's the double knockup. They're looking for the big play. Wolf, though, able to get a pretty nice knockup himself, but Untara not able to do damage in the front line. Wolf going to get caught down, and they're continuing to push. The inhibitor is going to go down. Will they push for the game? Looks like it.
They're going to end right here. Holy smokes.
Is SKT going into playoffs going to go down in 26 minutes? Is this about to happen, guys?
To the team that was contesting for last place, I believe so.
This is real life, guys. Mark it up. This is happening. BBQ is going to take game number 1 against SKT in 26 minutes. Down it goes, the Nexus. And there you have it. GG.
7-11 with a quickness to boast. BBQ now escaped the last place. Ever8 locked themselves in on that final spot. And you could not be more satisfied with that performance if you're a BBQ fan. Hell, if you're a BBQ player, that was great. They knew that it was early game. They played the laning phases accordingly. Top was passive, mid was aggressive, bottom was aggressive, jungle looking for opportunities, and best of all, whenever SKT gave something to them, they seized it, and they capitalized harder than any of us could have imagined.
BBQ getting their very deserved camera shots here. Very curious to see exactly the way that SKT looks, because that will tell us a lot about that one. Their draft, it looked pretty strong. They were playing for the late game, but they got rolled over, man, and they do not look happy
Well, that draft's weakness was the wave clear. You know, Kassadin will have an easier time against Taliyah as the game progresses, and you would have liked to see a 1-3-1 formation be assumed where Tristana can just wave clear safely from the mid lane as long as no major objectives come through. But the Baron being so early meant that there was no way for SKT to clear the waves. They were disorganized when it came down to that 5-man push from BBQ, and they run it straight down mid and end as if SKT just said, open mid, let's go next.
Well, it started from the beginning, and it was bit by bit, too. It wasn't like a total landslide from minute one, right? It was kill by kill. You know, this dive was okay. They traded 1 for 1. They gave Kassadin a kill. It was like, oh, you know, SKT is still looking pretty good at this point.
Yeah, it was still fine for them. It really came down to the Baron play where it all fell apart because they need to go for a 1-3-1, and they never truly explored any options. And when we thought that Peanuts would be fine as a tank jungler with this display on Zac, we thought maybe that could work, but in the end, perhaps too much passivity because we could have seen more attempts onto Crazy, a 3-man onto the top side multiple times where Kassadin had a venue to go for it. Maybe they would have felt like they had an opportunity to tower dive Crazy multiple times over and get advantages there. Instead, they played completely reactive to what BBQ was throwing at them, and BBQ was just swinging Hail Marys left, right, and center, whereas SKT, with complete guard up, found no windows to get back into the game, and when BBQ decided to just try for the Nexus, it was already a freebie.
I wouldn't say that BBQ played with reckless abandon or anything like that, but they were definitely playing with this sense of like
urgency.
It was urgency, but also just comfort, right? They were like, okay, I mean, we're in relegations, right? There's not too much pressure on us. Let's just play and have fun. You know, even that super engage into the bush when they didn't have full vision and the follow-up. It was so cool to watch. It doesn't look like BBQ, but sometimes we see these lower-level teams, and LCK rather, really show up to play. And SKT was not one of those teams in Game 1.
If you view relegations as death, they have been liberated from it. They have accepted it and come back as a team that just doesn't care. They're just there to play.
Well, guys, we're going into a break. When we come back, we are going to see game number 2. And, well, already setting the tone is BBQ. We'll have to see if SKT can make their way back and win 2 in a row to win this series up against BBQ. Welcome back to LCK, guys. This is the final day of the regular season, and that means weird stuff is going to happen. So SKT, they lost to BBQ in game number 1, and it wasn't pretty. 26 minutes. Let's take a look at the MVP here. It is going to be Tempt on the Talia. Fantastic roaming with the Weaver's walls, and did definitely destroy FLICKR in lane to start.
Yeah, blew his flash by himself. Make sure that he was able to take down a mid-tier 1, almost completely 1v1 in under 10 minutes. So shutting down Kassadin more effectively than I think anybody in SKT would have expected with the Kassadin pick, as it's often a good matchup into Talia. But when you have a Maokai in the jungle, things get a lot harder when you're up against an early game dude like the Jarvan.
Yeah. You guys better hold on or only dancing coming into this one, because that is your only hope coming into this one. So SKT, they are down 0-1 to BBQ. And again, they are secured for the wild card match. They don't need to win this one against BBQ to make it, but they kind of do in terms of morale. Frika's going to be feeling really good watching that first game and just saying, oh, well, if BBQ can take these guys down, then of course we can. We've done it before so many times, so it should be easy for us.
Unless they're sacking, of course, and looking bad on purpose, so that we get baited into it, but
the strats.
Yeah, that's highly unlikely. And no substitutions coming in from SKT, which is a bit of a surprise. We see them so often changing it up when things go wrong, but especially into the top side, Peanut has established himself as a starter based on the games, 22 to blank 16. But the disparity between Untara and Huni is greater by far. Huni has only played 15 games with a 40% win rate, whereas Untara has played 24, counting that last, and with about a 75% win rate.
So no subs. They're going to go with what they've got here, jumping into game number 2. This time BBQ on the more winning blue side, and they will start off with that Cho'Gath ban.
Exactly. It looks like the trend has been that the team that is on blue side to start things off ends up winning game 1 and game 3, and if we follow that trend, it would appear that SKT blew their pocket aces, the start on blue side, to a loss, and is now having to start on a perhaps map/drafting deficit. But if they are back on point, it should not mean a whole lot. However, if they play just like last game, this is going to be a BBQ 2-0.
It's definitely not out of the question, especially after we saw the destruction in game number 1. Going ahead and taking down 2 tanks, as well as the Thresh in the bottom lane. So we will not see Peanut on the Maokai jungle once again. We will not have Wolf on the Thresh.
Elise would likely be picked up here, but I want to see if they prioritize a Gragas instead. I don't think BBQ is a team to go for the Gragas. They would have gone with something else, but the Elise will be the equivalent of a magic damage Jarvan, unlike last game where you have so much early game prowess that if Peanut does not respond with a jungler that can match the early game strength of Bless, as well as help the laners out effectively, then SKT might become lackadaisical in the mid game. Early game will have no opportunities, and we'll see a similar result to game 1, but at least they pick up something that is much more proactive and can at least farm and be hyper relevant.
And we saw the strength of the Rek'Sai even up against the Elise just by farming the jungle, picking a tank up in the top lane, taking away the opportunity for the Elise to gank. That was in the KT versus Longzhu game number 2, that KT did do this. And the Rek'Sai got ridiculous. The Maokai didn't get ganked. The Elise looked weak. And we'll see if SKT can make that composition work, perhaps with the tank for their 3rd pick.
I like how Sky gets involved in that sign. It's like the guy in the group project that the teacher never bothers to check if he really did any work, so he always gets the marks. Like, oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah,
I mean, you're on the team.
He was on the name. We'll give it to him. So he gets some credit, some love from the fans. You know, he has to solo queue to boast, and he has to be a part of SKT. So you're all a team, no matter if you get playtime or not. But what will get playtime is the beautiful and radiant Taric, which in combination with the Jace and Elise will make this composition quite formidable. I really like Taric as it offers so many tools for team fighting that seemingly come out of nowhere. The skill shot and kind of ability to track how effective it is so difficult that it almost is just too flashy for us to imagine, but it can sway abilities such as the Rumble, which is likely going to go to Antara, rather it is going to Antara, can negate them completely.
When you were saying beautiful and radiant, I thought you were talking about Rumble, and I was very confused for about 2-3 seconds, but then I realized you were talking about our beautiful, fabulous Taric on the side of BBQ.
Does he look like Fabio to you?
He does, of course. I mean, he's got the hair, he's got the jawline.
He's got the necklace.
The necklace,
too.
yeah. He's got it all going on. Everything you could ask for. Lots of mid lane bans here. Talia, Orianna, Cassiopeia taken away from FLICKR. Syndra is still left available. Still on the cards here as one of these other picks that sometimes gets picked up when there's a lot of mid lane bans. There's also the Corki that you see get picked a lot.
And there's plenty of opportunities here, but the Jhin ban is what surprises me the most. So forcing Bang to play not Jhin, what is the purpose of that? You've got Tristana still available, so that's likely going to be the pick. You've got Ashe too. So, you know, when a ban like that happens, you have to think maybe they feel as though their composition would be susceptible to getting killed by Jhin too easily, because the combination of Jhin into Rumble is a famous one. It also works quite well with the Prey Seeker from Rek'Sai. And if they want to play like this, which is just keep your enemies at bay, kite for days, then the Jhin ban does make some sense, as he is a great champion in picking off targets that are remotely squishy, and the last rotation should be here. No way. Could it
Is
be?
it you who's getting baited this time,
Yeah, no,
Crumbs?
No way.
Finally,
hey,
on the last day of LCK.
Hey, when I see it, did I not say
Hey, you had a
no way?
reaction.
I said no way. I'm saying don't get excited, guys. It's not going to be a Zed. It ends up being the Syndra, so a pure pick composition. You kill them from afar, from half a screen away for BBQ, and yeah, the Tristana from Bang.
Yeah, attempt dropping his Syndra once again. Excited to see what he can do up against FLICKR on the Lucian this time around. Definitely a skill matchup there. Lots of dodge potential on the side of the Lucian, as well as your skill shots are a lot harder to hit against someone who's that mobile.
It is a skill matchup, but think of the itemization and the summoners that FLICKR's going to have to go here. Usually you take Exhaust against a Syndra so that you can mitigate most of her unleashed power, but then you're up against Elise. So Cleanse would save your life, but without that, then you're going to die. So you need the Exhaust to survive against a Syndra. Then your itemization is likely going to be a Hex Drinker early on to mitigate a lot of that kill pressure, but then Crazy's DPS, if he starts joining into the mix, if he has access to the tops that can roam to mid, can do a serious dent to FLICKR's HP and mid lane turret. So BBQ's proactivity, once again, will be their key to success in this early game, whereas SKT have a more straightforward composition with more wave clear and double AD carries for that late game, but they still need to remain active on this game because of the easy or simplicity that Bless's execution comes to when helping these lanes.
Yeah, excited to see what Bless can do. He has a lot of opportunity in the mid lane for the Lucian, even has a chance up in top lane for that Rumble. Pina will have to make his presence felt on the map. He can't just AFK farm in this situation. He has to respond to some of the ganks that Bless will come in with. So lots of pressure on SKT. They got to show up this time. They don't want to get 0-2'd by BBQ going into their wildcard match against Afrika. Wolf going to be bringing in the best skin for Alistair, so that's very nice to see. And it looks like the Rift is ready to go, guys. Let's jump into game number 2. Well, the Nexon Arena is sold out, as I said before. but I feel like the SKT cheer is about 2 or 3 times louder than BBQ. But it would be nice to see BBQ take a 2-0 victory and then crush relegations and come back for 2-18.
Hey, wait a minute. What flip-flopping is this? You started things off saying you wanted to see an SKT 2-0. Now you want to see BBQ 2-0ing?
I didn't say I wanted SKT to win. I said I expected them to take a 2-0 victory, which I feel like is a very fair prediction coming into this match. It would be pretty rare to, you know, go through the Twitch chat and see that one guy who's like, oh, BBQ's going to 2-0 SKT.
Yeah, that's true. Did you notice something odd about Kog'Maw, though? He's actually half caterpillar, half butterfly. Butterflies don't have that kind of abdomen, so...
It's a thick butterfly, man.
His body is literally still caterpillar, but wings have come out.
Why do you got to shame the Kog'Maw, man? He's working on it. So he's a little bit thick, you know. It takes a little bit of time. He's getting to it. You can tell he's definitely working on his style. He's brought in the gold tips for his antennae here. Curious to see what this Ghost Totoro lane can do in the bottom side as Kog'Maw Taric. Oh, that's not the Cowbell skin, is it? Or is that a chroma for the Cowbell skin?
I think it's a chroma, yeah.
Okay,
I think he has
I was confused. I was like, what?
Well, both junglers route will finish top side of the map, so we don't get to see what the minion waves are doing up top, but it appears that Untaras will be bouncing back, so no action into the top side of the map. And if the laners can communicate this, then it's not a need for any action to happen, just because they know that the possibility of a gank is just not there. FLICKR gets to go for the ward, and because the wave bounces back, if you communicate this effectively, you can buy precious seconds for your jungler to continue to farm, to ignore any opportunities in other sides of the map, and move on and potentially get an advantage. Instead, they will go for what appears to be an invade onto Peanut, though. There's no way this is a dive.
Yeah, you can see Untari, he's got everything. And Bless, he's just setting it up. Peanut doesn't look like he's going for this. Okay, never mind. He takes a blasting plant, so bit of a fight going on. 2v2 up in the top lane. And that red buff ticking on Peanut. You can see that range for Bless is really helping out, and Peanut will have to back off as Bless does take away the farm.
But the beauty of the timing is what matters in this invade. The minions were crashing on the wave. Untara can't collapse. The wave is so fat that if he were to go back, he would lose out on a precious amount of CS. So he has to stay under the tower. Jace gets a collapse, and while it appears to be some minor scrapping, is completely in the favor of BBQ, and they understand that once again they have to put pressure in these lanes. They have advantageous lanes early on, so they have to make the most out of it, especially through Crazy's lane, which was a champion that was banned in Game 1 by SKT.
You can see FLICKR losing some of those early trades up against Temp's Syndra. And you will notice he has taken the cleanse, so he's a lot more worried about the Elise and will not have that exhaust. So no doubt we will be seeing Hexdrinker come out.
Oh, if you take exhaust in this lane, you are fodder, because you're not going to be able to dodge out of Syndra every single time. And if Elise is there, stun into Cocoon or Cocoon into stun is a recipe for death that is guaranteed to never be stale. So the cleanse makes sense, but the Hexdrinker will be the first purchase, not that Blade of the Ruin King that so often we see out of mid lane Lucian in easier matchups.
Lots of deep vision for the side of SKT to start. You could see Peanut spent a significant amount of time not even farming, just getting wards down to spot Bless and see exactly where this Elise is from the side. Even Untara coming down and putting a deep ward on the blue side jungle of Bless as well.
It's so interesting seeing SKT's evolution of these major carries. Both Peanut and Huni relied on having multiple resources on their previous teams, and now when they're on SKT, you got Peanut already subjected to a year of SKT having to just farm and ward, not being the major carry that we know him for. Same with Huni previously on Immortals, just having such an ridiculous amount of stats and farm under his belt that now he's not even played as a starter. But wait a minute, I don't think much will happen here.
Got the dive coming on in, and that blow up on here. The exhaust is going to come down. And you can see that the heal coming out of Tark, though, and they're looking to turn this, actually. Doesn't look like it will happen. Peanut, meanwhile, did visit into mid lane. Tempt did not blow any of his summoners to get out of that gank.
Just some mana to get out of that sticky situation, but as I was saying, the members of SKT just haven't been that used to being exhausted of resources or having to change their playstyle so drastically, something that they have been glued to, both Huni and Fnatic before, Immortals, then you have Peanut on Rocks Tigers for so long, then on Najin previously where he was still kind of played as a carry. I still remember, I believe it was his debut game where he was playing against FLICKR, he was Rengar, and was just doing so much work, but as a teammate, as understanding Ward, that just wasn't his case. This guy was the Red Smite jungler, and now Rek'Sai first item trackers. How the mighty have fallen.
How the aggressive have taken a back seat when it comes to helping out their team. Definitely is a sad world we live in for guys like Peanut. His undefeated Lee Sin, I think it went 11-0 before it fell, perhaps even more. And then he had to give it up.
Well, it just wasn't that meta anyways after a while.
Yeah, he was still playing it a little bit when it was even falling out and pretty much no one else was playing it, maybe a couple of other guys. Malrong was giving it a shot every once in a while.
As long as immobile hyper carries are meta, Lee Sin will be meta. You can always find a way to kick somebody into the team, but the skill cap just becomes way too high with so many tanks that now offer interrupting abilities to just make Lee Sin's day a nightmare.
Had a bit of slowing down from the early aggression that we saw, specifically out of the Elise, making her way up into the top lane and, you know, putting a bit of pressure on. But Untara did a good job of avoiding all of the ganks, even without a ward, just with the help of his team's overall warding, making sure that he did not get caught out. Still no first blood here at 8 minutes. Not quite the, what was it, 26-minute first blood that we had in FLICKR versus Jin Air?
I think it was 29, actually.
29?
Bordering on 30 minutes, right at the cusp of it.
That was ridiculous. I was tuning into that game. Wasn't the most fun game I've ever watched.
I actually fell asleep. Yeah, not gonna lie, I actually snoozed off in that one. Woke up at the 29-minute mark on the monitor screaming first, but I was like, oh, what did I miss? Oh. Really?
Absolutely nothing.
Right now? Okay. But yeah, the aggression did falter for BBQ as they were invading and defending the bottom side of the map. Their biggest pressure point is in the top side anyway, so as long as they continue to go top, they can take advantage of Untara's passivity and find advantages there, as they just did right now with that red buff. And fortunately for them, there is nothing that SKT can take in the bottom side, as there is only a Cloud Dragon right now, and that's what Peanut is going to try to trade off right now, hopefully shooting for an Infernal or a Mountain Dragon right after this one.
See if they can get as lucky as BBQ did in game number 1. Started off with Cloud Drake, went into double Infernal as they were in control. Lots of pings going down. You can see Tempt is rotating over, Peanut getting low, as well as this Cloud Drake is getting low, looking to interrupt this and deny it. There's Wolf getting pretty low as well, forced to burn his ult, the flash in, looking for Peanut. It's not enough damage. That will be that flash coming off of Tempt. They're still looking for first blood. They're going to slow down the cow, and there it is, first blood going over to Tempt in that Dragon trade.
The exhaust kept Peanut alive, but Wolf was the sacrificial cow for that one. And that's just not worth it. You gave first blood to Syndra, who now will have a much easier time laning against FLICKR. Not that she was having a rough time anyways. Wolf gets to burn some of his summoners, making bottom lane that much harder. And all for what? A mere Cloud Dragon that bounces back with another one. So the trade that SKT go for, as a result of the pressure that BBQ look for, is going to be not in their favor. And BBQ get a happy first blood and is now sitting at 1,500 gold up at 10:30.
Yeah. Something that has been pretty common that we've said on this broadcast is that sometimes the dragons don't really matter all that much, and especially an early Cloud Dragon like this, when you're giving over so much gold to the side of BBQ. Is this really worth it? You keep Peanut alive, but then Wolf goes down, and all you have to show for it is that Cloud Drake. And Tempt, he was the MVP in game number 1. He has 400 MVP points. I think he's the biggest MVP by far on the side of BBQ. You're giving their biggest carry first blood on a Syndra.
It's the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals ever.
Well, no Talia in this game at least. The wall's going to be put up, and you can see that they're looking for a gank onto Tempt, but immediately it's spotted out by Bless and Totoro roaming together. They know that the flash is down on Tempt and they're looking to strike back, but easily sniffed out by the side of BBQ.
They're playing defensively. They understand what SKT's trying to go for. SKT needs to be a little more assertive compared to last time around, so it's no surprise that they're trying to sniff it out, as you say, making sure that they can stop any attempt that SKT go for onto their precious mid laner, because Tempt dies. Wait a minute.
Tempt's almost baiting this in, eating a ton of damage, but look at all of these members coming in, even Untara making his way down. But again, the combination of Totoro and Bless is here. Can they save this turret damage and the lives of their teammates? Looks like they will, as they clean up that wave with the wave clear of Syndra. Now it looks like Ghost is in a bit of trouble, as here comes Peanut. Ghost is going to back off, though, show respect. This will mean that SKT should be able to take down this first turret, though.
And this is a different SKT from what we saw in game 1, and this is what we wanted to see out of them. Proactivity where they are strong. They are not strong on the top side of the map.
The bottom turret doesn't go down, and the top one is extremely low. Crazy, he's pushing it in. He's trying to get this one. Untara is doing his best, trying to get it down. The ultimate from Rumble is still available. We'll see if he can deny it. It looks like he can for now. But BBQ as a team has denied that bottom tier 1 at the same time.
You're right. That could be a big advantage for BBQ to take it. So that means that the bottom lane needs to stay here as long as possible until Crazy can get this tower. We might see some mid laners roaming to top to enable Crazy to get that tower or to defend it. But overall, we got everybody confined to the lanes to push for these first bricks.
Yeah, and I think overall this should favor BBQ as long as they stabilize bottom side. And if Crazy can continue the pressure that he's putting up in the top lane, because there really hasn't been too much jungle interference outside of the couple of roams that Blessed did up there, but no ganks, no kills. It's 0-0-0 for both top laners, but already Crazy is 46 CS ahead. And having a fantastic start so far on this Jace, almost taking out the first blood turret.
You leave Jace alone, he'll win any 1v1. Khan said it, multiple other top laners agree with it. Jace has become a priority pick, so it makes sense that the team leaves him alone and allows him to thrive in that environment. And back to the early game where BBQ's advantages lied in the top side of the map. That's how they got the red buff invade early on. The blue, or rather the Krugs invade. And SKT in the bottom side of the map with the Lucian pushing onto the mid lane and Alistar and Rek'Sai. So a split map results in split attempts at first bricks, and BBQ walk away with theirs first as Bless, as expected, has to linger into the bottom side. Wait a minute.
Crazy though, he's getting 1v2'd. He's trying to trade it back onto Untara, but it will not happen. Feeds over a kill to Untara, who was needing it so badly as he is very far behind in the top side.
He finally gets that, and just how in game 1 that first brick does not go down for free. SKT will want to answer with a kill in return, but overall this does favor BBQ heavily. We now get to see what Crazy gets to do if he pushes into the tier 2. It's a bigger avenue to rotate to the mid lane tower. And now that Ghost is scaling so heavily and his Blade of the Rune King is about to finish, we've got ourselves a real threat on our hands when it comes to this Kog'Maw.
Peanut, he flashes, but he doesn't make it over the wall. This is a 1v1 that Peanut cannot win. The knock-up, Bless still on the chase. That red buff is taken. There it is. The Q comes in and he takes that down. Now Bless flashing. Untara trying to come in, but he's overloaded. The repel comes down to the Q and the double kill. Bless taking out the top and the jungle. Now FLICKR out of position. He's going to get a leash power. There's 3. What is happening? SKT falling apart and Bless making them look silly.
I don't know, man. That looks like trolling to me. What are they doing? That was rancid. What happened? Why would you even do any of that? Made no sense whatsoever. Oh, God. So Peanut had no tunnel. That's how it starts. So he tunnels in right away, thinking that he's going to be safe. And the blast cone's like, okay, he's in trouble, doesn't flash over the wall. You can't fight the Elise once she gets to jump on you. And it's very smart for Bless to not use his repel right now. And then Untara blind flashes in, overheats immediately. And then Bless is like, oh, I can just repel down and kill you too? So, well, thanks, guys.
Faker's coming in. He's like, maybe I can pick up the kill. This is looking like solo queue.
Third time's the charm.
That's when your mid laner, that was like Cuz against KT in game 1, where he's like, oh, I guess I'll join and die too and give them a 4th kill. It's like, no, what? Just back off. Just don't feed him another one.
That was so bad. Wow, individually, like, oh, there was.
And again, I mean, this is pretty gigantic for SKT. They're getting destroyed by BBQ. They're looking to get 2-0'd right now.
They're getting destroyed by sticking their fingers in the socket. That's basically what it is. It's like, oh, is there danger here? Oh, and then they pay.
Well, they're paying dearly so far with their lives, giving gold to Crazy. At least Bang in the bottom side while he's typing in chat, please report my jungler. And it takes out the bottom tier 1. And here we go again. This time Bless in a lot more trouble, though, as it is 1v4. The Taric over the wall to save him, though. They're looking to turn. Here comes Tempt, looking for FLICKR. It does get the double stun, but flashes in. The exhaust comes in. There's that unleashed power, but a really nice equalizer. Trying to tick down Tempt, and he will get him in the end. So a nice turnaround by Untara, who is there to lay down the equalizer.
Get your vuvuzelas out, because we're in a fiesta. Why did Tempt flash in? That'll be the mystery that will go as unsolved as the disappearances of the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, and hold that thought. Now they're looking for more. Totoro almost gets caught out, but it might be Wolf that's caught out himself, getting extremely low. Bless is on the chase, the repel in. He's got a Q. One more auto attack should do it. There it is. So able to trade it back, and here comes Crazy, the flash over the wall. He is one fed chase, and he's going to pick up one more kill. So 2-1. In total, in favor of BBQ.
This game is just taking a turn for the bizarre, and it does not fail to deliver as now a second Mountain Dragon goes over to BBQ, but an invade that was questionable at first turns out into more question marks from everybody, but once again, BBQ walk away with the advantage. They're pushing for that tier 1 to the bottom side, and SKT only have 1 kill to show for all this.
Look at Crazy right now. He has Duskblade and a Black Cleaver. He has 2 kills in total. He got the first Blood Turret gold as well. So when he came in, it was lights out.
So this starts pretty well from BBQ with Totoro flashing. So he's being a hero. He's being a real bro right here. But what is Tempt doing here? He flashed into the Alistar that's about to proc his stun, which just primes him to get roasted. And now we're thinking, okay, this is going to be the end of it. We might not see all of it, though. Be warned. Turn on your subscriptions on as Peanut. Okay, see, this is where it all starts. There is such a big lack of communication in SKT where you have Peanut and Untara doing the dragon, but immediately a call to engage happens with no follow-up. I'm sorry, but this is not a game that SKT by any means is saying that they're trolling or anything. This just looks like plain a miscommunication that has been plaguing them ever since the losing streak began, and quite evidently still is there.
You got 2 members mid pushing for tier 1. You got 2 guys starting Dragon. You got Wolf engaging with a half-hearted attempt to follow up from Peanut, who wasn't even in range for a knockup. Sloppy League of Legends. It's not SKT League of Legends, the SKT that we once knew and loved. And Peanut, he has figured out the Illuminati triangle, dodges the stuns in dire straits, makes it out alive.
Oh, boy. He would have died right there had he got hit by that.
He's figured it out, man. Spend enough time on SKT, they'll teach you the secrets of the world. Although apparently not the secrets of League of Legends. It's not this season.
They're still in 4th place. They're shooting for playoffs, but could it be the point that they don't come into this matchup as favorites? I think that after this performance,
I think so, yeah.
I don't think SKT could, legacy-wise, you would call them favorites, but it's either an even matchup, which I think would be what the overall consensus would be between them and Afrika, as Afrika also has had their inconsistent woes. But with the recent performances that this team has had, it seems like they're just built to beat KT and KT only with ease.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup going into that wild card. You know, Afrika having a history of defeating SKT, but Afrika also having a history of losing 0-2 in playoffs coming on in. So having, you know, losing like that to MVP in spring and looking for more. So it's about which curse is going to be stopped going into that one.
What a fantastic storyline that would be, though. That, you know, I'm not an anime guy myself, but I have dabbled. And the best stories are the ones that involve tournament matches that matter, be it fighting, be it whatever games possible. This just seems too good to be true, where you have a team that was at the top of the world for so long that has been slumping, and what will triumph, them or a team that is inconsistent? And to top things off, have members from SKT, from previous SKT iterations on them, and have always lost the playoffs, so too.
It's going to be an exciting one, no doubt. After this game, we'll see if SKT loses to BBQ first, because even though BBQ is in the lead, we are talking about the now secured 9th place team from LCK for summer. So they've had inconsistencies of their own. See if they can close this game out.
They're in the driver's seat, but by no means has it escaped SKT's hands with double AD carry, tank, engage, and magic damage. They have tools to win team fights. Their itemization can be devastating in the late game with infinity edges all around, so they're far from being knocked out of this one. But they have an uphill battle to climb, as they will be facing a late game Kog'Maw.
A late game Kog'Maw with the support of a Taric, who can keep him alive for quite a long time. Doesn't have that tanky front line, but they have lots of threats. A 3-0-2 Elise, who's actually building very tanky so far, did go for the Frozen Heart, funnily enough. Lots of cooldown reduction, but also some nice tankiness to add in there. It's identifying that he has to be the tanky guy on his team.
It's a great adaptation, really, for him to be taking items that will help dwindle SKT's main sources of DPS. I expect him to go full on the tank basket. That Ruby Crystal might turn into an Abyssal Mask, or rather the Helm of
Magical Death.
The one that reduces damage.
The Knight's Vow?
No. Actually, yeah, it could just be a nice bow. I'll just retreat. I'll take the statement. I don't know.
You just retreat. I
Seriously just keep forgetting the name of, like, that item single-handedly. I always forget the name of it.
It was Abyssal
Adaptive
Helm.
No, it's the adaptive.
Oh, that's
yes,
yeah. Okay.
Adaptive. Because it starts with.
Okay.
It doesn't. Yeah.
All right, you can stop retreating. You've made it back into our hearts. Could see a Haunting Geist come out too if she wants to stray away from that tanky line. Very common item for Elise's in most games is that Leandry's. But either way, here we go. We're going for this dragon. It is an important one. It is the Mountain Drake. So 5 members of BBQ already doing a nice bit of poking damage onto Bang, but he is life-stealing it back. FLICKR attempting to do a bit of poking himself with the culling. But there's that Shock Blast from Crazy and the poke from Tempt. Tempt is getting a bit low on mana. You can see that BBQ is still respecting this. Taking it very slow. Trying to burst this one down. Who will get it? In the end, it's actually Untara who takes it out as the Rumble. Not even using his equalizer, but oh, the flash into 3. Equalizer coming down, but will the Tark ultimate turn it? It will be able to get 3 members of BBQ, but they're still on the run. Crazy is all alone. The Void Rush coming in can actually kill Bless, and Pino will be the first one to go down, but Kog'Maw gets caught out. That's going to be 1. There goes Bless, and now they're getting up to 10th. The stun is going to miss. That's going to be a 3rd member of BBQ that does go down.
SKT's team fighting capabilities still do not disappoint. They never got to the chance to team fight in game 1, but this time between Wolf and Untara, they find the equalizer to get everybody killed. I don't think FLICKR will go deeper onto this one. He doesn't have just enough damage to go for that crazy of a tower dive, but overall the clumping from BBQ was their undoing, and even more than that was the dragon resetting, I believe 3 times before that fight happened. So they were able to find a lot of damage onto Bang before the fight happened. They even got his QSS out, but the wealth of resets in terms of HP was too much, and here's where they clump up, and you can see Wolf, it's like, oh, how juicy of an engage. With a great equalizer, sure, they flash out right away, but after flashing the fight, they already commit to it, and Peanut being so greedy all the time here. That kind of playstyle might be their undoing come later stages in the game, because remember that these compositions will melt tanks in a heartbeat. There will no longer be tanks when we hit a late game situation, but fights on mid.
Okay, he's getting equalizer. Everything is burned onto Tempt, and they find another pick. Finally, SKT having some success in this series, able to take multiple team fights in a row. Now they're looking for more. They're not turning onto Baron just yet. They're taking out the buffs, looking for Totoro. They can't secure any more kills. We'll see where they go from here.
It would be unwise to go for the Baron right now. They don't have any pressure onto the map, but they have scouted Bless, and uh-oh, Lonely Spider, caught in the closet, ends up getting squashed.
1v4, not much he can do in that situation.
Now you Baron.
Yeah, you got the jungler, 40 seconds on him. Tempt is going to be scary, but he won't have his unleashed power, and they're going to clear out the vision first. You can see that FLICKR is not actually grouped with the team right now. They're just doing 4 members as FLICKR hangs out mid. Taking a little vacation, perhaps. Finally, now he's going to come on in, and the Taric ultimate will be blown, that Cosmic Radiance. They will be able to turn down Wolf here, it looks like, just barely, or perhaps not. He does get away. Baron is going to get onto him, but FLICKR getting stunned. Looks like, oh, the Unleashed Power not able to come out here. But that Shock Blast going wide. Wow, that was close. FLICKR still alive somehow, some way. Looking for those Bio-Arcane Barrages, trading back some lifesteal. Ghost now in the front, another Shock Blast gonna hit the front line. Lots of action, but it doesn't look like BBQ can pick up a kill.
Yeah, they get a Baron for completely free, and it all started with Tempt getting caught out in the mid lane, and for some strange reason, Bless looking for a pick into the top side of the map by himself. These compositions don't work without their carries. You gotta stay grouped, especially if you're a full tank Elise. You have to be with your allies, and being by yourself ends up costing a Baron for the team. And when the engage happens, sure, there isn't an equalizer to turn, but they don't have enough room to go for this. FLICKR being on the flank might not be necessary for the initial attempt onto the Baron, but him being there pressures the BBQ members to be on the left side of the map, and by them being pressured in that side, they're already a little bit too far to continue on this chase and take out any members from SKT. And so desperately do they try to get something more out of this, as you see Totoro trying to flash to get a stun onto Wolf, but to no avail.
Tempt had his Unleashed Power too. I think it was probably on cooldown for about 1 more second when they stunned up FLICKR. And then when he flashed away, he was out of range, but kind of unfortunate that he couldn't find a kill with that pretty low cooldown ultimate at this point in the game for the Syndra. No follow-up for him. So now they're going up against the Baroned up SKT, who is now in the lead on gold, about 2,000 ahead. Looking to take down another turret in the top lane. Down goes the tier 2.
There's enough wave clear on BBQ so that they should not lose any inhibitor turrets with this Baron push. Most likely we'll see SKT grow their gold lead, get a dragon, the Infernal, as a retreat after taking down the mid tier 2 and bottom tier 2 with FLICKR rotating in. So it looks like SKT have set their minds on what they want to do in this upcoming 3 minutes of Baron.
Yeah, everybody hanging around the bottom side. And Tristana beginning to get a little bit scary. Already up to 3.5 items. To have the 3 attack items and the QSS already finished up. Unfortunately, no kills were fed over to Bang, who is sitting at 0-1 and 4. Still a pretty scary Tristana as we pass the 30-minute mark in this one.
Trist is scary because of her damage in the team fight and because she's always going to be grouped with the team. But FLICKR is arguably scarier because he's a split pusher. He's going 1-3-1, or rather 1-4 with what SKT is currently doing, and there's no answer for him. Syndra at this stage can't 1v1 FLICKR. Nobody can really stand up to him. Crazy would likely die if he takes on FLICKR right now because of the kiting and the Phantom Dancer. So there's not much hope for 1v1ing FLICKR, so they have to just respect whatever he wants to take. And they will just walk away with the Infernal as the Baron wears off, but a gold lead of 4,000 has now been built up on SKT's pockets after that play, and series of unfortunate events for BBQ.
Yeah, SKT finally finding some success, and I'm not even sure if you can feel all too happy as an SKT fan. Like, yeah, here at 30 minutes, finally they've taken the lead against the 9th place BBQ in game number 2 after they got squashed in game 1. Now, it would be nice for them to win the series, give a little bit more hope than had they gotten, 0-2'd by BBQ, but still not the best feeling in the world for SKT fans in general.
What you can be happy about for SKT's decision, if you hold them to the standard that so many of us hold them to, barring their position in the global scene of League of Legends, is the plays that they made around the bottom side of the map early. Grouping up together, looking for plays constantly as a unit, trading top side of the map for bottom. That's what was good about SKT this time around, where you can say, yes, this was something that proactively they sought out themselves, they responded well, and they looked for these opportunities. Everything else has come in part to BBQ's actions.
We got a bit of a lull in this one, as you were correct, none of the inhibitor turrets were taking out, so BBQ just sitting back, saying, okay, we have to basically concede the mid game here, as SKT is too far ahead and can't exactly fight them at this point, so we'll just turtle up a bit, push out our waves, perhaps make a move at the next objective. We got 2 minutes until the next Baron comes up.
This is an objective that BBQ will not be able to give up without it having serious repercussions onto their base, as now that the inner ring of towers has fallen, FLICKR will be knocking onto base turrets, inhibitor turrets, and those you do not get back. So it's important that BBQ set themselves up for enough vision, for enough paths to get into the blue side of their jungle, and don't allow SKT to just rush this down, because with 2 AD carries and a rumble with Leandris, this Baron will melt. So SKT have enough damage in them that they can rush it if BBQ don't respond, and so it's going to be all about vision for which team can surprise the other in their positioning around Baron.
See Totoro getting to work over here, trying to clear out as much vision as possible. Obviously, can't get too close to that Baron, and now even going up 1v2 is forced to flash away from that one. So losing his flash just to get down 1 ward and to clear out 1. Not the best trade in the world.
You defend the wards like a mama bear. Your cubs are your wards. You cannot let them. If you sniff just as much as one person looking at him, you're going to send them for the hills.
It was cool to see Bless hanging around in that one bush to the right side of the mid inhibitor turret, just waiting for someone to get that deep ward down. It's a very common bush where people get cornered all the time, or they get caught rather, looking for those very deep wards. Happens most of the time on the red side, though, when the blue side team is trying to go for Baron. They're trying to get the deepest vision possible.
Ooh, SKT's going to go for a 2-man, so they're splitting themselves up in the hopes that BBQ will split up as well. And because BBQ doesn't have hard engage, they cannot punish onto this one, so this is a great move by them, understanding the resource management that is available to them. And Now they get to not lose up any pressure on the map and gain a Baron.
Easy peasy. 2 guys. You got FLICKR fed up there on 3.5 items. Is going to pick up that Maw for his 4th after taking down the Baron. And there was really no opportunity for BBQ to come back in this one after getting shut down on a couple of those plays and losing the Baron. They've just essentially had to play super defensive and take it for a while. Just accept their fate. We'll see how they can do against this push that SKT will come in with.
They just didn't want to risk going into the blue side and trying to clear out some vision. They know what happened with Wolf when he engaged, when the equalizer came out, and worst of all, if you don't have enough vision, you can be surprised from multiple angles, and this is not a composition that reacts well to that. Not a single member here, I guess if you count Elise's Repel, has windows of opportunity to get over walls relatively easily, so they give it up. They're going to go into Crazy.
Okay, Crazy, he's caught out here, looking for a 1v1 against Untara. The heal comes out, but he still will meet his maker. Now Tempt getting in, and the Cosmic Radiance coming out. That's not going to work.
It's all falling apart now. FLICKR will be shooting for that inhibitor turret to the bottom side. With Bang in the mid lane, this surely will be 2 inhibitors for SKT, and if any more members get caught out, they will be pushing for a win.
They might even do it here. I mean, they still have that Baron for 2 minutes. They can attempt a slow push 5v4 against these Nexus turrets. It doesn't look like they're going to go for it. Going to play the safe way, and generally that is the correct way. The most winning way at the end of it all. Just going to go for that 3rd inhibitor turret, as they do have the wave pushing in. FLICKR is not going to get caught out. He has been the big bait in many other series, and he pulls BBQ down towards the bottom side. That will be the 3rd inhibitor going down. Will SKT go for the push while they have Baron? They still got a minute 30. Doesn't look like it. Now, got the Elder Drake on the map, so they'll say, hey, are you going to defend your base from double super minions in every lane while you defend the Elder Drake? I don't think so.
They just want to end the game here with a flank. Look at Wolf.
Yeah, coming around the back. They are going to find Crazy on the left side. Trying to jump in, but okay. You're fighting more members than you think, Crazy. That was a bit crazy as he does get taken out. So once again, 4v5. Missing Crazy will be a free Elder Drake going to SKT.
He flashed in, didn't he? He flashed to hammer FLICKR.
I think so, yeah.
Well,
it happens, you know?
Yeah, I guess he's trying to one-up them for the gracious donation of FLICKR and Untara, and then Peanut on the top side of the map earlier this game. And you would have thought that that would have been enough to propel BBQ to a victory in this game, but their composition does rely on getting significantly far ahead early and then just closing out because they don't have hard engage. That's why the Gragas would have been a choice that likely would have been better than an Elise in this time around. I think that she's kind of fallen off the meta because of how much more experienced these teams have become at dealing with. Oh,
what?
Yeah, he wants it. He takes it.
Bless had his smite. He's like, no, I gotta save that to save my base, which does make sense, but kind of funny how an Alistar with basically no damage is able to take that away from Bless. The poking from Bang is getting out of control now. They're chunking that very tanky Elise down to about 2/3 health with just 1 crit to the face. Here we go, the push coming on in, and oh boy, that's going to be 1 Nexus turret. They're going to be looking for another one. Bang with that red buff is just poking away on the Tristana, having hit level 18. FLICKR helping out. There's the flash. That one last engage. Bless just disappears. The Cosmic Radiance does not affect him in that fight, and so down will go Bless. Tempt is a little bit too low, and they are going to try to fight back here as low members, but it doesn't matter. The Nexus getting extremely low. Ghost trying to go and mad mode it, but it's not going to happen. 1-1 as SKT can take a shaky game too.
And they evened up the score, but much better than game 1. Proactivity was in their veins this time around. Their composition more sound, and they fall back onto FLICKR's Lucian, which was so crucial in their victory over KT. That has locked KT into that 2nd place spot. So SKT with a surge of life, but you could question BBQ's motives with their composition. They did not play as aggressively as one would have expected them to do so, and SKT with a superior mid lane draft and a superior jungler that is just not going to get bullied around to the extent that Cassidy and Maokai do, survive the early game, get to a strong point into the mid game, and FLICKR's Lucian, I think, will have to be banned in Game 3 because otherwise they're just going to keep picking it for him. You're not going to be able to take him out in the lane, and then he's just going to become a 1v1 monster.
Yeah, as I was saying halfway through the game, BBQ, even when they were ahead, they have shaky moments themselves, and grouping up as 3 members against an Alistar Rumble combination is not what you're looking for, obviously. And that was the big turning point in this game, as BBQ still some smiles, at least on the faces of some of the coaches, as they have, with the first win, secured 9th place, and they are not going to be forced into 10th. Still looking for the upset, though, up against SKT. Here's some replays.
And this is going to be that first strange fight into the red side jungle. SKT looking for a fight to pick with Lucian in here, but then Tempt, strangely enough, flashes in and ends up paying the ultimate price. Still, that is a decision that I will never truly figure out for quite some time. And then once again, another strange decision from BBQ after the Dragon. They lose many members here into this fight because of the equalizer and the positioning in, but they still don't play it optimally in terms of individual mechanics. Peanut ends up going down by himself, and then they just get chased down to the end. It's a cocoon from Bless right at the end that ends up clipping Bang and taking him out, but with double AD carry and so many tanks to engage at your leisure, SKT felt like the fight was all on their own hands.
And you can see afterwards they go for this Baron, taking out Bless in the top side, and FLICKR almost gets caught. Wolf came close to diving in the Baron fight as well, but everything missing FLICKR as he was on the run, which meant that was a free Baron. Nobody died on the side of SKT after that one.
And still nobody was able to connect any crowd control. I just hope that for the next draft we see BBQ going with, you know, it doesn't matter if it's another early game composition, but more access to playmaking. This does not count as a play being made. That is just wanting to die sooner. I don't know what you classify that one under, but overall, SKT just walk away with a relatively clean victory. The individual 1v1 mistakes are apparent, and I believe that we are going to have a shakeup when it comes to the players, as we just saw Huni and Blank walk by in front of us with their gear on their backs.
Spoiler alert, giving that one away. But Bang at the end of it all, 24.1K. Crazy got pretty close, as did Ghost in the bottom side. But at the end, it is the result that matters. In under 40 minutes, SKT was able to tie this one up. And they want to take this one against BBQ. Matters a lot for their morale. They will be shaking things up going into game number 3, as Crumbs did mention. We'll see if that combination can mean a bit of a cleaner game. So here we go, guys. We're going to go into a bit of a commercial break. When we come back, game number 3 of BBQ versus SKT. We're here at the Nexon Arena to finish up the SKT versus BBQ series. It is tied up at 1-1, and SKT, they looked a bit better in Game 2. They were able to come back in the series and actually tie it up and take a game to BBQ. It's funny and as weird as it is to say that, but Wolf will take the MVP. Had a couple of really nice engages in this one.
And just as the folks over at Reddit were saying, the chicken has cooled off and is just warm enough for it to be picked up. So SKT now gets the second game win. You don't like that one? That was a great one. I thought that was
just
clever.
Warm enough to be picked up?
Yeah, the chicken cools off. You know, you don't eat the chicken if it's too hot.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Come on, that's a
they
great
touched it and they got burned in game 1.
Yeah.
And then in game 2, they picked it up and they ate the chicken? Is that what happened?
They took it.
Oh, they just took it. Okay. Less exciting than I had hoped, but either way, it is tied up 1-1, and Huni and Blank are coming in to substitute out Untara and Peanut. They've decided they want to give their other two guys in the top and jungle a chance to show their stuff up against the Roosters here.
They're really mixing everything up here, SKT, with Huni and Blank. Previously, it was Blank and Untara, the iteration that was most commonly subbed in, with Huni and Peanut being the main starters, and now we just don't know. It seems like it's a 4-man rotation between top and in the jungle, but what we can expect out of Blank is maybe some more Gragas play, champion that Peanut has not taken an affinity to, whereas Blank remains undefeated on that one, 3-0. Of course, his record of lack of defeats is impressive, to say the least, but I think that now that it has been shattered, we can drop that narrative entirely and just focus on his play as an individual.
We'll see how he does blend with the team coming into this one. I'm curious to see how Game 3 goes, to what level of success will this kind of combination of Huni and Blank work, and then see what they bring into the FLICKR series, which is what everybody has really got on their minds for SKT. This is kind of the bumper match in between, the morale match, the prove it match for SKT, to see if they can come in and say, hey, we're obviously a lot better than BBQ, so we are ready for FLICKR.
But that morale does not go just one way, as a win here for BBQ would put them in such high spirits that it would be hard to see them be relegated after that one. After beating SKT, then you face promotions, and then you lose in that one. That is a rare sight to behold. So it appears that we are experiencing some more microphone issues on the side of SKT that will delay our pick and ban, just the slightest. So bear with us as we figure out what is causing these issues with the microphones, the wires. Something's going on. Smells like no.
Very interesting that it's always SKT with the issues here at the Nexon Arena, don't you think? I feel like when I was casting a lot of StarCraft, only the tippy-top players that felt like they were better than everyone else would come in and really cause an issue. Oh, the light is, it's so bright, I can't play like this. Oh, my chair is not the correct height. You need to get me a new chair.
I mean, everything matters. You gotta be as comfortable as possible in these games. So while it might seem that is diva-ish behavior, if they're not feeling it, they're not feeling it. You gotta have everything to the exact measurement that it was there. If you practice on your chair elevated at exactly 6 inches, then you got to have that chair give you the same elevation when you come into the game. Same with your armrest, your mouse, your cord. It all matters. Today, I was looking at on Twitter, GBM warms his mouse before practice. Yeah, you got to have a warm mouse. So any strange rituals, I mean, Koma's got
How do you do that exactly?
You put it next to a heater.
Oh, okay. That's a lot easier than
what
I
else
thought
did you have
it would
in
be.
mind?
I thought he was going to be like rubbing a heat pack against the mouse or something, or putting it under his shirt. I don't know. There's multiple different ways to heat your mouse for sure, but
I think that
I guess putting it next to a heater is a good one as well.
It's the easiest one. But then Koma's got special underwear for games that really matter.
Really?
Yeah, he does. So players have their...
It's good to see that the top coach in League of Legends has suspicions here in 2017.
Well, you got to have your special underwear. You don't have special underwear for days that really matter?
I don't No, I don't. No, not really.
You must.
Do you?
So obviously.
I mean, there's definitely underwear that I would like to wear when I'm like, okay, I want to feel at my best. You know, I want to be 100%. So maybe that's what you're talking about. I thought what you were referencing was like lucky underwear.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referencing that Coma has.
I'm so disappointed, man. I thought Coma was this genius, right? He's like, oh, I know the ins and outs of League of Legends to such a big deal. And then he's like, oh, and by the way, I believe in suspicions. Don't walk underneath the ladder before game number 3. You might get unlucky.
Superstitions, by the way, not suspicions.
I did say superstitions. What?
All right, well,
that's
we'll
what I
get
meant
into
to say.
It, yeah. But hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you have a really great day, you wear it to commemorate that day, so you carry the spirit of that first victory with you. He forgot it.
I suppose it doesn't hurt.
He forgot it in Brazil. He forgot it in Brazil, and then he had to buy new underwear there, but it still paid off. So sure, maybe the superstition didn't become true, but he still believes in it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not going to hurt your performance if you're wearing the same underwear, you know, for certain special days. You gotta wash them, obviously. He's actually mixing up the words too. Huni does this thing on stream where he talks with like swagger. I don't know how else to say it, but he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna carry you guys," and like he's talking with this really thick accent.
So he turns into a G.
I guess so. In a way. And you can see he was that guy with the sign was doing it too. That's a cool chicken on the right side. He's got his deal with the sunglasses, it looks like, on.
You know, I tried to order BBQ chicken the other day.
Did you really? How
did that work? It so much. It wasn't open.
Well, what time did you try to order it at?
Maybe 1 in the morning. What other time do you order chicken at?
You're not wrong. In Korea, a lot of chicken places are open 24 hours. Perhaps BBQ wasn't in that moment. It depends on the day that you were trying to order it to.
I think 2 days ago. 4 days ago, maybe, but
so
whatever the
middle
case
of the week.
The repetition in the draft seems apparent here with the first pick from SKT on the Maokai, and last time it was Xayah and what was
in game number 1?
Yeah, game number 1. Well, similar to what is going to happen here. Yeah, Xayah, Gragas. So the powerful jungler that didn't happen in game 1, but the jungler that I've been preaching for so long finally gets locked in, and he will have equal or stronger team fighting than Maokai without losing up the early game. So it now revolves on SKT to pick differently for the mid and the top side of the map. Last time it was the Trundle and the Cassidy. Some could blame the Cassidy as the biggest fault, as the lane did not go as expected, but the lack of wave clear and team play was not there. And if they don't lock in the Lucian here, I fully expect BBQ to ban it away in the second rotation, so we don't get to see FLICKR play that pick again.
BBQ in game number 1, they went for Xayah Cho'Gath, but it's banned out this time around, so they're like, hey, we'll just pick up the Gragas instead. This is pretty good too. So thinking about their last pick will be the Rakan once again. This looks a lot like game number 1, just swapping out the Cho'Gath for the Gragas.
Here come the bans. BBQ go Lucian, SKT will ban out Orianna, then BBQ will ban out Rek'Sai, and SKT will ban out... Oh, damn it.
Not a good start for the predictions.
Whatever. Okay. But I fully expected Lucian ban out of this one, and the Orianna still, because the Orianna-Rakan combination is so deadly when you're dealing with these tanks that are built to protect these squishies. We saw how aggressive Totoro was with his Tristana, or engaging onto Tristana with the Rakan. So enabling the Orianna even more is not something that you want to deal with if you're SKT.
We'll see if we get a second ban on the Lucian this time around. Definitely one of those focus picks, as you were talking about, for FLICKR. Lots of other stuff still available, though, such as LeBlanc, Vitalia, other sorts of big picks still on the board. So they take away the LeBlanc. The Trundle was taken away from Crazy by SKT the first time around. We're going to be looking for one more ban.
So that Trundle being locked away is an indication that that's probably going to be a Maokai top for Huni. So they're giving up more room for blank. We might get to see a Rek'Sai again from the SKT jungler. And that's just a hover. It could be a pick as well, as Azir is somewhat viable against these tanks, but the champion just has so many bugs. He's quite literally the embodiment of the ancient Egypt lore where locusts just came around and the bugs are just relentless. So Lucian does get locked away instead. So instead of banning it, they go for the deny against FLICKR. So they still prioritize the champion, but Orianna still remains as a possible pickup for FLICKR, and that would still be just as effective in the hands of SKT as it was on BBQ. So the mid laners just got reversed, and Orianna, I gotta side with her, to be honest. She is just so powerful right now.
The mid laner with no counters, if you will, as we have heard from across the scene of League of Legends. And a Sejuani pickup, which means that another ball carrier. You got 3 on your side. You have protection for Tristana with that huge front line. A very common sort of composition that we see nowadays on the Rift.
The composition will become weaker when QSSs are purchased by the 280 carries on BBQ. But until then, they'll still be just as irrelevant in team fights as ever, especially when it comes to just grouping 5v5, because you already know we're going to hit a point with Gargoyle Stoneblades, with Unbreakable Will, where none of these tanks are going to take any frontline damage, and BBQ is just going to be wondering, how do we get past this frontline? So the trade off of Lucian into Orianna has to once again fall into the early game. BBQ need to push SKT to the very limits to force this composition to never group up so that they can find opportunities, split pushing to catch them by surprise, pick on the squishies, and move on to close out a game quickly, because the late game, SKT has so many tools to just obliterate BBQ's double AD carry comp.
We'll see if we can get some equalizers out of Crazy onto that back line, try to push Bang away, get through the front line of SKT. Temp's gonna chew on some gum coming into this one. You can see Huni's already got his in. Very important details that you have to know. Make sure everybody's got their gum. Heard stories about gum here in the Nexon Arena.
What happened out of nowhere? Everybody started chewing gum. I remember I was starting gum like 2 years ago. I was doing gum all over, and now everyone's doing gum. That's not me.
You were one of the cool kids, the hipsters that did gum.
No, it's soothing, right? If you don't get distracted, like if you have any nervous tics or anything, you can always chew gum. It's just enough to keep you focused into the game and just autonomous enough by itself so that you don't get fully immersed in another activity.
Yeah. Well, Tempt is the only one that's chewing gum on the side of BBQ. We'll see if that helps him coming into game number 3. Let's do it. Let's jump onto the Rift, see if SKT can close it out, or will BBQ do the upset? Here we go, game number 3. Yeah, let's get it started.
Look at those angles.
Yeah.
He should be an addition to the pentakill band. You know, Metal does use cowbells every once in a while.
You see the beat he's got going on? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Let's get it started down in the bot lane.
We need to be handing out cowbells to the fans when it comes to a stadium event and start cheering that way. Give them plastic cowbells.
Remember what happened with the Vuvuzelas?
What's wrong with the Vuvuzelas?
It was a little bit annoying. Just a little bit. That was the World Cup, right? A while back?
I think it was the South Africa Soccer World Cup. Wasn't there a World Cup there?
Yeah, was it like 2008, maybe? Because I remember it was a while ago, and I wasn't like super old. I was still a teenager. 17 at the time, 2008.
You really remember Vuvuzelas.
it had a large impact on my life, you know? It was a big thing on the internet for a while. It was the meme of its time.
I was not acquainted with memes when I was 17.
Really?
Yeah.
But were you not playing League at that time?
Not really.
I guess, was League out then? No, it wasn't. It came out in 2010, right?
Yeah.
League? Okay, hold that thought. We got a early gank, and Crazy, he's going to try to pull off the moves, try to pull off a little bit of that Renekton play. He is going to get onto that blasting plan, but Blank is on the chase. Here's Tempt, but actually Huni cannot get in position, so Crazy with the big escape once again.
That was a level 2 Sejuani ganking. Like, wow, how often do you get to see that happen? Goes red to blue to top side of the map. And that puts him already in a precedent against Bless, who is now level 3, gets to farm happily, and that's not what you expect to see out of the Boar Lady. Bristle typically takes a little bit longer to deal enough damage to be a significant threat with Arctic Assault, as well as the Glacial Prism.
Bless even challenging Blank here. Going to put down a ward, and it looks like they want to go 2v1. Blank coming around the right side, but good read.
Look at a Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf's making his way over too, but he is spotted out. Blasting plants.
He's showing off.
Look at that damage onto Wolf, though. Down to about 50, 100 health there.
I'm glad that Bless did not take that blast cone over the wall, that he made sure that he stays on this side, because bottom lane has a big advantage. They need to continue the pressure onto these lanes. Otherwise, the early gank that Blank went for becomes actually worth it.
Yeah, look at this. He's getting in there, stealing down to the big, or no, that was actually Blank. My bad. Just cleaning up the scraps. Bless will make his way out. We got very low members in the mid lane as FLICKR using the last of his mana to survive against a bit of that burst damage from Tempt.
But he's been farming great, so he doesn't have much to do here besides just sitting in the tower, DPSing some minions, and as long as the junglers remain active, there is not going to be kill pressure onto any one of these members. They might be looking for FLICKR without his heal available, so this could be Bless's early game once again coming to fruition.
This is going to be hard to make work. They need to have Gragas tanking this up. And here we go. Oh, the minion blocked it! Oh, that's a bit embarrassing. Bless now just going to slow down FLICKR and awkwardly walk out of that one.
That's the Santa Claus that's too fat to slide down the chimney. He's like, oh, God. Doesn't give any gifts, just leave some half-eaten cookies.
Your chimney's too thin. The minions coming in, they're the real heroes in that one. Saving FLICKR's life from the start. Bang gonna get locked down once again, but the cow is angry. You don't want to see him when he's angry. Gonna push them away. So, just a bit of trading. No kills coming out here just yet.
Farm relatively even everywhere in the jungle and mid, but the advantages that are building in the polar opposites of the map are going to be apparent, as now Ghost is already 10 CS up and the Maokai has a difficult time against the relentless push of Crazy. So BBQ have a lot going on for them in these side lanes. However, because the map is split up with these advantages, Bless will be having to make the choice of where to gank. Now, the obvious choice is you go to the bottom side of the map. You've got a Rumble. You can help him out. It's easy to execute. Maokai a lot harder to kill now that Spectre's Cowl is up. But if he were to go topside, it'll almost certainly be seen as a mistake. So we expect BBQ to be communicating how important it is for them to go to the bottom side of the map and take advantage of the damage and CS that Totoro and Ghost have put onto SKT.
That was some good CSing under turret, good communication from Bang and Wolf, making that one look a little bit easier than it actually was. Got the majority of those one. Still a little bit behind compared to Ghost, but the Ghost Totoro combination on the Lovers duo in the bot lane is doing well so far. You'll notice we've had the camera down here for quite a while. We've been there for about a minute. And finally, we're going to get to switch it up. So blue buff being handed over to Tempt. You guys can see all of this.
We're just snooping on a couple's relationship. It's like they're YouTubers talking about their marriage. Yeah, we fight sometimes. Maybe not all the time between ourselves, but here comes Bless. He's got flash. Bang does not have jump.
Okay, here we go. Bang with his own flash. Nice dodge, and Wolf gonna flash in and ground pound himself. So a failed gank after all, but they do get 2 of the flashes away from that bottom side of SKT.
That was beautiful to watch how both SKT members responded. Bang flashing immediately, knowing that Bless was going for the flash himself. And then Wolf taking the flash, and then with the pulverized flash. We know that you can pulverize and flash again. You buffer it, so that mechanic is one of the most fun to use when you're playing in solo queue. So many members just don't expect that you can pull that off, and when you do, you always hit the headbutt behind them and guarantee yourself a kill.
Oh, get back to the mid lane. Okay, here we go. That flash coming out, but Tempt is on the chase, looking for a solo kill. So close.
Look at Rakan, look at Soto. He's a flash.
Oh, but Blank is here. Looks like he should be denied. Okay, Blank is going to keep him alive. And Totoro just hopping away. But FLICKR once again having trouble against Tempt. On the blue side was Kassadin versus the Taliyah in game 1. This time it's Orianna versus Lucian.
Well, he's got Ignite, so Lucian has a lot of kill pressure here, but wisely does Bless go for an invade, and they're going to go for bottom again.
Okay, there's no summoners. They force that ultimate away from Wolf. Though Totoro does trade his own, they do not commit to it just yet.
With the denial on blue buff, I think BBQ have an opportunity to go onto the mid lane again. There is a Cutlass onto Tempt that can make it a little easy for Bless to get this gank off, even though his flash isn't available. But with cast, heal, and flash nowhere in sight for FLICKR, BBQ can have a great opportunity mid, but by bottom.
Wolf, he doesn't have anything. The feathers are out. He's looking for that pullback. There it is with the flash and first blood. Ghost gonna pick that up with the help of Totoro. Nicely done.
BBQ's bottom lane have been smashing SKTs all series long. They have been winning these lanes, just getting as many advantages as they can. And now, even though CS is in the favor of SKT, they get that first blood, and that's huge because Totoro still has flash. That means they have more opportunities to go for more plays. Even though that last one was orchestrated by the ultimate from Ghost, now they can just retort and use the one from Totoro.
Okay, before we had Blank here in the mid lane, this time it's Bless, and FLICKR with no flash. There's the perfect cast, and the shockwave is going to hit Tempt, though. Will he have the stash up in time? 2 seconds will do it, but the Sejuani ult comes out, doesn't hit Tempt. Here's Totoro from the bot lane. There it is. FLICKR is going to go down, and now Blank in a lot of trouble. Pulverize is only going to hit 2 of them, and here's Tempt with the double hit, but Blank does get away. Now they're on the chase here for Wolf, who does headbutt into the Raptors. Still looking for that slowdown, not going to follow up. So just 1 kill onto FLICKR. Blank got pretty low, though.
And this is SKT just thinking that they can respond with a counter attack onto this play. But this is a Sejuani Orianna. They have no business fighting Gragas and Lucian at this stage in the game. So they get bopped and just clean right away. What the play should have been is Blank just goes up and helps FLICKR clean out the minion wave. You push, you back off, you go for the jungle. Instead, they're just baiting. Sejuani was previously waiting in the wings for this play, so the second that Bless shows up, I mean, FLICKR's not even playing to the right side of the map where they have vision. They make it all too easy for Bless, and now the ultimate gets used. What would have been the playmaking move for SKT gets used defensively, the equivalent of seeing a Shen ult used to save somebody, and just barely does Blank make it out by Wolf's reaction to help out Bristle. It's just a humanitarian in Wolf. Doesn't want to see cows, don't want to see boars get killed.
Animal friendly here on the side of SKT.
Animals being bros.
Yeah. I love that subreddit.
I don't. I like nature is metal.
Nature is effing lit. That's another good one. Pretty much anything with animals is pretty entertaining.
No, there's a lot. No, no, especially not on there. There is a little bit more than meets the eye when it comes to anything with animals.
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't really delve that deep as you do, Crumbs, but to each his own.
Don't put me in that same boat, man.
Bless coming in here trying to make things interesting with a red buff steal, even using the cask. This is my red buff, says Bless. Get the hell out of here. And, well, he's not going to have that cask now, and he will just walk away with his prize.
They're being so aggressive. I love it. BBQ taking full advantage of what they have at their disposal. And SKT don't have a response here. There's too much pressure onto the map, and this is why Sejuani's just not that good of a jungler right now. Her ultimate half the time whiffs. You can get a QSS to avoid it. Her early game isn't that great. And I've been preaching Gragas for a long, and now FLICKR in trouble.
Oh, so close. He gets down to about 200 health. But again, he doesn't need the kill attempt. He has both of his summoners available. He's putting on incredible pressure in that mid lane. And you can see the follow-up. They're going to push this one in and begin to lay down some damage. Crazy making his way down. Blank, he cannot stop this. This is looking like first blood for BBQ.
This is so well orchestrated. You even have the support roaming in straight to mid lane after recalling. So it's all one well-oiled machine. I guess one well-oiled chicken. That's olive oil for you right there. That's what makes the difference with BBQ.
That chicken's oiled up and ready to go. Looking slick in this game. Meanwhile, Ghost won a trade in bottom side up against Bang 1v1. So more domination there. Doesn't really show itself in the CS as it is relatively even. Just one kill going over to Ghost so far. But already that gold lead coming in for BBQ, 3,000 ahead. That first Drake is the Mountain Drake. They are going to have this early lead to try to transition into something like that. This may have been SKT's moment to go for that, but you could see that Blank did go for his own recall, so will not be able to do it.
SKT have to be careful if they want to go for the dragon. Look at the vision. This isn't basically a connect the dots sketchbook from BBQ on the right side of the map, especially in the river. So going in here undetected would be next to impossible for SKT. And they have to be even more cautious now that Crazy does have his Leandris completed and will be able to teleport at a almost, now he is, level 11 Rumble.
Okay, here we go. Level 10 Huni on that Maokai. Hasn't hit it just yet. He's meanwhile putting vision down in the red side jungle of BBQ. And SKT, they fought hard, they fought well for vision around that Drake, and they do have the majority of it right now. Did pick up that Rift Scuttler at the same time. So they do own this part of the river for now. Bit of a fight, and here we go once again. I mean, Tempt is just going ham on this. The Ignite comes out, and that's a solo kill this time around. I wasn't even watching that. I was surprised looking at the junglers fighting, and then I looked to the left, and all of a sudden, FLICKR's going down. So a solo kill here, and now it's 5v4. And BBQ, this should be an easy pickup on the Drake if that's what they want.
Even though the shockwave hits, Tempt still picks up the kill. The Ignite, the strength that Lucian has right now in this matchup is too much for FLICKR to handle. And this is just what happens when you leave the Lucian alone for the 1v1. This is an indication of what we'll get to see later in the game, where a 1-4 is induced by BBQ, exactly like what SKT was doing in the previous game. So we're going to look at it again. The second that the dissonance gets used on the creep wave, he dashes in and sure, it connects, but the angle of the culling is great, predicts a bit of where FLICKR's going to flash, so he ends up getting hit on it. And best of all was Totoro there to save Lucian's life by making sure that the knockup is there, and that Bang can't flash in to get more autos and maybe finish him off with a buster shot. Fantastic
Team play overall from the side of BBQ to follow that one up, as you did say. But now we got a 2-0 Lucian in the mid lane. Tempt, he has just been all over FLICKR in this series. And I remember an interview, I don't remember exactly who said it, but they ranked Tempt very high in terms of mid laners.
That was Septed from Ever in week 1, though. So back then he had a lot more credit to his word. Unfortunately, now the position that Ever is in did take away some of that validity, but Tempt has been a pretty solid player, even though BBQ have been at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, he has the most MVP points for his team And even though FLICKR isn't having the most fantastic end of summer, you know, no arguing with that one for sure. Tempt is still going head-to-head with this guy who is known as the best League of Legends player in the world. So props to him making this work. SKT, meanwhile, as we were talking about that mid lane matchup, was able to sneak away the Rift Herald. Did go over to Blank, just able to solo that one out. Now they're trying to look for a bit of a dive onto Huni and Blank here. Gonna be a 2v2 for now, but you can see Dempt is making his way. Nice wave clear. And they're really making this one count. They're gonna proxy this. Bless is gonna try to clear out as much as possible. It looks like he's gonna back away now. Okay, here we go, another one. The shockwave will come out, but here's the culling again, and FLICKR goes low. No more mana. He will exit the lane. Okay, here we go. Now they're looking for the dive. Okay, never mind. The barrel comes out. Okay, now they're looking for the dive. Never mind. Just trading a little bit. Best play-by-play. You'll see. But, yeah, just pushing them away from that turret. And now with Tempt coming up, they should be able to put immense pressure down, as it's only Huni that has stuck around.
He's got Merc Tread, so he's not going to be in danger. And not sure what SKT tries to do here in defending this one, because Orianna is far from collapsing.
Okay, they do defend it, though, using pretty much everything that Huni had at his disposal. At the same time, Bless did get pretty low. He's just going to walk away from this one.
So I guess they really didn't want to drop that tower. They do blow many of their important cooldowns on it, but we gotta tune back onto the mid lane as Totoro approaches FLICKR, who still doesn't have flash or heal.
Here we go again. This guy is just out of control. Down he's gonna go, easy peasy. The shockwave coming through, but he saves his dash. And that's gonna mean another kill. 3-0 now is the Lucian.
He's basically channeling old school Marin that would just stay as overextended as possible, pushing as much as he can. That's a 0-3-0 Orianna, not a single assist or kill under his belt, whereas Tempt is already just so damn strong. I mean, you can't really give him more kills than this at this point. All three have been FLICKR.
Yeah. Here's where I wish we could get the player cam zoom in as FLICKR goes down to his third kill. We get to zoom in onto his face.
No emotion, guaranteed.
Yeah, probably. We've seen him mouth some stuff to himself in the booth from time to time. And the way this series has been going, he has had pretty much no luck in the mid lane against Tempt. Not something I would have expected to be saying about this matchup. And here's Bless now, looking to make his life even harder. FLICKR does have flash, but so does Bless.
Will he overextend?
They see where he's going. Okay, the ball's going to check it out, and he spots out Bless. FLICKR knows that he's got a target on his back.
Bless had a ward to place over the wall, I'm sure he would not have hesitated in going on FLICKR.
Okay, the Dragon is started up. They do have those feathers doing a nice bit of damage already, but the TP coming in. And a great engage from Wolf. There's that Sejuani ult. It's going to hit Tempt in the backline. He's been CC'd for so long. The shockwave, though, is going to miss. Bang and FLICKR getting low themselves, but finally Ghost. He is going to get taken out. Bang, he's going in for that kill. A double for the Maokai. Now they're looking for Crazy. Nice combo here from Wolf. Looking to dive that turret, but here comes Bless. He doesn't have much mana. Gonna smite the blue and take out FLICKR. That's a 4th death for FLICKR in the midst of this entire one, but Crazy will go down as well. In the end, a good trade for SKT, even if it does mean it's at FLICKR's expense.
Oh, FLICKR got bopped in the head right at the end with the cast, so no to the blue buff steal, but it all started with a Baron, and they can 2v3 this. Oh, they can easily win this.
Okay, I mean, they got this incredibly fed Lucian. It looks like for now they're just trying to stop the push. Although, as I say that, they're on the chase. The culling coming out. Huni going extremely low. Wolf trying to be the hero, pushing away Tempt, but now he's taking damage. Looks like he's going to sacrifice himself to get Tempt out of the fight, and that's pretty smart. But can he get him fully out of the fight as the chase is still coming on? Here comes Totoro. Okay, it's going to end here. Although, as I say that, with Moby Boots is Totoro. They'll at least look to take down this turret, and SKT is sticking around. Huni getting more and more healthy on that Maokai, and here comes FLICKR. They will engage, and there's that Sejuani ult once again. Fantastic cast to get FLICKR out of the fight. The dash, though, is going to go wide, and Bless will go down, and so will Tempt. It's going to be close, though. Here comes FLICKR, and it looks like that sapling from the bush is going to take him out in the end one.
The surprise kitten that ends up taking down Temp. That's a 4-0-1 Maokai now, and that was a crazy series of events that started from BBQ, starting that dragon, but not being fully ready for it. SKT had more vision to allow the collapse and the teleport from Huni to happen, but BBQ did not. Rumble teleported in so far away that it just did not make a difference when it counted. So Wolf is just going to proc the blast counter, get to safety here. Not much will come of it, whereas SKT walk away with that bottom tier 1. Dragon still intact, and even though FLICKR 0-4-0 and we criticize how often he was getting caught out, he still finds a way to be relevant. That's what you want to see out of players. That's what makes the difference. So we're going to look at it again. We know that the second that SKT approaches and Mar and Huni's base and that the teleport is coming out, and while Zaya gets to dodge out of the combo, the stun has already locked down Temp. There's so much damage, and you wish that an equalizer was available here, but it was a bit too late. The carries were already out of position. Bang already had the reset, and even though they chase Rumble, FLICKR, his greed knows no limits, as we don't get to see it, but Gragas did walk up to him, flash, and hit him in the dome.
Yeah, smited away the blue too, to add insult to injury. Would have stolen it anyway, but wanted to make sure he took that out. So after all of that fighting, that seemed like a never-ending fight that went down on in the bot lane, we do have another one coming out as Tempt pushes Blank away, but BBQ about 300 gold ahead. This Mountain Drake still has not been taken by either team. Still no Drakes here. 24 minutes into this game, even with that very valuable Mountain.
SKT will be the one that approaches this Mountain and likely will take it, as Huni decided to sacrifice a top tier 1, which was already one hit away from the previous commitment that Bless and Crazy did in the top side of the map. So they should have known that this dragon was going to drop, and instead they only get a tower in response that was likely to drop. But BBQ, they're strong enough to win these fights, but they need to take better precautions when it comes to setting up the vision, prioritizing the lanes, making sure that they're in the right place at the right time and that they combo abilities together. Otherwise, they will fall at the hands of SKT time and time again.
It's kind of an interesting play that went on the map. They give away that Mountain Drake away, but they take down 2 turrets, even forcing out the Maokai ultimate at the end of it all.
It's like a trade for just 1, though, because of how low that top tier 1 was. When you're in the game, you don't see it as a gold investment. You see it as a time commitment. So they already recognize that BBQ will have to commit to the top side of the map to finish that tower off, and they're willing to trade that one off to the bottom side. Rather, at the top side, the minions were already going to take that down, so it didn't really matter if you gave that up. They are okay with just giving up the bottom tower and go for the dragon, because after all, post 20 minutes, being in the bottom side of the map, if you don't have teleport, is likely the trigger for the opposite team to start the Baron in your face. So they don't have a problem going with that trade, and now if SKT find themselves with enough time around the Baron, they can easily take it themselves.
You can see lots of vision being set up already, but unfortunately the recall out of Bang means that BBQ will retake that vision with a bunch of their own control wards. FLICKR hanging by with the blue buff. SKT waiting in the wings, seeing if they can get anyone. Actually spotting out that Lovers duo going bottom lane. And you can see Bless even forced to flash away from this one. Will he make it out with his life is really the question. The TP coming in, they're looking to trade this one. Here comes Totoro, looking for that engage. The quickness coming in, the equalizer goes wide, but they get 2 with the cast. They need to take out one of these members. Blank getting low. Shockwave is going to take down Tempt to a pretty low number. Huni trying to lock him down forever, and he's extremely tanky. Finally going to get shot down, or locked down, and he does not actually die. So no kills, lots of ultimates and summoners blown on both sides.
That appeared to be SKT that was going to walk away with a huge advantage there as soon as Crazy committed to that teleport. But luckily the flask from Bless was huge as it dispersed FLICKR far and brought the tanks closer so that they still had enough damage. They do get this tier 2, and Tempt is pushing the tier 1, so I don't think that they're going to be able to stay too long on this one, as Lucian will have to be accounted for. So overall, not much gets happened besides the teleports, and the vision still remains in BBQ's favor on the Baron side. But what are they willing to do with this? Are they gonna try to rush this out?
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, they
I
are.
was gonna say it. This is the sickest time because FLICKR, he just recalled. He committed to it. Okay, they're not gonna go for it, but they were thinking about it. They had some room. It would have been a very risky play, no doubt.
They're not the ones with that Mountain Dragon. They can't just say, we can rush it in the face of our opponents while their mid laner arrives. So they back away, and Rumble wasn't even there. So it was an opportunity to just test the waters. You see what happens, but you know that it's not going to truly get you the objective.
We finally have a blue side team that's in a decent position in this game. So finally we see fights over the vision in the red side jungle. Something we haven't had the luxury of watching for the first 2 games of this one. Oh, Bless actually takes Huni over the wall, and this means Tempt can get a bit of free damage onto him. And the cask even coming down, they're committing to this one just a bit. Huni does get taken down. Crazy still with the equalizer. They were certainly thinking about committing there.
Bless does not have enough mana to stay in a fight for that long, especially when the fight starts with him, and he's not going to be able to do much more afterwards. And Tristana wasn't there, so the fight was too spread out for any team to want to commit to that one. And while the itemization from BBQ is starting to get nice, you get triple items, they're going to have to farm for a bit more gold now, because SKT is going to get a hell of a lot more tanky. The Stone Plate is about to come through for Blank. Huni already has the Warden's Mail, which will be that bristle, that Thorn Mail coming through later on. And then you have Alistar that already has his Glacial Shroud, so they need armor penetration and they need it fast. Otherwise, the compositions and the way they play the fights will have to be so elusive in avoiding the tanks and making sure that they can stick onto Bang and FLICKR, who at least FLICKR doesn't have Flash, so that's a viable target. But for Bang, that's a lot tougher.
He's pretty set up in this moment in time, once again on the Tristana. Funny that he keeps getting it in some of these games. We've seen that Tristana go up in priority in these drafts phases quite a lot. You can see that SKT do love themselves some Tristana. So BBQ just trying to poke down, get some vision of their own around the Baron side. They do have position there, 4 now. They're not too far ahead, just about 800 gold at this point in time as we do cross the 30-minute mark in game number 3. Mountain Drake number 2 is going to be spawning in about 13 seconds as well, so we'll see if either team wants to make a move towards that objective.
The Dragon is a trap right now. You can only move to it if you have enough pressure in your lanes as well as vision. So because they have pressure bottom side, they are okay with doing this. But imagine if SKT were the ones to start this Dragon off. They would have been in a wealth of trouble when it comes to defending whatever BBQ would have responded with. And so they split themselves up again, akin to game 1 where SKT was 2-manning, or rather game 2 where SKT was 2-manning the Baron. But by moving for the Dragon, they do give up position in the Baron. So SKT gets to reclaim that vision, but at least now, if the opportunity arises where, say, FLICKR or Bang gets to recall or they get a pick-off, they have a much higher chance to take that Baron down quickly because of the Mountain.
Yeah, it's going to be a race for that Baron. You wouldn't think you would find yourself here, SKT versus BBQ in game number 3 with the gold basically exactly even. But that is the position that we're in right now, guys. So strap yourselves in. We got a close one. See that Tristana is beginning to pop off. Crits are coming in. She's getting that higher range as she's now hit level 16 already at 31 minutes.
BBQ will be giving up mid-tier 2. They have some pressure top, as Lucian did push for that one, but BBQ need to get in a position where they respond. Totoro is there. He's looking for it, but nobody else is nearby, and SKT just is taking whatever they want. Without any effort whatsoever, they just push mid, take bottom tower. Now granted, that turret was a lot lower from that crazy chase that we saw about 10 minutes ago where FLICKR got to bounce back and push the wave up to the tier 2 and do some serious harm onto BBQ's inner tower. So we don't want to be fooled into thinking that it was Huni single-handedly taking down that tower.
Crazy, showing the respect. Didn't want to get himself locked up into a fight. Knows the amount of CC that the Maokai has, just in case someone else from SKT was there. The Rumble, not the tankiest top laner we've ever seen. Okay, they're going to start it. Here we go, that Mountain Drake. You can see FLICKR's trying to poke on in. It looks like they know.
TP's in.
Yeah, TP coming in, and BBQ, they're going to turn, but SKT will successfully disengage. And in fact, going back on the Ghost, Bang in a good spot, and Huni looking to lock him up from behind. Tempt is in a lot of trouble. He's going to get hit by 2 ultimates, and down he will go. That is a huge pick right now for SKT, and the rest of BBQ will be on the run. They take out Tempt, that fed Lucian, and now they have control of this game.
It looked like maybe they wanted to just get the teleport out, but they did not expect Huni to have such a great position, and the ultimate put such an emphasis on SKT wanting to take that fight, and BBQ just scattered. They have no idea what to do after that big ultimate comes out, and then the other side has a Wolf with ultimate available, so they had no choice but to retreat, and they're lucky that they only lost 1 member in that exchange, and Ghost didn't even burn his flash to survive that fight, so at least they get to teleport. But what will they do next? They have to respond to SKT starting this. They have a steal threat, but Wolf will be trying to stop Bless.
You see Bless, he knows the position here. He's trying to come around the top side. But Wolf, they have full vision of Bless right now. They're going to engage, actually, onto Wolf. But look at that burst damage coming out of the Tristana. It's going to be enough. Even if Wolf trades his life, that is pretty nice. Able to take out Totoro for that counter engage. Wolf does go down. Bless still looking for it, but the Buster Shot comes out and gets him out of range. That Baron will go down to Tristana in the end of it all.
So incredibly obnoxious when you have so many tools to stop the engagement. I gotta say, what was Bless doing in that one? He could have actually dropped the control ward on him to make sure that Tristana would not have sight of him going for that engage. So questionable attempt on these Baron steals from BBQ, and we're going to look at the fight again. Even though he flashed out of the Twisted Advance, the point and click was already too much, and they get to just walk away with their lives right at the end, but they lost the Baron, and I think that's been the most underwhelming aspect of some of these LCK matches. Teams going for Baron steals, taking absolutely no precautions into how to do so properly.
Yeah, I know you definitely find some moments where the junglers are trying to dash in instead of flash. They don't fully commit. And hold that thought. Okay, Totoro's being bursted down. That's going to be very, very close. Down he goes. Now Ghost is getting low. One more crit. He's going to go down. Can we have another one? Crazy on the chase here. The equalizer looking to trade back, but it's definitely not enough. Zonius can only save you for so much. And in the back line, Tempt is going to get caught. The taunt, it doesn't look like it will come down, the stun rather, and Tempt will live, but that's 3 kills. Nice setup by Bang.
And Bang could have just connected to the game right now, and that series of plays will absolutely earn him MVP for this game. So SKT will now be pushing to end the game, and what an anticlimactic end to this grueling series where 3 members get picked up by a lone Bang, and now the game is all SKT's.
Yeah, Tempt's trying to be a hero here, but I'm sorry, sir. Doesn't matter how fed you are, you cannot go 1v5. And down he does go. So SKT, it was a bit bumpy, especially in game number 1. We weren't expecting them to take that loss, but they do close out in the end, and they do take the series 2-1.
That was really the least expected ending that could have happened. Bang 1v3s. I guess 3 1v1s in a row, if you put it that way, but just cleaned out BBQ, like 3 headless chickens just running around, trying to take flight.
It was getting late in the series. He was getting hungry, you know? He wanted to have some chicken. He wanted to chow down. Tristana's a growing girl. She needs her chicken.
The deed has been done for BBQ, though. What they had hoped for today, which was at least get 1 win in to avoid that last place. They acquired it in game 1, so they can walk away slightly content. They put up a good fight against SKT, and SKT have a lot more reflection to do than Afrika as they will, or than BBQ, as they will be facing Afrika in the wild card match, a team that we cannot emphasize how many odd elements are coming into this match that can dictate the entire pace of it.
It's hard to say who you would favor coming into this one, right? Going into spring, let's say they had to go up against each other, it wouldn't have been in the wild card match because SKT wouldn't even been there. And now it's a weird spot where SKT is in 4th place. They have to face off against Afrika. That's not a happy coach. That's not a happy team on the side of BBQ, but at least they got 9th place, as you said, for relegations. But I don't know. What are you thinking about this going into the wild card match?
I'm thinking that it's not going to be favorites. They're just going to be two teams that you don't know what to expect. So everybody should have no expectations for any one of these teams. You don't even know what players are going to play from the side of SKT, as both Huni and Untaro and Peanut and Blank have had off performances here and there. The champion pools are pretty much the same, so there's so many questions and no answers for us. Whereas BBQ, okay, they made mistakes that should not have happened, but they still put up a good fight in terms of proactivity here. They drafted decently well. And hell, Temp gets to say that he dumpstered FLICKR in lane today.
Yeah.
Some help from his teams, but you don't get to say that one too often.
You put that one under his belt. Definitely would like to put that one on my wall. Make a little plaque for myself.
You would do that?
I dumpstered FLICKR in lane.
One
series.
One time 8 years ago when your children would look at it, Daddy, what's that? It's like, oh, it's the source of my pride.
It's the only thing I've got.
It's what keeps me going. Yeah, you tell that to your kid.
The kids are like, what about me, Daddy? No, not quite the same. Well, this is when Bang began to pop off on the Tristana. Didn't bother to work on the crazy. This was the cool moment.
End of the game. Red buff death. Then it explodes next to Gus. It's like, oh, I can kill you too. Red buff death. Then it's like, oh, here comes another contender. And then flashes out of the equalizer. And then another death. I wish we got to see Crazy die to red buff again as well. But that was not the case. He simply died by auto attacks. And then the rest of them felt like two dominoes that just had no business looking at disarray of one of those cool little organizations of dominoes that make these figures. You know what I'm talking about? You know, where they stack a bunch of dominoes and then they make a picture out of when they fall.
Yeah. They're pretty cool. Tempt had the most damage in the game, regardless of BBQ losing. Lots of damage coming out from both Rumble and Lucian in this one. But the Tristana and Huni on that very nice Maokai were the heroes of this one. So guys, we're going to go to the MVP interview. I'll hand you over to Jisung.
Hi, this is Jisung, your translator, and here we have Wolf for the MVP interview. So how do you feel about going into the playoffs? Well, I used my Alistar skin for the first set, but I couldn't perform my best Alistar, so I'm not really that satisfied. And also in the game 3, I got solo killed once, but overall, I'm kind of not really that satisfied. Then what was the most important point for today's game? So it was our last game before the wild card, so it was our last time to check up our performance. So I wish it would be more perfect, but I'm kind of sad that we couldn't make it. So you have a lot of confidence on your Alistar. What kind of priority does Alistar have compared to other support champions? Well, Alistar is easy to make games in a lead. You can initiate team fights, and also you can get a lot of ogres as a supporter, so I think it's really good. Don't you play the cowbell? Well, I was kind of sad I didn't pick the cowbell skin for the first game. Then how did you turn the game around, the second game? Well, the game 2, I think I erased all my memories about the hard parts, so I don't really remember. Then let's check out the MVP for the game 3.
MVP for game 3 is Huni. On that Maokai, no surprise, fantastic engages across the map. Really looked good on that tank top.
Yeah, I really would have thought that Bang would have gotten it for ending that game, but let's see what he did in this one. So, yeah, point and click. I guess Tristana does the exact same thing, so who are we to judge?
I mean, essentially, this engage was fantastic. He got on top of Tempt, made sure that they could get that pick, and that did open up the game from there.
So Huni is the MVP. So how do you feel? Since it was our last game for the split, I really wanted to perform my best, but I'm sad I made some mistakes, but it's really nice that we won the game. And also, I really thought we must win the game because it's our last game before the postseason. So I think I prepared a lot and played well. Well, but I'm kind of sad that we couldn't make it perfect. What kind of special mission did the coach give to you? Well, not a special mission, but after the game 2, he said you and Blank will be in after the game 2. So I was sweating a lot after he told me that. But it was my first season to be seasoned out and getting in again, so I was feeling kind of nervous, but I'm really happy that I performed well. Then what kind of feedback did you guys share before the game 3? Well, nothing really special, but we had some issues with the headset, so we just did our voice checks. Then thinking of the third set, well, it was an easy game. How was it? Well, personally, I want to say about the solo kill, it was because of the jungle. And my second death was because I tried to save Huni, so I want to give that as my excuse. Well, but I don't really remember. Well, I didn't die at all in the game, so I don't know what it feels about dying. Then how would you like to look back the whole season? Well, this summer season, I think I had a lot of plays that wasn't like me, like not Huni style, so we're in the postseason, so we're gonna prepare to get improved in every matches. And also we're gonna cheer up and get more encouragement before the games. So this is the end of the season, and before this July, it wasn't really this busy, so yeah, it was really a hard time for me. And we're really working hard, preparing a lot, so we're ready for the wild cards. And we're gonna try our best to show our best performance. And then last message for your fans, please. So this is the end of the season. We got big matches to go. We're gonna show our best SKT performance, and we know we have been shown our best for throughout the season. So I want to be so thankful for all the fans being so supportive the whole season. And I really want to be the best player of the SKT once more. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much, Ji-sun, for helping out with the interpretation of the interview. It's cool to see that Wolf has got his rock, paper, scissors skills all worked out heading into playoffs. No, Wolf won. That's why Huni had to do it.
Oh, they
Paper
didn't want
beats
to do
rock.
it? They didn't want to do it?
I guess not.
Oh, I thought they were fighting to see who wanted to do it. Well, that just makes me sad.
They don't want to talk. They played a lot of games, but either way, at the end of it all, SKT is in 4th place, of course, as we already knew. This doesn't really matter, but BBQ, they do secure 9th place going into relegations. They do get that very thick red bar over their name, so it kind of sucks for them.
9th place on lockdown, but then SKT also has 4th on lock themselves. Some banter about their dying in-game, but they have a lot of work to do because sure, maybe a FLICKR is an opponent that they can beat based on the record for a FLICKR and them improving as we go on, but then they'll have to face up against the top of the table. You got Longzhu, you got Samsung, you've got KT. It gets a lot harder than that. They need to improve radically, and they have about 2 weeks to prepare for all those matches, so they'll have plenty of time for them to recover, but we just won't know because guess what? We'll see new patches too, and everything's going to get shaken up again.
It's going to be crazy too because it's a best of 3 on a new patch. SKT looked shaky coming into this one against BBQ, but at FLICKR overall, they're only 10-8 on the season, right? They're not this superpower team. They look good, they have great players, but when it comes down to it, it is one best of 3. So guys, either way, before that, we are going to get to our final series of the night. It is going to be Samsung versus Longzhu, the long-awaited one. We will get to that in about a half hour, so stay tuned. Good evening and welcome to the big match of the night, the final one of LCK Summer. Longzhu Gaming up against Samsung Galaxy, going head-to-head here to decide who will take first place in LCK Summer. I am Valdez, with me is Crumbs, and this is going to be a big match.
Not just first place, but who will be at the top of the playoffs, King of the Hill style that we have here in the LCK, to decide who can go immediately to finals, of World Finals rather. So both these teams are looking strong for it because the winner absolutely gets first and the loser third place guaranteed. There's no ifs, no buts, that's just the way we're doing it.
Yeah, and this is big, as you mentioned, for both of them, obviously, right? You take first, you get into a great, fantastic position to get yourself to Worlds. Longzhu, they need to win Summer or they need to win the Worlds Gauntlet. They don't have enough points to make it through just on points directly into Worlds. Samsung, they need to do better than KT in this Summer Finals, in the Summer Playoffs, in order to make it off of points. So both of them want to get to the top. Samsung or Longzhu, obviously they would want to win, but securing their final seed is more important than anything, and it comes down to one match. Lots of pressure on both of these guys, especially on Cuz, who got slapped around, just like he's doing to himself right now, by KT, who targeted him in pick ban. They targeted him in game, and he was nothing more than a ghost of his former self.
Absolutely, KT pinpointed Cuz, as so many of us has, as the weakness of Longzhu, and they punished hard, 2-0 over Longzhu, whereas Samsung, a team that has been struggling all season long, Valdez, and you harp them on them about every time they always lose against the worst team. Like every team that just somehow doesn't know how to close is always taking games off of Samsung, but they always show up against the best teams. And from now onwards, they only play against the cream of the crop. So could this be the time that we see Samsung stop having these off performances and they play steadily right on through to the finals? That could very well be the chance that we see now.
It's hard to call this one, right? I was on the Longzhu boat up against KT, and then they got smacked down 0-2. Now they're up against Samsung with even more pressure on because, as we said before, tons on the line in terms of your world spot for making the finals here. So will they step up to the plate? Can they deal with the targeting against Cuz that I think no doubt should come out of Samsung? At least Longzhu will have 2 times on the blue side. That should help them out this time.
But on the red side, it's a lot harder to target out a jungler when you have Zac, Caitlyn still as kind of guaranteed bans. Over in the rest of the world, we see Zac and Caitlyn starting to drop in terms of ban priority, but still those champions have plenty of success. And there's even more riding on the line for Samsung, as I believe Ambition mentioned that if they can win, they get more vacation and he gets to see his wife a little longer. So the power of love right behind Samsung, and nothing more powerful than that. Wouldn't you agree, Valdez?
I would. I'd agree. I think we're on the same page here. But the Caitlyn coming out as a ban on the side of Longzhu is quite interesting. You would think they could definitely just pick up the Kalista for Prey, who's currently 5-0 on that pick, and go with the first pick. But it seems like they're maybe wanting to steal away the Maokai. So the Jace comes out here, and those are 2 big picks that are still available, Kalista and the Maokai.
And here's the cool thing about leaving Kalista up, because it is such a guaranteed pick that all these teams have been taking, that it's very easy for you to rehearse this and think of a game plan, because you think, well, if we just give Kalista up, we know with more certainty than other picks that they will 100% lock it in. Let's let them have it, and we can make sure that we get what we want. And I appreciate what Samsung have done here. The Gragas, the jungler that does so much for a team, does so much for Orianna, and against it, remove it immediately. He's also great against Kalista as well. And then you have the strongest mid laner right now, at least the one that offers the highest synergy with these tanks and can bop back lines like no other. Yeah,
and I actually wasn't paying attention. Maokai was actually banned, so obviously not going to be the pick for Samsung, as they are not afforded that one. This is banned away. So Gragas Orianna comes out. Sejuani here for Cuz.
Probably a Rakan as well. I'd be surprised to let Samsung take it, but Core JJ does have a wide champion pool, so there's plenty of picks that they can go for themselves. The Rakan would make sense if they want to go with a lot of engage, but just full-on comfort for the side of Samsung, as Ruler will be taking that Varus away. They don't want to give up anything just yet. They want to make sure that they have their core, and this is already a pretty solid core. You've got hard engage, you've got good scaling, you've got plenty of utility in this lineup, so Samsung getting exactly what they want. And I think that Longzhu have done so as well, because the BDD Talia will help out Khan in whatever split pusher he opts to go, even though 3 have already been banned.
Yeah, the Talia the most played for BDD, the Sejuani so far undefeated for Cuz, although he's only 2-0. I believe he played both of those games against Jin Air in recent times, so seems to be one of his bigger pickups.
It's like an Animorph.
It says Ankimoti up in the top right, for you guys who are curious.
What does that mean?
You'll learn eventually, Crumbs.
Is it not suitable for broadcast? Just let me know that much. Okay.
Well, kind
They
of.
just showed it. Wait, they just showed it, so it can be written, but it can't be said.
Well, you know how in Japanese there's kimotsu, right? There's that. So that's how you don't know.
No.
Okay. Well, I don't know where we're going with this one, but that is what was written on the sign, saying she's feeling good about the Kazakhs pick, about Cuz.
Like feeling
on some of those
really
picks.
Good?
Yes, exactly.
Really, really good?
Yes. Yes,
okay,
Crumbs.
I see where it's going.
Well, we skipped over all the bans. You guys can see them down there. Definitely a target against that Rakan that Gorilla has been picking up, as well as a Kennen and Syra ban. So they wanted to take that away from the side of Samsung.
With the Braum being taken away, we've seen what Key was doing on Braum against Talia, just blocking with the wall. The Unbreakable can actually block the Weaver as well, so making sure that you can deny that big team fighting tool that so often do we see have plenty of impact in a fight, but then it also is the kind of counter against what Crown had been doing in their series against Rox Tigers. The Unbreakable was just ruining his Orianna's day, and already we have 2 teams with 2 completely different identities. Samsung going with their classic team fight composition, and while Longzhu retain elements of a team fight with Taric and the Sejuani, it's going to be mostly up to Khan to split push. Now that he has a Jax, he's got Talia by his side, attention into the top side, whereas the opposing team will be likely going to the bottom side of the map. And Cuvée is no stranger to Gnar, but this matchup, again, under the pressure of Jax, will falter when it comes down to the Mega Gnar against Mini, because there's just not enough damage there. And then Mini Gnar, if he's maxing out the Counter-Strike, will not be able to proc Hyper as many times as he would like. So overall, Jax, the same deal. He will win in the late game, as always, in a 1v1.
You know, Jungle Jax this time around, we saw Varade bringing that out a couple of times. Malron
don't remind me of
able to make that work.
Monstrosity.
Hey man, it looks good.
Cinderhulk Jungle Jax, full tank.
Yeah, dude. Not the Jax that you would expect, but it was a good Jax. At least it worked out against MVP. So Longzhu, they're going to deny that. They're going to say no, we don't want to go for the Jungle Jax. We'll just have Khan on that pick. And what do you think about the Gnar? I haven't really been too impressed overall in LCK Summer ever since it came in.
It's a good pick for you to maintain pressure against Jax. You don't have many other tools that would legitimately reach a point that can stay in lane against him. A tank could work, as Cho'Gath was still available, but he would just get bopped at one point, and Jax would just ignore him at all times. Whereas Gnar, you can't really ignore him. He will continuously harass you under the tower if you start to just whack it, ignoring him. He has kill pressure. He can chase you down if he goes with Mallet. There's plenty of team fighting capabilities on him, so it makes sense for the pick. Kled could have been another one, but it would have made the 1v1 that much harder. So I like what Samsung have done, but also what Longzhu, 2 teams with 2 identities that have been what they have been played throughout the entire split, culminating in the final game of LCK regular season.
Here we go, guys. The series is beginning. As we go into game number 1, Samsung versus Longzhu. Who is going to take the lead in this extremely important one? Let's hop onto the Rift and find out. Here we go. Game number 1 has begun. As the Nexon Arena is even more filled out, even though all the tickets were sold out for both of the matches tonight. This is most certainly the more important matchup.
There's people on the floor. No, there's not really.
There's people hanging from the ceilings. How did they get there? We'll never know.
BDD, he's been known as the KDA monster, but just how much KDA does BDD have? Well, we've got the number right here for you. And in his 29 wins and 13 losses, he has maintained a 10.7 KDA. And it's not like he's been skipping out on damage or kill participation, because he also has a 78% kill participation.
What?
I mean, he has just been so crucial to Longzhu, and it's not so much that he has just been godly, which he has been playing great, but that the team revolves around him. They make the most out of the pressure that he applies onto the mid lane. He's played a lot of Galio as well as a Taliyah, so many champions that assist teams, and then Orianna, the third one. So already 3 picks that one helps the split pushes on the side, the other one also helps out and can assist the allies with the ultimate, and then Orianna obviously with the shield. So you can argue that some of the stats get padded by playing those specific champions, but overall he has been rock solid for Longzhu.
He definitely has been, and we were looking towards him as the big new hype guy on campus. Everybody had talked about him, especially in spring. They were like, why does Fly keep coming out? Why doesn't BDD play? This guy is a solo queue monster. Lots of talk about him, and then once he finally got his big opportunity on the Longzhu summer lineup, he really did perform, and that's not easy to do. I mean, this guy has been around, but finally did get that opportunity, and he made it work, so props to that. Did have a little bit of trouble against KT. I wouldn't say that he didn't hold his own, but he wasn't popping off as he would against some of the lower level teams. So still going to be looking for a bit more of that star power as we get into this. And
ward
here we
that
go.
Longzhu plays. They see this. They're not going to falter in here. Nothing's going to happen. Such an intelligent ward. When the map gets split up, they know they have to ward, not in the tribe that people are going to be using the blast cone. You saw how Cuz used his own to get over the Krug's wall. He did miss, but the intentions were the same. And this is just Khan kind of faking it that there is a gank up here. As even though Cube does have minion wave advantage, his jungler isn't there. It's been already assessed that the map has been divided, so him to engage onto that Jax would have been disregarding the information that his team has given.
The Orianna versus Taliyah matchup. We saw Tempt doing pretty well in the Taliyah tonight. BDD looking to add another win to his already 9-2 win rate on this champion.
Both these guys have crazy win rates, and most of all, the priority that Samsung have onto Crown's Orianna is great. Last time, they first picked it over Caitlyn and Kalista. Granted, that series did favor Orianna more than any other series we've had recently, so the pick was understandable. But still, it has been so important for Samsung and Crown overall that it appears to just have become Crown's new Victor pick, the one that he always defers to, the one that he can always fall back on. It has been his most played, and he is 6-1 on it. However, it's not as easy to get as the Victor that he had before, and he's not quite at the level where he's outplaying people and has a Victor, or rather an Orianna, that is so far above the rest that it's always ban-worthy regardless of the meta.
Yeah, Orianna is definitely one of those champions that never seems to get banned in the first banning stage. You know, we see it every so often once you do get into the second one, but even then you see other picks such as Taliyah or, you know, Galio, if it does get to that point, be kind of taken away. But the Orianna definitely has seen a lot of play in LCK so far.
Just a full-on steadfast farm fest for these teams, although Cuz has been farming a little harder than Ambition, and he didn't not see the ward. He placed the barrel to make sure that you can have full sight as to where the opposing jungler is, and the lull has reached all of us.
We're sustaining a bit of damage, but they will trade it back. He's got a improved heal after a couple of patches as well to make him more relevant early game. Definitely seeing a lot more Taric picks because of some of the changes, and also because of the team fighting that we see a lot. Definitely is one of the best ultimates if you can time it correctly. That Cosmic Radiance makes team fighting quite nice.
And speaking of team fights, let's assess how these how these teams will be taking the mid game. You've got Jax 1v1 in QV topside, and then a 4-man unit in the rest. You've got QV, who will have arguably or not even arguably, a bigger influence on the fights with his teleport, but he will be gated by the Mininar and a relentlessly pushing Jax. So for Samsung to win a fight, their opportunities come at Ambition with an engage or Ruler with a Chains of Corruption. So those are the two tools that they have. As for defensive tools, it solely falls onto Core JJ, whereas Longzhu rely on Prey either initiating with Fate's Call from seriously far away, or on Cuz. So I find that Longzhu's engage will be a lot harder to execute than Samsung's based on the champions that they have.
Okay, we got a fight here in the mid lane. Just a bit of trading. Nobody will fall just yet, but yeah, I would have to agree with you. It's definitely going to be a little bit on the cusp in terms of Longzhu's engage. Ambition is showing up, saying, hey, want to make sure Crown is very safe and just help him push the lane. See he's doing. Cuz also sticking around near this mid lane, trying to clear out some of the vision there with some control wards. So it seems like Longzhu in control there for now.
And they're in control, and I always like to favor the teams that have the easier to execute compositions. When power is simply based on skill, then you side with the one that will have an easier time to pull it off. And that just seems logical to me, to make sure that the guys that have the point and click abilities, the ones that are harder to miss, the ones that are easier to square up, will have a higher chance of success. So Samsung will have no problems reaching that late game, as we know they're always safe to do so, and especially when it comes down to Rue. I think he's been making a case for Varus as a great late game team fighting champion. When Samsung beat SKT multiple times, it so often revolved around Ruler staying alive, barring that time they had Tahm Kench for protecting him. But you've got Braum, you've got Orianna, you've got a Gragas that can peel for you, and the Varus, the attack speed that he gets, his weakness is the range, but if he actually gets to just continuously auto you, he also has percent damage in his Blighted Quiver.
Yeah.
He's no stranger to melting down tanks, to killing Squishy, so in the hands of Ruler, he's a valuable pick, and Samsung proves it by continuously picking it for him when nobody else has.
Yeah, you were talking about comfort. I mean, this is by far his most picked. He's 13-5 on this. His next one is Ashe with 5-5. So besides that, he does well in the OP champs, has a good ratio on Twitch as well, but Varus definitely has been the big comfort for him. It's kind of like when Afrika was the one main team that was always running Xayah for Kramer. You can see some similarities here for Ruler's Varus.
Previous to that, they were only running Caitlyn and Ashe, and look at how smart Samsung is this game. I think we're going to get to see the late game similar to Afrika versus Jinair that we saw of a 30-minute first blood. Because Merc treads rush on QV, making sure that he's going to be safer against Jax. He doesn't get to get stunned if it were to come through. It makes Cuz's ganks that much weaker. Same with Orianna. You get to make the ganks that much weaker. And what value do you get in that? Well, the value that you have from making the ganks weaker is that you stall out the game. Less gank opportunities means that the game slows down, and it benefits the full-on team fighting that Samsung want to look for.
Khan with some smooth moves. Nice side steps up against Cube. We have our first fight. The Weavers coming Weaver's Wall coming in. CoreJJ in a bad spot. Going to try to get away with that blasting pipe, but there's the Fate's call. In goes Gorilla. The Cosmic Radiance coming down. They will 100% dive this turret. There's one kill. Give it a second. A double kill over to Prey on the Callista. And all of a sudden, Crown now getting caught out. Can he kill Cuz? The smite is going to keep him alive. The rest of Longzhu on the chase, and the flash coming in. That seismic shove not going to hit, but can the damage come through? It's very, very close. One more Q, and he does get it. 3 kills on the side of Longzhu and a double over to Prey.
And Samsung take a stroll through the river, but that is dangerous as they all collapse on, and they just not expect that Sejuani would blow the ultimate right onto CoreJJ. Everybody collapsed to try to keep him alive, but it was not enough. Longzhu responded so quickly, and we just got to see the engage of the Fate's call. Let's look at that one again. It opens up with the ultimate, bam. The Weaver as well is already here, and it looks like they might be making a good getaway, but no, the Fate's call from Prey was sick. Gorilla gets to hit the stun right at the end, and 2 kills, and while you might have been able to pick up somebody else here right at the end with the shockwave, maybe Prey, he still has heal, he still has flash, and then BDD takes full advantage of Crown at this moment. Just so cool to watch that they actually commit to this, and then watch how he waits on the seismic shove. He waits patiently, and then once again, okay, I can tank this, just aim carefully. Yeah. And that's the power of patience. You don't need to weave in auto attacks on your mage. You got to make sure that you're in a better position for your spells, as there is a higher return in those than just lagging behind and using autos here and there.
He waits until Crown has to sidestep it, so he has extra time to throw out more rocks with this Q. And it's hard to argue against Longzhu's mechanics, although as I say that, the Sejuani ult goes wide, but Crown trying to dip and dodge his way out of this one. He will survive at the end of it all. Does get hit by the Weaver's Wall, but is okay in the end.
Talk about caster curse. You don't have to, no argument against Longzhu's mechanics. Immediately does Cuz whiff the entire ultimate.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of whiffs on that ultimate, specifically. But yeah, it's true. Prey's, like, when he jumped over the wall as Callista, as well as Fate's calling at the same time and hit the 2 members in a fantastic spot, and then the 3 of them getting, just not getting hit by the shockwave at the same exact time. It's like watching synchronized swimming.
Should that be a sport?
Well, it is a sport, so I guess yes.
Oh,
I know that's not exactly the strongest argument I've ever made, but
you know it's subject to opinion.
Yeah, it's one of those sports that's completely done by judges, as is diving and other water sports.
But there's like, isn't music selection like a choice in this that is taken into consideration? And like outfits?
I don't know that much about that. I do know a bit about figure skating. Sounds pretty similar. I don't know about outfits, though. Outfits
actually, yeah, I guess if you count figure skating, you're right. It is a sport.
Okay, because figure skating is a sport, and synchronized swimming is a sport, we figured it out. But Longzhu off to a fantastic start. They get the Ocean Drake on the back of it as well. And it's pretty early on in the game, too, that they do get it, about 13 minutes. So a pretty good Drake to pick up this early on in the game. Going to make laning a breeze for them.
It'll make laning a breeze, but it'll also help out Khan a lot, because every time that he will go for an engage onto Cuvée in the later stages in the game, you know that he's going to get chunked out. You'll have to wait back for the waves to hit for everybody to be on the map before returning, and getting an extra bit of HP back will help his endeavor in making sure that the Gnar is constantly under tower and cannot teleport anywhere to help out his team. So it's a good trade for them, but now they have to be looking towards towers. How are they going to get towers? I think they're going to be going for bottom side once again, leaving Khan to just farm top side by himself. But the vision will be the indication for us to know where all these teams are going. Already the control wards are left side for Samsung, right for Longzhu, and with Taric moving in and another control ward in the river, they're looking to make this body of water entirely theirs.
Maybe that's the reason why blue side is so strong, because, you know, the blue wards, they just look so much better in the river compared to the red ones. Wouldn't you think, Crumbs?
I'm thinking that Cube might be in trouble, first of all.
Yeah, here we go. We got the Weaver's Wall on the back of this, too, if they want to go for it. But Meganar comes out, he hops out, and he's okay. And see, BDD was making his way up, a very BDD thing to do, as he does on both Talia and Galio all the time.
Well, that's how you have to do it, though. You always push up and you move towards the direction that action is happening. If you have the time to do so, why not? As opposed to just lingering in the mid lane, you can always assist your team. You help them out. You make sure that you can collapse if necessary. And super early Trinity Force coming out from Khan with the Trinity Force completed under his belt. He will not be pressure it anymore. Cube is going to be under the tower, and he now has to look for a moment to TP. So here it comes, Mallet versus Trinity. Who will win?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I would like to favor Khan in this one.
Yeah, Jax wins.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you were actually asking me, or
it was. I
figured you would know.
I was saying it kind of like a poster, a fight poster that they do for advertising a fight where you have two contenders. It doesn't matter if the fight's going to be one-sided. You always have to ask, who will win? Who will be the victor in here?
When is that McGregor-Mayweather fight?
I think it's at the end of this month.
Okay. Definitely got to tune into that. We were talking about competitive things that you should be watching. Definitely tune in for that, although I'm not sure how competitive it will be. And look at this Frozen Mallet doing work, though, forcing that ultimate to be used by Khan, who is still on the run. The Counter-Strike finally coming out, but Cube still on the chase with that Frozen Mallet. He's linking it up. There's the flash, and the solo Q coming in for Cube. The solo kill, not the solo Q, but that looked like solo Q, man.
Well, we just got smacked in saying that Jax was going to be able to win that. We got to see how it all started, though, because Cube had already chunked out Khan. I have to imagine that Khan was getting greedy for the wave, took a little too many auto attacks from Cube, and then just got bopped in the end. This is why the Gnar is a strong pick into the Jax. You can always trade back damage, unlike other tanks, other carries that don't have that many tools to kite him around or DPS him down. Mini Gnar form does a lot of damage to anybody with a lot of HP, so he gets taken out, and now Cube is going to be able to take down first brick by himself.
Wow.
The Jax train is falling apart.
What a start here. It was looking good for Longzhu with 3 kills going their way, but then one small play by Cube turns into quite a big one at the end of the day. The solo kill into the First Blood turret, and a Fed Gnar to begin for Samsung.
So for Khan to make it back into this matchup, he's going to need a Blade of the Rune King. Absolutely, you need that life, so you need to be able to kite. If he remains auto-attacking, so let's take a look at this one again. Okay, so he jumps in, yeah. So jumping in, that's not going to be the end of it all. What does he do that? Does he jump in again? Yeah, okay. He jumps in without Counter-Strike again. Yep. All right, he's just asking for trouble. What was that, Khan? Yeah, okay. See, now that sways the matchup entirely. That was just his own fault.
Nice pre-flash here by Cube. He knew the flash would come out. He's like, no, you're not going to wait for me this time.
Yeah, because that shouldn't happen. It should be that they just farm happily. Only when the order has been broken does one die, and we question why. Well,
we've said that Khan, he's very mechanically skilled, but when it comes to decision-making, we see at times can falter. It's a pretty rare sight to see. I wouldn't say that he's, you know, one of these big rookies that's making mistakes all over the place or anything like that, but definitely you have to think on paper you don't want to be jumping into a Frozen Mallet Gnar without Counter-Strike. We got our next Drake. It has spawned. It is going to be Mountain Drake. So Longzhu already being proactive, trying to set down some vision, and they're going to start it right away. For today, they know about this, but Samsung as a unit is not coming near. You can see Ambition is actually doing red buff, so they're just going to hand another one over to Longzhu.
And the reason they start it right away isn't because they have utmost confidence in their composition right now. Sure, in the 5v5, it could be anybody's game right now, but it's because of the vision. They don't waste any time in setting up the vision and immediately starting the objective, because double control wards in the river, they know that they don't have any access points for Samsung to get in without a fight. So they easily just start the Dragon, and Samsung have no way to retaliate because it would take too long for them to go back in and clear that objective. So a good play from Longzhu lets them walk away with a Dragon, a first turret, and maybe blue buff. No, it goes to Khan.
That empowered attack, but does he have his counter-strike? This time he does. Cuvée, though, is going to hop that wall. He's still on the chase. Okay, not going to go too crazy this time.
But the lane is now clearly favoring Cuvée. It's going to be up to him for the mechanics. Let's see that Cutlass out of Khan. If he doesn't go... Oh, okay, yeah. This is going to be trouble now. He's not building completely for the 1v1, and that's not going to help him out when dealing with Cuvée that is already ahead and has a cleaver on top of him. So 2-item spike for Cuvée. This Jax needs so much longer to scale to make sure that he can keep up with Khan. It's not going to be as bad as not being able to farm and be denied, but it's going to be bad enough that he's not going to be able to fully pressure Jax or the Gnar under tower, which was what Longzhu would have liked to do. He does have BDD to help him out, but how much is BDD willing to sacrifice to help out Khan?
Well, they're still going to be looking for these team fights as a 4-man unit. Will they actually make BDD go down and try to 2v1 at times? If the time is right, perhaps. As the Rift Herald wasn't taken by either team. You can see that the Baron has spawned. We're here at 22 minutes into the game. It's relatively even. Longzhu just ahead by about 900 gold after taking the bot lane turret, their first of the game.
Yeah, see, there's BDD defending the Tri-Brush Ward and triple control wards for Khan in the bottom side. So he's going to have a field day when it comes to pushing safely against Cuvée. And he doesn't have anybody on his side of the map, but he's still capable of 1v1, and they just need sight of every member, and then the bot lane can unravel into a bloodbath.
Longzhu, they need to clear out some of this vision. You can see a tricky ward by Samsung to the left of the Baron that will not be spotted out by any control wards. And Longzhu, they have a Mountain Drake, and they have Callista, so the opportunity for them to go for a risky Baron take is definitely there. But Samsung at this point in time would see them go for it. So we'll see if Longzhu, like many other teams before them, will take the risky play and go for it. Doesn't look like it just yet, perhaps later on in the game.
You know, that would be near suicidal. Right now, it's the match for first place. The implications here of safe play go far beyond a solid draft. It's got to be that these teams are playing cautiously, that they're not making any large mistakes that could end the game completely. If a team is confident in their abilities right now when the gold is even, they could just say, we don't need to take a high-risk, high-reward objective. We can play it out slow and know that we will triumph in the very end. So going for a Baron would be just that, because if they mess it up, if they have some oversight, they don't take all the wards out, perhaps don't use their sweepers in the best spot, or even get out of position, the game could be over in a matter of seconds. You lose the Baron, Jax pushes, Gnar pushes, and it's GG.
Yeah, and speaking about wards, there is a very nice, almost perfect control ward by Samsung at the blue buff. It hasn't been spotted by anybody on the side of Longzhu, so if they wanted to go for it now, it would certainly be suicide. We'll see if Cuz can scout that out. Nope, doesn't look like it. Just runs right by it. So that control ward's going to be there for the majority of this mid game. Will be nice for teleports out of Cuvée if they can line it up.
Look at the control that Longzhu have over the river. It's like you've got a bunch of antiques laying in the river there with all the wards to make sure that nobody else can see the treasure that is hidden underneath it. If they clean this out, I don't think they'll start it still, because that control ward that you mentioned that Samsung have placed can truly only be used if Samsung were to collapse onto the Baron from probably the right side of the Baron pit, because Longzhu would then be forced to retreat either top or left, and then Cuvée could collapse. Whereas if they engage from the top side, then Gnar would have a much harder time finding an angle to hit everybody. And you can see just how much attention BDD's paying onto this lane. Wait a second.
Okay, they're looking for this. They forced that flash out of Crown. And the Glacial Prison comes out and locks him down 2. So they use 2 ults here for that flash. But look at this, getting up to Cuz, the Cosmic Radiance at the end of it, as well as his flash will keep Cuz alive, but he's very, very low.
They are not going to not retaliate when it comes to taking your mid laner's flash. They gotta have something out of it, and at least getting Cuz's flash is a pretty big deal. Unfortunately, he does have a Warmogs already, so he's going with the build that Ambition himself was starting, which is Warmogs into that Gargoyle Stone Plate, making the Sejuani a beefy frontline that can soak up as much damage as possible and return to the front line on cue. And back to the point of BDD and Jax. Every time that Jax is in the tower, BDD moves towards him.
Okay, we got this fight coming on. Khan is down a level, but he has red buff. Look at how much damage he's outputting. Juve just trying to build up that meter if he can, but it's not going to be enough. One-on-one, Khan will win. And down he does go. Crown is making his way over. Wants to finish up this kill. Not sure if he can even 1v1 him still. So yeah, he's just going to back off. Khan going to win the 1v1. And fantastic. Ruler now forced to flash away from the Taric stun. That was quite close, but here comes the Weaver's Wall. They want Ruler, and he is a sit and duck. Down he goes, and Cortez-A 2 getting caught out. That's a couple kills off of the back of Khan's. And Longzhu running away with this one now.
Their patience has paid off perfectly. They wait for Cuba to overstep in the bottom side. The red buff from Khan is enough to get the 1v1 kill. And then this was the 3rd attempt onto a pick in the red side jungle. First it was Ambition 2 times. Actually, 4th, they had tried on Crown earlier as well. And then they combo the Weaver's Wall. They make sure that they can get Ruler flashing over the wall, but it just was not enough. And the resilience here, they didn't even take that tier 1 down. They just kept looking, and it worked out. The angle from Taric is too deadly. They flash over, but as soon as BDD commits onto this one, you see just how much damage he does onto Ruler. He just got deleted immediately, and Kalista wasn't even a part of this one, just until the very end. She shows up and takes out Brahmin. Now this Jax is going to be strong enough to 1v1 the Gnar under the tower. He's not going to be able to just blatantly dive him, but if he messes up the rage management again and loses out on Mega Gnar form, he might end up dying.
It's funny how just one small step in the wrong direction for Ruler means that he has to flash, and then he can't get away from a seismic shove on the follow-up. And just a small move like that, it gets your support caught. And all it takes is just one series of events, unfortunate series of events, for Samsung to now be in a very defensive position, because even though the gold lead doesn't look too big right now, it is about 4,000 in the favor of Longzhu. With this Baron, they'll be looking for a lot more objectives. They're not going to go for the Cloud Drake. They want to take out turrets, and so that top one is a target, this mid one is a target. Khan by himself is still down near bot side, and they're looking to snowball this as much as possible.
And when you look at the VOD review for Samsung, the face-checking endeavors, it's a complete team element. The vision game needed to be refined. It couldn't be what it was there, where you have Ruler going by himself, Ambition by himself, that they spent so much time without being able to clear out anything in the river, that Longzhu can look for that many attempts repeatedly. And that relentless approach to finding picks ends up paying off. It was the 4th time that they looked for it that they got the reward that they wanted in hell. It's the biggest reward you can get, saved from taking an inhibitor and ending the game.
Samsung can't even protect their tier 2s now. That's going to be the 3rd turret that has fallen after this Baron. And now Crown is sticking around here. You got Cuz coming around the backside. We're not seeing it just now. Here we go. Stun coming in. It's immediately cleansed, and the Shockwave keeps him alive for now. Have Longzhu gone too far? The cast is going to hit BDD into the wall, but Gorilla flashing forward with that Cosmic Radiance would have kept him alive had BDD not flashed. And they do get out scot-free.
They do, but they lose so much pressure on the map as Longzhu continues to push, and they lost 3 critical ultimates. Hell, they lost 4 if you count Nars, and that just means that Longzhu can continue to be aggressive, as Talia will just have to base, and it appears that Longzhu has exhausted their efforts here, as they will just get a Cloud Dragon in the very end of this Baron play, and now sitting at a 8,000 gold lead. This game is looking all Longzhu's, although still, you cannot count Samsung out. You think that they're out, but they're never really down for the count. This team is resilient when it comes to the late game, and their composition can do so. But it will cost Longzhu some mistakes for Samsung to get to that point. It's not going to be all completely up to them to win this game.
Yeah, they certainly do have a nice bit of wombo combo potential. If they can get Gragas into a good spot and get a money shockwave. Also Gnar, if you can time it well enough with his ultimate, Mega Gnar form. Would be nice. It's good on paper, but actually executing it is going to be the hard part. You're going up against a 3-0 Prey. And look at that. Crown actually put on the left side. They're looking for an engage onto him, actually. Fate's Call is blown, but nothing going to happen.
You know what I want to see as an interaction? Yasuo ulting off knocking somebody with Talia wall. I'm not sure if possible.
I think it is, right?
It should be.
They're knocked into the air, so anything that knocks you into the air, even for just a moment.
It could also be spaghetti code in that it's not registered as a knockup.
There is also that possibility, I suppose, but I haven't tested it myself. Don't see too many Yasuos in the higher levels of Korean solo queue.
You know, if there was full-on sandbox mode, I would be testing random crap all the time. Be my hobby. And speaking of hobbies, Khan is just pushing bottom lane non-stop. I don't think he's grouped just yet with his team.
That's not necessarily his hobby. It's his full-on job.
Exactly. And that's what we want to see out of Jax's. Longzhu's finally playing to Jax how we expect Jax to be played. You put pressure on the side lanes, and then the rest of the team works as a 4-man unit. And this is how this champion ought to be played, and they're doing so wonderfully. So anybody that wants to play Jax as a team ought to look to this game to make sure that they understand how Khan is playing in accordance to the pressure that the team is putting on the map. So the Jax has been played well. The 4-man unit from Longzhu is too. And just barely skinning by without getting caught is exactly as far as you want to be pushing. Because now that there is no chains of corruption, they can push a little safer. They can control more vision. And Samsung once again on the back foot when it comes to defending their jungle.
Yeah, no inhibitors taken just yet. But a very strong push up in the top side as that turret is getting lower and lower. Mega Gnar form is going to keep QV okay underneath his turret for this push, but it's just this 3-lane push that you can never quite hold off when you're this far behind. That might be the bane of Samsung for now. BDD in mid with his Weaver's Wall, the Khan down in bottom side with a TP if he ever needed it. And Prey and Gorilla with Cuz hanging by up in the top side.
The strength of the 3-lane push is that while it's greedy and you get spread out, you get more resources. You don't miss out on any minion waves. You have initial access to every minion in the jungle. So you get all the gold on the map, whereas the opposing team has to move around to defend. They don't get any jungle CS. They're always on the back foot, and you slightly build your gold lead here and there. And now that 8,000 gold lead is now 10,000 gold. So Longzhu's approach has been effective, and here comes the wall.
Oh, they're trying to get out of there as much as possible, but it's blocked by Core JJ. But again, this gives some time. The knock up onto Kalista, though. Prey's getting low. He flashes away. And now they're going to have Cuz, who is going to dash. But the Cosmic Radiance, he does come out just in time and is able to Glacial Prison, Ruler, and Crown away from that fight. And a successful disengage, although close, for Longzhu.
They get 2 flashes, but Longzhu is on the retreat to Baron. There's not enough vision for Samsung to fully get inside the red side jungle and clear this back. So they're still in the back, but when it comes to defending the next biggest objective, which could yield an inhibitor for either one of these 1-3-1 pushes.
Longzhu is getting frisky. They're getting aggressive here in mid, and now even Prey hopping forward. Cuz trying to engage from the right side. Corey JJ makes it out, even with all those Ren stacks. Good Shockwave is going to get Gorilla extremely low. He flashes away from the barrel, and Ambition on the run. They need him alive, but the last threaded volley, so close. He does stay alive, and in the end, it's Cuz who goes down as the jungler. Now Prey is being shut down here by QV. He's being tracked down with that Frozen Mallet. Can they take out the Kalista, who's kiting for days? QV getting low, but there's the engage with the Mega Gnar back into his team. They get 1, they get 2, and QV, he stays stays alive with that Guardian Angel, and that is a huge play for Samsung coming back in this one.
That's going to be Baron. Samsung's back in this game out of a 10,000 gold lead. Now they're completely back in this, and the team fighting capabilities are back online, and it all started from a bit of a greedy play from Longzhu. They're trying to get a little bit more, but remember, that fight that they went into the top side was where it all began. It didn't just randomly happen into the mid lane. Kalista had no flash, and most of all, Tarek did not have his ultimate available for this. So the teleport is coming out, or Jax isn't even here rather. The TP from Cuvée comes through, and while they're able to lock down Orianna with some damage, the carries are not capable of fully following up. And it looks great at this point. You got Ambition on retreat. One more would have gone in, but Cuz gets greedy, and one man going down is the signal for everybody else to go through. The fact that Cuvée already had a Guardian Angel means that Longzhu have to be so cautious in fighting forward into this one, building up the rage, not retreating immediately, and just a real hero play out of him. You don't need to hit the stun. Just get him closer to your team. They might as well be a wall of death.
A true team player. He opens it up for his team, and he made that all possible in the end of it. So Samsung coming back in this one in a big way. They get the Baron, they take out a turret, and now they're going for Elder Drake. They're still 5,000 gold behind, and Longzhu is grouped up looking to contest this. We'll see what they can do. All the ultimates are available. Gorilla all by himself on the right side. Okay, he's going to get actually onto Ruler in the back, who just take a bunch of damage. That shockwave, they need to keep him alive. He's getting low. BDD coming from the backside, but he's alive. Okay, finally he goes down. BDD almost getting lifesteal to death. Now they get onto Crown, and all of a sudden, Longzhu beginning to run away with this one. Ambition getting low, and Prey, he finally goes down, but it does not matter. Longzhu is going to win in the end.
Samsung's overconfidence is their undoing. They did not have enough flashes to stay alive in that fight, and when you have Khan TPing behind you, you do not have enough peel to protect yourself against an invulnerable Jax. So they kill out the carries, and immediately Samsung's hopes for stalling out this game are somewhat extinguished. They still have some Baron left. They still caught up in a 5,000 gold advantage, but now there's an Elder on the side of Longzhu. The Elder should likely wear off by the time that Baron retreats, so we're going to instead look at the fight again, and it's a teleport that comes through with a great ultimate, and it forces Ruler's Splash immediately because he doesn't have Cleanse right now. And now that Jax is invulnerable. What does he care that he gets Shockwave? It doesn't matter. They leave Ruler to die to BDD, and they just focus down onto Crown that the Cleanse isn't even going to save him at this point on it. The composition that Samsung has absolutely needs the carries to be alive, otherwise they're not going to win these fights. That last one was an error from Cuz, the side of Longzhu, and the carries were remaining alive in the backline. So as long as they are not protected, Longzhu will continue to win these fights, but the base has yet to be cracked for the side of Longzhu, so we might be strapping ourselves on for another 20 minutes.
Well, I mean, this is the way it's supposed to be, right? This is what everybody hopes for when they get Samsung versus Longzhu to decide first place versus third place. And I'm certainly enjoying it myself so far. It's been action-packed. And, okay, we got this Elder Drake up. Longzhu, they want to go for a push, it looks like, towards the top side, where that turret is the weakest. And in the meantime, Khan, even without his teleport, is looking to make his way down into the bottom side. Push down there by himself, force a reaction out of Samsung.
The reaction from Samsung will remain the same. Barman for days. There's not enough dive on the side of Longzhu, and they're going to try to zone out Cuvée, but this is why Braum is so good right now. Can stop all of Talia's wall power.
Yeah. It's pretty obnoxious. You see it coming for days, and you're like, okay, I'm Braum, I put up my shields, you have no wall. And they don't just get free turrets out of it, and that's a big part of the reason why Samsung cannot have their base be broken right now, even with the Elder Drake. Here's an opportunity for Khan to get a little bit of damage, but again, the rest of Samsung is there, and there's no push in any other lane. Nobody was up in top for Longzhu to bring anyone up there. Finally, they're going to rotate, but immediately Crown is here for the wave clear. He's got Core JJ for support.
These are the woes of having short-range carries on the side of Longzhu that You can't quite push into the towers. That's why Tristana is so effective. Had this been a Tristana, they would have been able to crack down the base 20 minutes ago, but instead the Kalista needs pressure on the map. They need Longzhu to have vision inside the base, but the control wards that Samsung has been placed so perfectly deep that you just can't auto-attack them from over the wall.
Look at that control ward that's still alive with the blue buff. Just want to point that out.
Okay, whoever has that one.
Wonder whose is that.
Whoever has that one, you gotta sell. You gotta buy a new ward. What are you doing? That's actually a big mistake. I'm glad you pointed that out. Like, that should not be.
I just think it's cool, you know, but at the same time, it's definitely not the positive result. Okay, we're going in. The shockwave is gonna miss, but Gorilla disappears. Oh boy. Getting a little bit too crazy, getting into the base by himself. He gets picked off.
Banishing act. Without Ezreal in the game, his life is not worth it. So Tarek takes his life at the hand of Samsung. That's like suicide by cop. That's kind of how it works. So he oversteps, thinking that maybe they can kill Crown, but there's not enough follow-up here. Just the immense damage from Orianna at this stage in the game cannot be handled. That's an Orianna that already has Death Cap and Void, so looking towards another Blasting Wand item on her side,
the ward.
making her... Well, I'm glad they got killed, finally.
It was probably Kyuve's ward, if I had to guess.
It's still really bad, actually.
I think Ambition would have bought new wards by now. It could be Crowns. You know, from the top side of the map, with how early it was placed, it was probably one of those three members.
But you point out an interesting situation where now we're nearing full builds for multiple members, especially the carries. So the control wards that are available on the map are much less, which means that we're going to get to see face checks, TPs happening out of nowhere, people not being able to know where everybody is, vision that can't be denied, and that makes for some headbanging action that we have been deprived for in aspects of this game, but we might get to see Orianna and Varus shine through, or maybe Prey dance around all the skill shots that Samsung have to throw at them. Whatever the case may be, the team fights are gonna be wild.
They're pinging the wards. They see that ward that Khan put down way behind them. Khan doesn't have his TP just yet, but they also did see him recall, which is part of the reason why Samsung did come into this position in the first place.
They ping the ward because they have to recognize that it's alive and they don't have the tools to take it. The management of the red trinkets are important, and here comes an engage.
Oh, coming from multiple sides is Longzhu, but Samsung grouping up as a unit. Prey still available. Really nice space call onto three members into the stun. They're going to get it here. Longzhu with the big engage. They got Ambition in the back line. Now Corja's being hunted down by Khan. Can he get another one? It's going to be Crown versus BDD up in the top side, but this is going to be unfair. It'll be 2v1. The cleanse comes out and Crown cannot survive. That's another member. Three members of Samsung go down, and now they're looking for the push.
And that's going to be certainly it. Longzhu have plenty of members alive. TP on Khan as well to stall out the minion wave. They've got 30 seconds on Ruler. No summoner still for pretty much anybody except Kyuve's flash. This is going to be their game-winning push.
Man, what a team fight there. You were talking about it. We're going to be looking for that one team fight, and boy, do they get it. The huge surround into all the members of Samsung. There was no escape, and the perfect timed Cosmic Radiance to keep everybody alive. This team fighting composition of Longzhu is going to be able to win it in the end. The final push comes in. The Nexus turrets fall together, and so will the Nexus. Game number one of this one will go over to Longzhu.
And they start things off really, and they're able to kill Gnar right at the end. Gets that death timer after the Nexus has been exploded. So not sure if that one will count for the scoreboard. Oftentimes it does not. But Longzhu have such a great game one. They were so active in getting the fights exactly how they wanted to. We had that lull in the early game talking about how are these fights going to look? Who is going to be the engager? Well, it all came down to Cuz, Tarek, and Prey's Fate's Call making a huge difference in taking out Samsung's members. They love these compositions with the immobile mid and immobile AD carry. But when you have Kalista, when you have the Fate's Call with Tarek that can extend the range of somebody getting knocked up, it becomes so difficult to counteract. And being surrounded, not having to fight in a linear formation makes it that much harder for Samsung to position. And the Game 1 loss with disappointing looks isn't going to be the end for them. They have looked like this before, so if you're a Samsung fan, don't get too down, although you probably already knew that this is what would have happened in the booth.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Samsung fan, you're already probably down, but there is hope. There's always hope, isn't there? Samsung, you mentioned it before, they definitely do shine against the stronger teams, but it's kind of hard. They were very far behind, and they made it back into the game off of, yeah, they had great mechanics. Yeah, they made that one big team fight work, but then again, after Longzhu's mistake, they threw it away themselves again, going for the Elder Drake. So some mistakes that could not be ignored.
This is where it all started, where the ultimate was huge and then a 3-man Fates call. You don't get any better than that one. That's the available targets at your disposal. And then Crown comes in to try to clean things up, but that's a 2v4 you're walking into that. They sidestep so graciously, and you can see that Cuz can even force out the cleanse by keeping his smite available. So oftentimes this smite can be considered a combat summoner, and even though Crown is robotic and he does have fancy feet, it's not going to be enough to dodge out of the stoning that BDD threw at him. And I guess this is how that fight started. He immediately lost out on the Mega Gnar. Hopping over the wall was Khan, so Cube had no chance after that one. Without Mega Gnar being accessible, you don't really stand a chance against Nex. You need it for that stun. You need it for the disengage. And the 4th attempt at the pick from the right side was the big play that Longzhu made.
Ruler just playing with fire. He didn't respect Sejuani's ability to jump the wall. He had to flash, and he got hunted down by the Taliyah. This is where Samsung, they went for the Elder Drake after taking Baron. This is what I was talking about. You get yourself so grouped up like this, and you give Taric the easiest Cosmic Radiance for basically his whole team, and the flank from Jax and Taliyah, your AD carry is not going to survive. Your own carries are not going to survive against the carries of the enemy team. And that's pretty similar to what we saw in the final replay as well, this final fight where Samsung, they get bunched up again. And Taric with a really nice stun into the Fates call. Everybody on Samsung is grouped up. And then the easiest engage for Khan after that.
And in that previous engage, it wasn't just that the carries were not in a great position, but you gotta have Core JJ or a tank protect somebody from getting hit with that ultimate. If the Sejuani ultimate connects onto the important targets, they're forced to cleanse, they're forced to wait out and not position properly, and it makes things that much harder for them. So Samsung's formation needed to have a lot more held accountable before the fight started. It was obvious that they did not do so, and Longzhu punished and walks away with a Game 1 victory that, barring from that Baron that ended up going in the favor of Samsung, was pretty damn clean.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Longzhu looking pretty good on the blue side. Of course, things are going to be switched up as we enter game number 2. So 44 minutes, a very back and forth game. Samsung, they made it interesting. Definitely very good at holding on in certain situations and playing for that long game, but didn't work out for them in the end. Either way, guys, we're going to take an 8-minute break. When we come back, game number 2 of Longzhu versus Samsung. Don't go anywhere. you guys are joining us late, you missed a 44-minute slugfest. Back and forth, Longzhu able to win out in the end and did take the lead 1-0. So as we jump into game number 2, Longzhu will be on red side. Samsung will have their shot at the blue side.
And the MVP for game 1 goes to Gorilla with some immaculate Taric ultimates. So many picks came out from him that were so critical. And sure, that was the first time that we get to see that pick happen, but it was so well orchestrated from the rest of the team that it makes it look all too easy. And oh no, we missed that one. CoreJJ failed the flash one. And here comes Taric again. Look at that stun. Radiant. Hits Varus as well as Gragas at the same time. And then the ultimate was great. There's so many plays that we just don't have enough time to fill you in to see just how beautiful they were.
Yeah, and Longzhu and their fans look to be only dancing as we go into game number 2. If they will be able to take this one, obviously no subs for both of these teams. Although I say obviously, there was a chance, I suppose, for Samsung to throw a curveball, but when there's so much on the line in a game like this and you play at Ambition, for most of your games, I think you got to use him again.
Exactly. Haru hasn't been the starter. He's only been run in after a couple of underperforming games from Ambition, and that game wasn't too bad out of him. I think overall, Longzhu just played quite well. They were incredibly proactive when it came to looking for the opportunities that Samsung presented. They took full advantage of them, and they all orchestrated together in ways that, in terms of macro, we wanted to see out of them at all times. We didn't see that against KT, but hell, if they beat Samsung here, they're the cream of the crop. They're #1.
Well, this time with Samsung on blue side, they will have their shot to take away some junglers away from Cuz, or perhaps some other picks. The ban of Jace against Khan is always a good idea. They go ahead and take away Elise as well.
They might be feeling like targeting Khan a bit more now that they are on blue side, as you say. As even though the Jax maybe didn't feel like it was as impactful as it appeared, the tools that the team played around him to make him strong were quite troublesome. Talia, I think, was one of the most annoying ones because of the way that he was playing. BDD, we were talking about how every time he pushes, he just moves slightly to one side to the other to make sure that he can always collapse. And the first pick is no surprise. Samsung absolutely love this pick for Crown. He had a pretty decent game 1, but it just wasn't enough when you come down to facing so many tanks, so many people that are just jumping you 24/7. You never get enough breathing room to set up your Orianna ball to go for a great shockwave. That just was never available for you. Too many things flying around at the same time, and that is somebody cutting an orange. Why is he cutting an orange, Valdez?
Must be because I didn't get enough time to read that. I was actually looking for praise stats on Xayah. He's only, hold that thought. I'm still on the hunt.
I'll hold your thought and I'll take over.
He's 1-1. Okay, 1-1. Only 2 games played on the Xayah.
But CoreJJ gets his famous Zyra back, and this champion can single-handedly win team fights. So we get to see what CoreJJ is going to be doing on this one, because similar to game 1, where Longzhu was playing comps to just throw everything at you, kill the backline immediately, you now have to deal with a Zyra that can single-handedly either disengage that entire endeavor or counter-engage and go for a sick play that with a knockup follows up into the chains of corruption, as well as Shockwave. So while they are more fragile and easier to catch than Longzhu, they have just as many tools.
We got some spicy stats here on Gorilla. 2,972 assists in LCK. He's getting close to 3K, guys.
Dear Lord. Should we give him a golden mouse after that? I feel like those stats should be rewarded. No, like a
Isn't a golden mouse what you got for like winning OSL back in way back when, like 2003?
No, but you don't think that'd be a good? I think we should commemorate the players that reached the milestones of like.
Oh yeah, I think 100%.
Kills, 1,000 assists, 3,000, whatever number.
Golden mouse is an idea, and well, BDD, he had his Talia taken away, but he will not have his Galio taken away. as he will first pick that going into the second picking phase.
But what will Cuvée blind here? You know that he's up against a split pusher. There's no way they're going to put Khan on something that doesn't have kill pressure onto him, especially after committing BDD to Galio. If they don't go for a split pusher, they wouldn't have enough damage anyway, so he will just blind the Gnar again. Camille is out. Jax and Jace are out. Could it be a Fiora, possibly? I'm not too sure about that one. I think we might just see... No. Really?
No way.
Typically, that's been the support out of Gorilla, not Khan's AD carry.
Rakan top? No, I'm just kidding, but... Okay, they're going to send the Gragas top and give Cuz his Kha'Zix, so... Kind of interesting.
The girl that had that sign is going to be elated, to say the least, after seeing Cuz lock that one in. And need a cleanup on aisle 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Cuz what kind of plays he can make on the Kha'Zix, especially with the help of his buddy Khan and the support of BDD on the Galio. So they have that three-man troop. They got the bottom lane with that very slippery Xayah and the help of her lover Rakan to keep her safe. But not all that much damage will come out of that lineup outside of the Xayah.
It's a throwback to the start of the season when Galio was played and you had the Graves, the Kha'Zix in the jungle, the Lee Sins that could invade and get assisted by the Galio as a follow-up. And one of the strengths of Cuz as a Kha'Zix player have been those 1v1s, those invades. And if they can combine that with BDD's pressure in mid, as well as Khan's Gragas into the top side, we might get to see a map be split up. But Samsung, once again, with a near identical composition to game 1, I think this time around we'll have a much easier time playing the team fights out as they have more tools to their disposal between Desire and Jarvan, whereas Longzhu, similar to the previous game as well, where they want to go for some wombos, no longer do they have a split pushing capability, but instead they have Cuz as the main man in the jungle.
He should be feeling pretty confident after Sejuani play, picking up his 3rd win on that champion. Now he brings out his 8-3 Kha'Zix, a big comfort pick into what could be the final game for Longzhu if they do take the 2-0 victory up against Samsung. So guys, the game is all loaded up. Let's hop onto the Rift once again for game number 2 of Longzhu versus Samsung. Whoa.
Sounds like they died for Samsung.
Samsung! She was going ham.
A worthy
holding
tribute.
Nothing back. A worthy tribute with that. To be fair, it was on that level. A die-hard Samsung fan, no doubt. Xayah going ham herself. Well, they've relied on Prey in the past to do the majority of their damage. I remember when it was 80 carry in 2017 lull. That was the meme.
Ah, yes. AD carries, the divas of League of Legends. The ones that always complain. Why champion's too weak, even though it's played in every single role? It's too weak, guys. I'm under. The tanks are too much.
Ooh, look at that clear.
No, but it got one stolen by BDD.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so he wasn't able to hit level 2 right away.
That sucks. Although, it still is going to be fast, and he hits 2 after that big raptor. Just not ideal, perhaps. Ambition's starting blue, and look at this, and engage at level 1. Look at Gorilla going ham as Core JJ gets extremely low, but he burns Ignite, trades the heal from Ruler on the opposite side.
So for this lane, all that Samsung have to do is try to remove as much of the kill pressure as possible. That means taking out any summoners that they can, without dying themselves, will put them in a favorable position for them to just continually harass. They have more wave clear, they have more harass, and it'll only get stronger as the levels progress. They just can't afford to die. One wants to all in, the other one just wants to farm. And as long as they can get past the all in phase, they'll be A-okay. And here we have Ambition making those early game moves in the Jarvan.
They're going to spot each other out here as Ambition lets go of the Rift Scuttler. Cuz going to get to work, but both of these guys thinking about a fight. Cuz really challenging him, saying, hey, come at me, bro. You really want to do it? You want to go?
They definitely do not want to do that. You don't want to 1v1 Kha'Zix pretty much at no time. Only a select few champions in the right circumstances can do so.
So good spot out there by Cuz to immediately go over to the blue and see the Jarvan, who is hanging around that bot side. Already a nice line of wards all around the river for Longzhu, as well as Cuz picking up the Rift Scuttler to give some extra vision.
So all that Longzhu wants to do is get to a position where their level 6s are on their solo lanes, and they can have Kha'Zix invade 24/7, shut down Ambition, get the Kha'Zix ahead, and have your solo lanes help you out, and perhaps transition into a dive into the bottom side when the time is necessary. Whereas Samsung, they don't have many opportunities onto the mid lane, not just yet. Level 6 is a good opportunity for it, but if BDD has the defensive items to stop Orianna from hurting him, he'll be fine. So Samsung will likely have to look towards the bottom side of the map, or maybe top. But from what we have learned from these two guys duking it up, is that they don't trade too much. They stay relatively healthy, and only in that game 1 where Khan got a bit too greedy with his leap strike did he end up suffering a 1v1 death.
Cuz he's waiting for Ambition. Good spotting there, good position by Cuz to deny that gank coming in onto his weak buddy BDD Galio in the mid lane. And Ambition, he's been shut down towards the bottom side. He's been shut down on a gank towards mid. He's been looking for these ganks, as a Jarvan is wont to do from the jungle, but he's been forced into just farming out all of his camps. Hasn't been able to do too much work in the lanes just yet.
He should be fine. I don't think that Samsung is too pressured to make anything happen in this early game. Remember, when it comes to the team fights, Cuz's isolation might be his undoing, as there's not going to be anybody to take down multiple members AoE-wise. You have Xayah that can only hit one person. Then you've got Kha'Zix, who needs the isolation. Then Gragas and Galio will have laughable damage at times when the magic resist itemization comes through. So they can't be looking for those 5v5s, and the later the game goes, the more likely you have those. So early should be in the favor of Longzhu.
Ruler with a not the most on-point piercing arrow. Went in between Prey and the minion. That was low. So missing both in the process. He's probably aiming for Prey. Here's Cuz in between Ambition and Crown. But he does have his leap as well as the flash available, so he feels extremely safe. Ambition making his way bottom side. There's not going to be a gank available. Cuz continues to get aggressive, looking for a gank here onto Crown. There's the cleanse being forced out. Can they get his flash? Not quite.
Just some minor damage, and this is likely what we're going to get to see until we hit level 6 from Galio and Kha'Zix invading nonstop. Not much is going to happen. That's just the way that these games work out. We're at the top. You know, the idea that two teams at the very top will not yield solo kills all the time is apparent. That they will be trying to make the best moves possible, and that means playing defense effectively. That means not just knowing what objectives to take, but how to defend your objectives properly and how to take something without giving anything in return.
You can see the vision that's all around the map. Ambition sees the ward that sees him doing Krugs, starts it anyway. Cuz goes back to his jungle, gets spotted on a couple of wards, and goes for his own Gromp. And BDD was slowly edging down towards the bottom side for a heroic entrance, but no opportunity made itself available for the bottom side of Longzhu. we will continue farming, as is the way of the early games nowadays in LCK Summer.
It's like Farm Simulator 2002. Hold up
Okay.
by top.
He's getting aggressive onto Khan, as Khan does fight back nicely with the cask, saying, okay, you're doing this close to the turret, I can trade back a bit of damage.
But he never stood a chance of going for that engage. Kha'Zix was in the top side of the map, and as we have seen BDD do all the time, he was already rotating to the top side of the map, just in case he was needed to answer with his own ultimate.
Are they looking to surround? Okay, they found Ambition in the back. The heroic entrance comes after, or rather before the leap, and that means that no kill will come out onto Ambition, who does make it away.
Okay, so they commit the biggest tool that this composition have in the early mid.
Oh, ooh, okay.
Okay.
Ruler, he's got his glasses on sideways, so everything's just going haywire down here.
He didn't have the most accurate chains of corruption.
Oh, look at this engage, though. That Zyra is so weak. The heal coming out, but those feathers, with the help of Ignite, will net Gorilla first blood. But here comes Crown. He's trying to get close, does have that shockwave. It's going to be missed for now. Oh, the jukes out of Longzhu. At the end of the day, though, Prey will still go down. Oh, they make it look pretty as they die, as is the way of that Lover's bot lane.
The hula hoop, like a gymnast class that you just don't know why you're there. Crown walks on down to the bottom side, and that should have been 2 kills for Samsung. That should have been a great punishment for them, but maybe some nerves, some miscommunication, whatever it may be, we're going to look at Longzhu, start that fight again. Jumping onto Zyra, easy peasy. The level 6 Rakan is just so quick in doing this. They look effortlessly do it. It's got to be the power of love that makes the power, that move so strong. And look at how quickly they both predict that from happening. Oh, jeez.
This is what happens when I play Orianna. That's why I don't play her anymore. So, Crown, though, I like what he was doing.
You do?
I like the idea of it. You know, obviously, it was a fantastic read by Longzhu bot lane. Prey and Gorilla, they've played a lot of games of League of Legends, or so I've heard. They've been around for quite a while. So, good mindset. At the end of the day, they only do lose one.
It's at least something that they're able to trade back a kill on the side of Samsung. And without Crown having flash, he will have a target on his back when it comes to dealing with BDD that has his own flash as well as Cuz. But the gold not spiking for anybody is still good for Samsung. They can play out these late game team fights as long as the shockwaves improve, and so do the chains of corruption, and the Stranglethorns. Pretty much every ability has to be thrown out better. Oh yeah.
Yep, this is what he's waiting for, but Crown, he knows. As you said, highest level of League of Legends, perhaps another mid laner would have just walked on up and died.
Yeah, we saw what FLICKR was doing.
It took me a split second to catch on, but yeah, our boy FLICKR going 0-4 in the series against BBQ, nonetheless.
Win's a win. That's all that matters.
Oh, that's what he's telling himself, no doubt. Okay, we got another engage, this time with the heroic entrance. It will knock up Ruler. Is there enough damage, though? Doesn't look like it. They cannot get him. The chain of corruption locks down Gorilla, and he dies under turret. A fantastic response by the bot lane of Samsung.
Look at how quick that engage happens. Holy crap, the engage just out of nowhere. The combo was so fast that it's impressive to see that Ruler and Core JJ responded accordingly and were able to take down Gorilla after that. The Chains of Corruption did so much work for them. And it's the Ninja Tabis out of Ruler that keep him alive. Going with that defensive atomization made a difference. Who knows what could have happened in that previous game had he gone with Tabis on the Varus. He instead did have those Zerker Greaves. And when it came down to dealing with the Jax, it just was not enough. And maybe the answer is in the shoes.
He got his Nikes on. Cuz was looking for a rough gank in the top side against Gnar, who's playing very passive and does have Gnar's ability to leap away from danger. And so Cuz just going to let that one go. Back to farming for that Void Monster. Oh, look at this engage, though. Just running straight into it is Gorilla. The Cataclysm, though, does lock down Ambition, and he cannot quite get the kill, although they do have him locked in behind the turret. Will they go for the dive? BDD immediately going for that teleport. Gonna miss the flag and drag and the root. Samsung not able to get the kill. And here's Khan with the TP. The flash forward with the taunt will miss, but it will not matter. Enough damage comes out, and Longzhu able to get a kill in the end of it. Here's Crown. Doesn't look like he can do much, though, in the end.
Mechanics are not in the favor of Samsung today. I think they could have killed him, or killed Gorilla. Had Ambition waited for a couple more autos before comboing onto that Cataclysm right away. You can always use the Cataclysm when they're dashing away. You can trap him there. Instead, he uses that valuable auto attack time to get the Cataclysm in, and that could have made the difference. I can't wait to inspect that play with a microscope to see exactly what could have happened and if it was a good play. Now, obviously going for the catch is, but that dive in itself, you know that Gorilla's going to dash out of that. He's not just going to sit there and die. So let's take another look at that catch. A great flash, but yeah, a couple more auto attacks would have done the difference. I don't see why Ambition comboed right away. That should have been a kill.
It's a sense of urgency. We got to kill this guy immediately, but at the end of the day, that is what got them in trouble.
Imagine how easy it would have been if he had Cataclysm right now and just would have walked up, bam, oh, kill him into the turret. Easy as pie.
Very true. Bit of pressure, no doubt, for these guys who are making mistakes in small manners, but the best of the best teams will put you in danger because of your mistakes. Okay, here's that flash. There's that engage you were talking about, Ruler. My God.
Holy.
Goodbye.
Jesus.
As if he never existed, Crumbs.
He got a death wish. It's like a UFO came out and just sucked him right out of Summoner's Rift.
Zap. Goodbye. And now they are pushing for this turret. Before Cuz was able to hold the top turret against that Gnar, you can see that Longzhu's top turret is very low, but he could not put that push in. And so First Blood turret goes over to Longzhu in the bottom lane. They're making this Galio work wonders for them.
That's what we thought Longzhu was going to do. They're either going to invade with Kha'Zix into the jungle, pressure Jarvan, or go dive the bottom side of the map. They relentlessly dive bottom, and the Zyra and Varus are unable to make any use of their laning prowess. Instead, they're fodder for the bottom lane of Longzhu, as well as the Gargoyle in mid. But with so much roaming from BDD, Samsung is not without a response. Taking down the mid-tier 1 is a pretty big bonus for them.
Ooh.
And now Khan is dead.
Locks it down. The flash coming in. Khan is tankier than you would imagine. The brick is not going to hit him. And Khan survives somehow, some way. And that also means that the turret will survive for now.
And the swap is first there from Longzhu. The first swap means that the vision is established before anybody else. And vision before means that they will maintain pressure in this lane once again, which is going to prime them for more dives. So what we saw on the bottom side of the map with Ruler in a vanishing act is going to continue to happen.
Poor guy. He loves his Varus, but one of the big things about Varus, you know, you compare him to other AD carries that are popular. Kalista, obviously banned out. The Tristana. The Tristana that's available. They have escapes. Varus does not.
Look at the range at which he engages. There is no other support that can do that. He engages from the second brush, going onto Xayah, then onto Varus with a flash. Oh, comboed right on the center with Galio ultimate. The Orianna is nasty with Rakan, but so is Galio.
Yeah, we're getting a full serving of that tonight. We're getting the back-to-back episodes of Galio and Rakan, the two buddies doing silly stuff down in Summoner's Rift in the bottom lane.
Xayah's like, you spend all your time with your friends. What about me?
Poor Xayah, man. Although she's been a nice, you know, she's trying to be part of the duo. She's like, oh, you know, I'm doing a bit of damage. But actually, in the end of it, it's really just the BDD Gorilla show.
No, she actually did a lot. She kept them in place with the Feather Storm, so she got to participate. But the flashiness does get attributed to BDD and Gorilla.
Yeah. either way, the comp is working for them. It is a tie game, if you will. 28.2 to 28.2 in terms of the gold. No dragons have gone either way. And so Longzhu, they're winning outside of the turrets. If they can get this top turret, they will take the lead. And you can see that's what they're pushing for here. The Rift Herald is still available with about 2.5 minutes left. We'll see if they get aggressive and try to take both the Rift Herald and the top turret.
I think there's 2 little lane advantages for these teams to get a Rift Herald as easily as we have seen in many other series here. The fight for first place, it's unlikely that the Rift Herald will go down without a fight, so the teams don't just start it.
You can tell that they're hanging around, not for the Rift Herald, but to stop the defense of the top tier 1. So essentially the bodyguards saying that is our turret, and down it will go. So this time Longzhu will take the lead, about 600 gold ahead. We'll see if they can set up any more plays.
That bodyguard looks more like extortion on the side of Longzhu, just walking up there. Either you give us this, or else.
They've got a couple of guys that they know, you know.
Yeah, one's made out of stone and the other one's a fat drunk.
Sounds more like a Game of Thrones legend more than anything. They say he's made of stone, but actually it's true. The Galio.
Is that a spoiler?
No, it's not a spoiler. Could have some relation to stuff that's going on, but I won't say anything else. But we are hitting that lull as the turrets have gone down, 2 for each team. The Cloud Drake is a Cloud Drake after all, and so Samsung will start it. You can see pings immediately going for Rift Herald. Samsung, I'm not sure they want to take this trade though.
They've already committed to it, so I guess you're trading a Cloud Drake at 20 minutes for a Rift Herald that is likely going to result in a tier 1 for Longzhu, and losing that tier 1 in mid, yeah, is a very big deal. So I'm just as lost as you are in why this decision came through to go for that dragon right now. They will get the bottom tier 1, but this Kha'Zix is now super strong with a Herald himself and a Duskblade already.
Khan 1v3 is trying to stop this. It looks like a 1v3, but actually it's a 3v3. As Khan, he's looking for that, and Samsung actually engages. They burn a lot. Here comes Cuz from the left side. A couple of low members, but they're not going to engage. They're not going to force it here. Gonna take the safe route out. They don't want to go too far. They didn't have eyes on Crown, it seemed. So they let that one go. They saved the turret, which is nice.
Well, the commitment from Longzhu is a lot harder than it seems. Remember that the times that they have engaged are at the hands of Gorilla, going for some sick engages onto the bottom lane. But we have yet to see an engage start from Khan, just going crazy by himself, comboing up with Galio. Remember that they need a member in the middle of it all for the heroic entrance to actually hit a knock-up to put Galio in a proper position. Otherwise, he's just a walking beefcake, taking up damage and threatening to taunt with flash.
Prey and Gorilla, the duo return to the bot lane. So not putting their focus in the mid lane to help out with that kind of push. And you can see Cuz is making his way over as well. Just Cuz and Gorilla together, taking out as much damage as possible. The Duskblade gonna help out, as well as the scanner from Gorilla. Cuz also has a scanner, but he's got the Rift Herald right now, so he can't use it. And they're looking to bait Samsung into defense. You can see 5 members of Longzhu hanging around this mid lane. Gorilla looking for that flank, and they're just saying, hey guys, we're looking to take your mid turret. What are you gonna do about it?
They want to kill Crown so badly.
Okay, they hop in onto Ambition. Oh, nice shockwave. Prey forced to throw out that Feather Storm, and you can see that because of that, they don't necessarily have the strongest push in mid lane. They're going to keep that mid turret alive, Samsung, because Prey got chunked so much before the fight even began.
It's a good shockwave to defend that one, and so the Rift Herald, while it looked like it would have been the end of the world, or at least for the pressure for Samsung right now. Ends up being nothing more than a huge dent to the turret, but it still stays alive. So working, but barely there.
Okay, they're going 2v1 onto Cuvée. Should be able to get this kill. Let's see if he can hop away. The answer is no, but immediately, this is what I was saying. It's going to be 3v4 up in the top side. We'll see if Samsung can do it. They're taking a lot of damage. There's the engage, the heroic entrance, and crowd. He disappears. Where did he go? And here's Corday getting flashed on by BDD, looking for that kill. Ambition, though, is going to turn it around by himself, but down goes Corday J. Khan is alone, but BDD, the big stone man, joining his buddy, looking for more kills. Gonna get that stun. Not sure they can get any more. They're looking for Ruler here, but Khan himself is pretty low. Gorilla coming all the way from bottom side, trying to make another play. This guy has been all over the map tonight, and now they're going to be able to pick up Ruler here, it looks like. Gorilla, not enough damage, though. Himself, Khan, again, he's so tanky. He's going to come back, and Ruler goes down. Khan survives. Ambition is alone now. What can they do? Can they save him? The answer is no. Cuvée by himself looking to go 1v3. Can he do it? Okay, bit of damage onto Khan. Still on the chase. That boomerang is going to hit, but he can't chase him anymore. BDD basically doesn't take any damage. Cuvée is going to get into that Mega Narf for him. But they're looking to turn this one around. Khan is sticking around. Corday going to help out, but not too much. And in the end, Longzhu come out way ahead.
Samsung's decision-making is just not there this game. The response to the 1v2 kill onto Gnar should not have been to start Baron. They do not have the composition nor the items to do that right now. Hell, they even committed Stranglethorns to this one at the end of the fight. So watch, they don't have enough tools to tank it. And Zyra ultimate, out of all things, that makes no sense. And they pop Crown immediately. They're lucky that Varus is able to survive for a little bit longer, that they take out Kha'Zix, and we just go on a wild goose chase at the end. That no way we're going to get to see all of this happen right now, because it was just so bonkers. Okay, well, we're going to get to see part of it.
You never know. That's the fun of it, right?
Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And we never know what we're going to get with Samsung's games these days, where sometimes they look like they're on top of the world when it comes to macro, and other times just doing the most random crap. Starting that Baron, the correct play would have been to stay in mid, to push out that lane, to get some farm. It was just simply Cuvé's overextension in that play, so they felt like they had to go for more, and they get punished heavily for it. And now what was an even game is a 4,000 gold lead for Longzhu.
They're ahead in this one, no doubt. But remember game one where Longzhu made mistakes of their own and they kind of threw it back into the hands of Samsung. We'll see if Samsung can look for more plays like that. But here comes Cuz, looking for that isolated damage onto Ambition, one of the tankiest members, doing what he can, but there's the engage. They got Isaiah working on that Jarvan. It's not quite enough. That Shockwave is going to be dodged by everyone. There's the cast. They get Ruler into the main fight, and down he goes. The heroic entrance. Gorilla is going to go down in the end, and now BDD is all by himself. Ambition, though, is low, and they do take him out. Prey on the run. It looks like he should be able to survive for now. And here's Cuz. Is going to get crowned. Can he get another one? Looking for the resets. He gets Cuvée. And that is going to be 4 kills on the side of Longzhu this time around.
And that's going to be an inhibitor for them as well. They are so strong right now. And did you see how much damage that Kha'Zix does? Orianna was deleted.
Wow. Okay. Wow, they're going for the Baron here instead of the inhibitor. They've calculated the amount of time this takes. Prey is pretty low.
It's wise. It's really wise, because if you go for the inhibitor, you're not going to have enough time to recall and defend the Baron at the same time, which would give Samsung the advantage in terms of tempo. By cracking the base turret, making sure that there is an open inhibitor, you can guarantee yourself to be able to dive or pressure the inhibitor, even if Samsung were to have a lot of wave clear. So they're avoiding a situation like game one, where the game was stalled out by wave clear inside the base. So we're going to look at it again. They go onto Ambition because he's already committed to flag and drag. But when Rakan comes through and he's able to dash out, Samsung thinks, okay, everything's all right. But no, the cast from Khan was beautiful. Straight into the taunt, and the rest is history. The damage that Kha'Zix comes through. Sure, Rakan dies, but just look at Kha'Zix and Orianna. Watch Crown, and now watch Cuz go around the backside. And a splat.
Oh, baby.
It's like,
that's a Kha'Zix's wet dream, man. An Orianna by herself, and you just hop on in.
oh man, Orianna turning into Kafka, sees herself as the bug getting squashed. You know that reference? That's a pretty obscure one, I suppose, at least for the genre that we're in. All right, okay.
I'll have to let that one slide. But yeah, man, because even picks up a Youmuu's now. He's going full attack. He's counting on the tankiness of Khan and BDD and saying, I will be the follow-up damage. I said it before in the draft, and perhaps I was wrong, but Prey is not the only damage in this one. And Ruler, he gets caught again! He flashes away, but he gets knocked up. Here's Cuz, almost getting Core JJ. Good release there. The Shockwave will take him away, and they can't take any members of Samsung down. They are pretty low. Prey getting low himself. They're looking for the counter engage. Can't quite get it. Prey's still alive with his feathers. They want this inhibitor, and they want out. They will get the inhibitor, and it looks like they will get out for now as Samsung too low to follow up.
They're lucky that they had flashes available and that Cuz got trapped in the Stranglethorns. Otherwise, that could have been the end of the game for Samsung, but they still get that inhibitor. That's the difference that it makes when you crack that one down. Had that turret not been down earlier, I don't think Longzhu could have been able to pull the trigger as easily as they did on that dive. And they are so fast on these dives. They just don't have enough time to respond to what is being thrown at them and how quickly these abilities are comboed onto the squishy carries of Samsung. Just look at this. Whoa. Righteous Glory as well to make him even faster. Wow. The fact that Ruler lived was solely based on the Stranglethorns from Core JJ because it stopped not just BDD's Justice Punch, but Kha'Zix dead in his tracks.
There's a reason that the Zyra gets banned away from Core JJ from time to time. He was having trouble with his Stranglethorns against the Baron in a wonky bit of a usage there against the objective, but this time it works out for him as he uses it on the correct targets.
It works out, but it's so counter-meta. Right now, the supports are all about the roaming supports. Alistar, Rakan, Threshes, and Brahms. That's what we see, and so Zyra is a more old-school pick that just doesn't quite fit these compositions, but can work. She just has to be played immaculately. Unfortunately, that's not what we're seeing. It's a 1-3-4 Zyra that hasn't had a tremendous impact. She was just fodder alongside Ruler in the laning phase, and we're going to need to see a lot better ultimates for the rest of this game in order for Samsung to have a fighting chance here, because for the next fight, Ruler's not going to have his ultimate available, and we've seen how quickly they can kill Crown, so they need to be on top of things if they want to have a chance.
They're committing to Kyve here. Meanwhile, look at Crown, he's alone because not going to go for it. He actually eats a ton of damage on the retreat, so a bit of miscommunication as Khan by himself against Kyve, and because he sees some tasty bait, but actually eats a bit of damage himself.
I think he was salivating there, looking at Crown. It's like, ooh, I could go here, but I'm not going to be able to cross over the wall, so if I commit to a jump, I might die. I'll probably have to burn my flash on this one. And most of all, a kill there would not have gotten anything. They don't have pressure in the waves, so by the time that they would have set up to take down another base turret, Orianna would have respawned. So it's just not worth it. You have to calculate what you're truly getting. A kill isn't just about the gold. It's about getting somebody off the map and taking the base of the opponent when they are down.
Yeah, which is why had they caught perhaps Kyve in the bottom side as a full, 5-man unit, maybe it would have been good then, as they would have had an opportunity to push one of the lanes, but hopping over a wall to get an Orianna when you're not even sure if you can when she has all of her summoners, probably not a good idea. So I like the idea of Khan a little bit better. You can see he's just chilling down here in the bottom lane, pushing by himself. They have BDD in the mid lane, just constantly being a nuisance. Oh, they catch Cuz, but no follow-up, and here's Gorilla. Doesn't look like they can get anything, though. They're going to get onto Ruler, though, in the back, but disappearing is Cuz. Core JJ going to eat it, too. Ruler still on the run. They got to get him. Look at where he's going. He's all the way on the opposite side of the wall. They are going to zone him out for now. The turret goes down. Gorilla getting pretty low. Prey He does have the help of BDD coming in from behind, but it's BDD against 3, and Prey needs to get in position. They force that flash away, at least for now. What a wonky fight that one was. Ruler is still alive. He comes around the total opposite side.
It's the kid that runs away and it's like, all right, I can't eat by myself. I got to come back home. But that was so well played, though. Even though it looks funny for Ruler, the fact that he utilizes the wall to make sure, or the base gate to get out of that position is great awareness from him. And sure, the engage onto Cuz is questionable at best. But when Cuz jumps in, he's jumping into 2 people, and that is just a lack of respect for what Samsung can do. And nobody else can follow up. There's no isolated targets. It's a lot less likely to kill anybody that quickly and get out. And you can see how valuable is Cuz being played in Samsung's eyes, as even Shockwave got committed to that one. Here comes the teleport out of Khan.
They want this taunt. They get onto Crown, and they take him out. He had no cleanse. And immediately, this is going to turn into a wonky one, although that cask was awful. It's going to get everybody on the side of Samsung to safety. But they do take out Crown for 50 seconds with the Baron coming up, so Longzhu still should be happy.
They did not foresee that Ruler was going to burn his flash immediately, so they had no vision up until the very end. It was only Khan that was flashing over, and it looks like they're going to go for a trade, although I don't think Longzhu is quite happy about giving a trade, giving their position of 10,000, or 12,000 gold up, rather.
Ambition's not here. And so Khan is like, okay, if you want to burn it down now, I guess I'll just smite it away from you. Or actually, never mind. Khan is top lane. Sorry about that. But still, the threat of the Gragas coming on in and stopping that push is quite nice. So they look to get both of these objectives. Both the Baron and the Infernal Drake will go over to Longzhu. And guys, we're 13,000 gold ahead for Longzhu. They fell down like a house of cards against KT, but looking quite strong against Samsung.
They have so much control in these games. They're so assertive with the way they want to take these fights. Every single fight has been them starting it and Samsung like, oh God, we're not ready.
The Varus so far has been getting jumped upon. He doesn't have his flash. Even sometimes when he does have his flash, Gorilla's just too quick. That Rakan engage is like, okay, you want to play Varus into this? Well, I guess I'll see you later.
And Doriana as well. They both have had major targets on their backs that Longzhu continues to shoot for.
So far, they've had pretty good aim, you could say. Things are going quite well. Well, they do catch Gorilla here. You can see how tanky he is, but the follow-up, that heroic entrance keeps him alive with a 2-man knockup, and that was Samsung's one chance. Some vision is going to be caught out here. Gorilla's low, but he doesn't get taken out, and so Samsung has a unit getting pretty low, and Longzhu with the Baron, they're looking to take this inhibitor now.
God, that was the support. That was 5 people of Samsung, and they were unable to take down the support.
We have gone this far in this game.
So many shields and heals and damage reduction tools.
We're seeing the strength of Galio. The early game, the setup with Rakan in the bottom lane was unmatched. There was nothing that Samsung could do to really except try to avoid it, and it didn't work. And in the late game, it keeps even the weakest of targets, although Gorilla's getting decently tanky on this engaging Rakan. Just having that heroic entrance alongside everything else keeps him alive for ridiculous amounts of times when you're this far ahead.
I want to see Gargoyle Stoneplate Rakan at some point.
Do it. You can definitely stick in the fight for the entirety of it, no doubt, but you have to sub it for another item. Either way, that's a conversation for another time as the third inhibitor is going down and Samsung is getting absolutely squashed like a bug in game 2. It is not close, guys. Longzhu is killing him right now.
Flash.
Here comes Gorilla looking for Ruler. That heroic entrance is going to knock him up. The bouncy house as Ruler is going to stay alive. Cuz trying to get on top of him will go down, but it looks like Juve will as well as Core JJ, and that should be it. Ambition can't fight 1v3. The rest, the carries of Samsung, they can't do it alone. The Nexus turrets go down, and Longzhu are looking to take the 2-0 victory over Samsung. They've done it. They're going to Worlds.
Wait a minute.
Although, I'll hold my breath. The minions are coming in here. BDD, he's focused chasing it down, trying to get the kills, he gets them both, and the Nexus, the final finish there, the camera finish down to the wire, and BDD does it. Longzhu, they are going to the finals with that seed, and they will see perhaps Samsung or someone else. They should be excited after winning this one.
That was the most picture-perfect ending. A metaphor for the game. BDD jumps straight into Ruler, pops him in the dome as the Nexus explodes to win Yin. So a great series from Longzhu, a well-earned first place of regular season. It's still not over for them. One more match is what awaits their first seed into the World Championship. So they still have a tough opponent to face, but they just obliterated Samsung. It wasn't close at no point in Game 1 or Game 2.
When it comes down to it, as you're saying, they need to win this summer LCK in order to make it through. But they proved a lot here. They said, at least we can take out Samsung. The really interesting finals for me now is not SKT, it's not Samsung, it's not a FLICKR. It's KT versus Longzhu, the rematch in the finals. That will be the perfect finals for me. And you can see incredibly disappointed faces on the side of Samsung. Crown, not too happy about the team's performance so far.
No, it cannot be. And speaking of that bracket, it's going to be SKT versus the FLICKR. Then they move on to Samsung. Then they move on to KT. Oh, that's always the most exciting. I love that format, the king of the hill. But a little bit of overheating. It is hot as hell here in Korea, and especially now after we got to see just how well Longzhu played. And Gorilla's Rakan, you got to give him MVP again.
Double MVP.
So,
I 100% agree.
My God. That was insane. He was so quick. It was so well coordinated. A thing of beauty.
He's a monster.
He's like, Alistar what? No.
And in the end of it all, a defeated Crown will not have the crown on his head for now. He's got to get through the winner of SKT versus a FLICKR, and then he's got to win that and defeat KT, and then get another shot in the finals if he wants to win Worlds. Or rather, win LCK Summer and get to Worlds. But let's take a look at some of the replays and see how Game 2 finished out.
Some mechanical fallacies here from Samsung prevent them from taking out Gorilla, and in the end, his happy feet keep him alive. So the case for him making MVP extends itself as the rest of the team collapses, and he basically, you could argue, started all that by getting caught out and earns his team a kill in return. And then this is where it all started looking sick. That engage, just look at that range. What is that? That is not, that should not be allowed.
And then the rotation too. Even from these replays, this isn't even the MVP replays, but I'm like, I don't know. I think Gorilla's got it, right? The rotations that come up, I don't know whose call it was. Was a team effort in the end, but you can see some of the mistakes of Samsung too, trying to rush the Baron after the duo kill down on the bottom side of the Lovers duo against Kive. Didn't work out.
And I think there's plenty of members, however, on the side of Longzhu that you could also give MVP to. BDD had a great game. No, but yeah, I think Gorilla and BDD, they comboed it together. It was all them two. It was those two that made it all happen. You see them together here. They were doing it in the bottom side of the map, and they engaged. This is the meta. You got to have backline access. It doesn't matter how tanky you are if you're not hitting valuable targets and threatening them to position themselves poorly. And so with their combination at hand, Samsung never saw the light.
You can see actually the Justice Punch of BDD allows him to dodge the Shockwave. Not sure if that was on purpose, but that was pretty legit, I have to say. I'd like to get a slow motion zoom in on that, but we've already passed that point. So it's pretty cool when Cuz, the Predator, the Jaws, comes on in from the stealth and just says, "Goodbye, Orianna."
She just gets stomped like a Oompa Loompa in that one.
Yes, yes he did, and there's the result.
Sorry. I mean the things in Mario that you stomp on. That's
yeah, the Goombas. Yeah, there you go.
Oompa Loompa, same thing.
So this game too was definitely even more of a stomp. for the side of Longzhu compared to game one, as there was no comeback opportunity for Samsung. There was no light of day, as the Orianna and the Varus, who had no escapes, could not escape the deadly engage of the side of Longzhu. Everybody that could jump in and get into the mix was too much for them to handle. So guys, I hope you're tuning in. Let's hear what our MVPs have to say. I'll throw you over to Ji-sun.
Ji-sun, your translator, and here we have Gorilla for the MVP interview. So you made it to the first place. How do you feel? From the last defeat, I was really sad and gloomy, but I think this is a new start, so I'm gonna try harder. So you're making it to the finals in 4 years in a row. How you do it all the time? Yeah, I made it to the finals all 4 years, and I also had my first win of the season last year, so I also want to have a great result for this year. I think you showed up all you got this game. Weren't you really nervous? I get nervous before all games, but for today, I actually tried to make our new members, Cuz and Khan, not to get nervous too much, so I try to make them feel comfortable. Well as got into the gaming booth, I could feel the victory from the SKT, so I kind of felt lucky. But actually, Peanut wanted us to lose, but I'm really sorry to tell him that we won the game. And the former Rocks players made it to the postseason. Is there anything you want to say for your ex-teammates? I'm really happy that we all made it. And right now, I'm on the top of the series, so I'll be waiting for their competition. Then let's check out the MVP for the last set.
The MVP of game number 2 is, in fact, BDD, continuing to add to his ridiculous KDA, not taking a single death and following up on all the big engages.
6-0-10, how grotesque. And the deletion of multiple members of Samsung just added to that. Holy moly. KDA God with the champion that does so much for everybody, helping out his allies, helping out himself to a tasty Zyra. And another great engage here with a flash taunt onto Crown that he does die. It's just not rated, not suitable for us, guys. It is a PG-12 show.
You're the MVP first point, and you made it to the finals. How do you feel? I'm just really happy right now. Your Galio didn't make any deaths. But did you expect to be an MVP? Well, during the game, I cannot make expectations on MVPs quite actually, so I'm really surprised right now. Were you aware about the MVP points? Well, I wasn't really caring a lot for the MVP points. And how did you feel, Gorilla, as a teammate? It's been a year since we've been playing together, since last year, the summer. I'm really happy to see him improving really fast. And I'm expecting more from him, so I'm really happy to be his teammate. Then which moment did you feel that you're going to the finals? Well, every team fight, I could feel the finals coming. Well, in the team fight with Gragas at the enemy blue side, we had great aggro control, so I thought we were gonna win. Then tell us about the top Gragas. It wasn't really special about it, just Khan plays Gragas really well. So we trusted in him. Then the last question maybe, which team do you want for your final opponent? I personally prefer Samsung or Africa because I think SKT and KT are really strong in the big series. So, and also Samsung and Africa had a lot of hard times. So I really want them to come up to the finals. Well, I actually don't care which team comes, but actually we lost against KT, so maybe every team except KT. So you guys are showing your best performance for the season. How do you look back the whole season? Yeah, I also agree that this was my most important season, so I practiced and prepared a lot. I think our team had a lot of hard times from the spring season, and we made it really hard to make to the finals. So we're gonna prepare really hard for the finals and also try our best for the Worlds. Thank you. Is there anything you want to say to your fans? Thank you for cheering for the last match for the season. And I really want to show my best performance at the finals. Thank you. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for helping out with that one. And it was nice to hear from both these guys who they wanted to face up against. And I would agree with them, right? It's pretty obvious when it comes to the way that Longzhu has played against certain teams, right? They would want to go up against Samsung. They would want to go up against Africa, but I have a feeling it's going to be KT. That's my personal prediction. And of course, with that win, Longzhu is going to take the first place, and they will await one of 4 other teams in the finals.
They take first place, but that #1 does not mean that they are that far away from the competition. KT with the exact same win-loss and only 1 game difference with Samsung and SK Telecom T1. So such a tight race for the top of the table in the LCK, something that we haven't seen pretty much ever, especially in these top 4 contenders. So the addition of Longzhu shaking things up and making things interesting. The order that initially was those 3 teams has now been altered, perhaps forever.
Forever, question mark? Yeah, I think so. As long as Longzhu stays around and all these teams keep their...
Team Liquid can't buy them. Not for sale.
Yes, they're ours. Don't take them. They stay in Korea. But yeah, I mean, it's very cool to see Longzhu on top as a team. They totally turned it around from spring. They brought a new roster, BDD, Cuz, and Khan, to replace the others. And man, it's just been one hell of a ride for the entirety of LCK summer. Once they came in and started bopping big teams, we were like, what the hell? This team is actually really good. So guys, we're going to take a look at the postseason. The first one is going to be SKT versus Africa. That will be on Saturday, casted by OGN. The one match that you and I will do, Crumbs, will be the playoff round 1. It will be Samsung versus the winner of SKT and Africa over at the Nexon Arena on Tuesday. Then, of course, the following Saturday, August 19th, it will be KT Rolster against the winner of that. And then Longzhu, they're waiting at the top on the following Saturday, August 26th.
Oh, I always get overwhelmed with joy when it comes down to playoffs. Tournament brackets are what I love about competition, and when we finally get to see it, the expectations that you build up are so many. There's stories for all of these teams coming into it when you look at their history. Let's say that Africa loses in that matchup, we're going to get a rematch of the World's Finals. I mean, that's already awesome in and of itself.
On a Tuesday.
Yeah, on a Tuesday out of all days. Or if Africa wins, then it's going to be Africa the first time they actually do something in playoffs.
Okay, we got a little bit of time. I think Africa's going to beat SKT, and then I think Samsung's going to beat Africa, and then I think KT is going to beat Samsung, and then I think Longzhu will fall to KT as KT takes LCK Summer. What
I'm
do you
going
think?
to disagree with most of that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think SKT would beat FLICKR.
Okay.
SKT would beat Samsung.
All right.
SKT would beat KT. And probably Longzhu as well.
You have a lot of faith in the team that lost to BBQ tonight.
You remember?
I mean, I'm just saying.
But remember what BDD and Gorilla mentioned. These teams don't mess around when it comes to best of fives. Best of threes is one thing. This is the real deal. They've got a lot of time to prepare for this. They can shake things up. And historically, if you take those elements into account, that would be the most likely scenario.
It is the playoff buff. I would have to agree with you. And it really is going to come down to whether or not those teams that don't have the buff can step up to the plate and perhaps perform on playoffs. So thanks once again for finishing out LCK Summer with us, guys. We'll see you on that Tuesday. And make sure to check out all the playoffs.
Look as good as the day I met you. I forget just why I left you. I was insane.